Good morning, y'all. Welcome to difficult research, and hello, Idaho. So I have gotten on here a little later this morning, so I feel like that court is going to start any minute. We need to be ready for that. So I've been checking back and forth, and I know if you're like me, I've just been going through like a whole set of emotions over what happened yesterday, what's going to happen today, and I just want to say, this is something I haven't said yet, but I want to say I was wrong. I've said it many places. I don't know. I said it in chats. I said it in out loud. I said it on Facebook. I did not think that Chad's kids would get up there and lie like they have. I don't know why I didn't think that. I thought they would word salad more, but I had no idea that they would just throw their mother under the bus. I don't know about y'all, but I feel like that Tammy has been on trial. That they've, like all of these reasons are things that she needed to die over. The very nerve of this man calling her a cheater. But however as mad as he has made us, I think that the audience, God bless, I've lost my mind. The jury at this point has heard a lot, and they're tired and they want to get this done. They're probably thinking, what in the heavenly days? Why are we even listening to this stuff? And anyways, I read some mean comments and it made me cry. And I had to get Tracy to talk me down off a ledge. And then I found a YouTuber that talks about true crime that's like a comedian. And, well, our KJ does that too. But this lady, I think it's, let me see if I can just read the name off. No. I'll look at my history. Gossip, Rumors, and Innuendos. I don't know what her name is. Gossip, Rumors, Innuendos. And she has, I watched a couple of her videos. I've never seen her before. Maybe many of you have. I don't know. But it made me laugh. And so I've cried and I've laughed out loud. I've cried out loud and I've laughed out loud all since I've spoke to y'all last. And so I'm going to read some of the comments because I'm sure y'all are going through some craziness over this check. Let me go back up here. TC says, laugh out loud. He's now, I see balls hanging in the chin area of his face. Zero says, Bewitched, don't you think that racism is taught from father to son, so to speak? I see these pro-Palestinian. Yeah. There's a movie called South Pacific. Zero. It's called South Pacific. It's a very old movie. But there's a song in there that's called We Must Teach the Children. We must teach the children before it's too late. We must teach the children before they're 7 or 8. We must teach the children who they must hate. So yes, it is taught. And I was telling, we went riding around with my brother and my mom, and I was like, well, when you think about it, I mean, people they learn things, they come around, but some of the most racist things you probably ever heard in your life came out of the mouth of maybe your mama or your papa. And so we all learn. Thank goodness. Some people learn. And it's about hating others or hating somebody different from you. And most people don't really care what other people do. They just don't want to get all in there about it. Bewitch says, TC, proving the death culture is alive and well, covered up within the Mormon corporation. It's alive and well in a lot of corporations. And one of the things But I thought was so funny that that comedian lady said, well, she said that there was three kinds of Mormons. And I hope anybody that is of the LDS faith will just take this with a grain of salt because it was meant to be kind. It said, she says that there's funeral potato Mormons, and we all know the funeral potato Mormons. They're very nice people. We all know some funeral potato Mormons. They go to church. They go to Relief Society. They ain't going to hurt nobody. They're totally nice, wonderful people. And then there's those better than you Mormons, and we probably know some better than you Baptists and Catholics and others too, but better than you people. And we're just kind of pat them on the head and know that, it's going to be okay. But the zombie Mormons, that's the ones you got to look out for. And so, because it was really weird, because I'm still freaked out about Emma's like, well, me and my daddy are not in the same faith. What? What faith are you? I wanted to know. Do you go to temple? Do you go to the, I don't know. It's none of my business, but they brought it up. What church do you go to? They kept talking about Chad's faith and this and that. Tiptoeing around. I know I should be thankful for every one of them, everything they do, every way they push the boundary, because I know that so many people are borderline brainwashed in this. But God forbid, people have died here. And you just get that, I'm still not getting over Joe Murray thinking that it's just overstepping for the police to be driving by a house where they've been digging up people. My deal is they need to go back over there, because I think that it's weird that Emma would want to stay in that house. But if they sold the house, or, other people came over there digging around, and, if you sell something, you got to, I'm guessing they did quick deed. I don't know what they did, but you got to have surveyors and people.
All rise. District Court's now attesting. Honorable Stephen W. Boyce, Judge presiding.
Thank you. Good morning. We've got our jurors lined up, I believe. So if everyone would just remain standing, we'll have them brought in.
All right, please. Here's all present. Count for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. This is continuing with the defense case in chief. The court would note the jurors are all present and accounted for, and the court received the declaration that they followed the court's admonishing instruction when we broke for the day yesterday. So I want to thank the jurors again for continuing to follow that instruction from the court. At this time, the court also notes there's a courtroom conduct order in effect for all of those in attendance. And Mr. Pryor, I believe the defense is now ready to call the next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and call your witness.
And Judge, may I have the court's permission to approach the podium?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, the defense would call Patrick Eller.
Very well.
And Judge, while we're waiting for Mr. Eller, I have exhibits 137, 138, and 139, 139 being in a plastic container. My understanding is that the state has no objection to the admission of these exhibits.
All right, the witness is here. Let's go ahead and have the witness sworn, and then we'll take up the matters of the evidence.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. All of them? Yeah.
All right, at this time, I believe as Mr. Eller's being proposed as an expert, I don't think the exclusionary order would apply here in this matter, so I won't do that line of questioning. If you'd like to inquire on direct, you may. Mr. Pryor, I know you've potentially offered some exhibits here. If you'd like to start with those to get them admitted, if they are going to be admitted, we could begin there, or you can begin with direct.
Okay, and Judge 137 would be Mr. Eller's report. 138 was only for demonstrative purposes as part of the cast evidence. That was what Officer Stubbs and Officer Balance had testified to. And then 139, Judge, would be Mr. Eller's video presentation, which I understand the state is, I'll let them speak for themselves, I guess.
All right, let's take those in turn. On the offered first exhibit, 137, it's been offered. And who's going to be conducting cross on this witness?
I will, Your Honor. And I would just inquire of Mr. Pryor if the issue we discussed previously was taken care of in that exhibit, and if it is,
Yes. Yes, Judge.
then the state does not have any objection to any of those exhibits.
Okay, exhibit 137, exhibit 138, and exhibit 139 are each admitted. You can begin with your direct then, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I believe the clerk may have put the wrong tag. Demonstrative 1 and 139. My 139 would be the audio presentation, so those tags would need to be switched.
All right, we'll straighten those out. And Mr. Pryor, if you could pre-mark exhibits, that would be helpful, so the clerks aren't required to do that while they've got their hands full doing other things here during trial, please.
And Judge, I'm going to ask at some point to be using the Elmo device as far as Mr. Eller's report, but with the court's permission, I'd like to proceed with my direct examination.
All right, you can go ahead and get started with direct.
Thank you. Would you state your name, spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Patrick Eller, E-L-L-E-R.
And may I call you Patrick?
Yes,
We know each other, so you've been retained as an expert in this case, is that correct?
yes, I have.
Okay, and Patrick, can you tell me a little bit about what you do for an occupation?
Yes, I am the CEO and principal digital forensic examiner for a company called Metadata Forensics, LLC, which is based out of Richmond, Virginia.
And what type of business is Metadata Forensics engaged in?
So Metadata Forensics is a full service consulting and training firm that does digital forensics on devices. We do expert testimony. We do training for law enforcement, attorneys, victim advocates. We examine any device that contains data or any data that's turned over to us.
Okay, so it's a broad range of anything that's an electronic or digital of any kind. Your firm engages in the investigation, discovery, and reporting of what findings you find as a result of being provided that data. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education?
Yes. So I have a undergraduate degree in criminal justice from Troy. And then I have a master's in science and digital forensics from the University of Maryland, Global Campus. Outside of that, I have numerous digital forensics training courses and certifications over a 15-year period.
Okay, can you tell me, and you talked a little bit about the training, can you talk to me about a little bit about your previous experience in terms of uh, uh, in terms of government affiliations?
Yes, so I spent 20 years in military law enforcement for the Army. Throughout that time, I served in positions of just a regular police officer, through criminal investigator, through supervisor, supervising general crimes, drug crimes, and then finally computer crimes. When I finished my career with the Army in 2019, I was the command digital forensic examiner over the digital forensics program for the entire U.S. Army criminal investigation program.
Okay. And in terms of education and training of other entities, can you discuss that a little bit?
Yes. So throughout my career and even currently under my current company, we continue to train attorneys, both civilian and military, and we also still train law enforcement, both military and civilian law enforcement, through the National Forensics Academy, through the United States Army Military Police School, in digital evidence and all types of crimes.
Are there any certifications that you have that you can discuss today?
Yes, so I've been previously certified as a digital forensic examiner and computer crimes investigator through the Defense Cyber Training Academy in Linthicum, Maryland, and then I also have multiple vendor certifications as well.
And if I understand correctly, I can't recall if you previously talked about you running the General Army's entire forensics examination department. Was that discussed?
Yes, that was my final position in the Army. So from the last 7 years that I was in the Army, I helped build out the digital forensics program for the Army Criminal Investigation Division at Quantico, and then we spread it across the globe, building multiple locations out with digital forensic support across the Army.
And then you mentioned the fact that you have educated lawyers, law enforcement, other entities. Are you currently in the business of teaching and educating at this point?
Yes, we do about 25 to 30 classes per year for legal entities and law enforcement entities in the field of digital forensics investigations.
And what about any professional associations?
Yes, so I'm a fellow with the American Academy for Forensic Science in the digital and multimedia section. And the affiliation there is, that's a decade worth of work to get to the status of fellow. I've spent time as the chair of that section. And then I've also was affiliated and have been a previous commissioner for the Forensic Science Education Accreditation. That is the program that accredits the forensic science programs at universities across the country.
And engaging in your profession, does that require any specialized knowledge or understanding?
Yes, it does.
Can you discuss that with me briefly?
So with digital forensics, the use of digital data that the average person uses on a daily basis, I equate it to the best scenarios, the iceberg effect. So the part of an iceberg that you would see above the water, the 10% of it, is the amount of data that individuals would typically deal with on a device any given day. The 90% of it below the water that you don't see is the data that we specialize in looking at and getting to the metadata in order to do what's called attribution. And attribution is just the ability to say what the data actually means or what it doesn't mean, or what it shows or what it doesn't show.
So when you use the term metadata, for someone like me, or maybe not even someone like me, someone who's at least somewhat educated in phones and electronics, what does metadata mean?
Metadata is simply data about data. And so, as an example, if you have a picture, you see the picture, but the metadata is all the information that made that picture become a picture. Dates, like date and timestamps, location data, information about the device that would have created that image, information about if the image has been manipulated, if it's been changed, if it's been filtered, if it's been cropped, has the date been changed, all the information that gets tracked by the operating system when using data is what metadata is.
Now, I'm going to get off the subject a little bit and move towards this concept of the manner in which you can identify certain phones through metadata. And what are the different ways that you can identify either a location or find that a phone is in a particular area, and what sources of information do you use?
So when you talk about locating phones, there are multiple sources. One being the device itself contains location data. The other are cellular providers who maintain certain amounts of data about the transmission of information between the device and the carrier that travels through towers and switches that they maintain. And then there's also metadata that's maintained by all of the applications on the phone, depending on what you choose to share as the settings with that application. There is data that you can request from Google, from Apple, from Meta, from Twitter. All of the individual applications also store data.
And if you were to identify the best source of information to identify the location of a phone, what source would that be?
In my opinion, the best source would be the phone itself. And I understand that there are settings that you can turn on and off about location data. However, there's data that is still being tracked within the device itself by the operating system in the phone that can be retrieved as well. That comes down to what they call native location data. Native location data is data that's populated on the device that is actually showing where a device would be.
Okay. And then what other sources can you use to identify the location, or at least a close proximity of what the location of a phone is?
So you can use information that is captured by the phone manufacturer or the operating system on the phone, be it iOS for Apple or Google for most of the other devices that are used across.
Okay. Now, an interesting question I have is, what if I have Verizon and another phone has Apple or T-Mobile? Does that change whether you can access it through Google?
It does not change. It just changed what they would store because it depends on what you're using on the device itself.
Okay.
So AT&T can have Android phones and Apple phones. Verizon can have Android phones and Apple phones. And so if you have an Android device, you would have some Google information because you're required to have that Gmail address in order to register the device.
So in other words, regardless of whether you, well, I guess I'll rephrase this. So in other words, by just having an Android device, you're required to have a Gmail account. In that sense, Google can track you regardless of through your Gmail account, correct?
Yes, they would have information about you registering the device. They would have information about what services you've enabled, what services you haven't, and then they would have what you're allowing to be stored.
Okay. Now, in terms of disabling a device,
Yes.
is it as simple as on my phone as just pulling my phone out and saying settings and turning off location?
So that is one way to turn off information. But the thing with Google is, as far as Google goes, is there's also web and activity information. There are settings within your Google account that you have to change, not just turning off location services on the device itself.
So if someone were even trying to disable their phone, it's more than just flipping to a page and saying disable.
Well, you could just turn the device off.
Okay. Or you do the turn off the location.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, I want to discuss with you, as part of your review, do you recall what documents and pieces of evidence you observed and examined as part of this case?
Yes, there are a lot. I mean, if you're talking about a specific item, because there were a lot of devices, a lot of data that was turned over to be reviewed, that was gathered through Google, through Apple, through devices, through other sources.
Now you, as part of this examination and as part of my office asking you to review this information, did you have an occasion to review some what is called geofence evidence?
Yes, I did.
Talk to me a little bit about, in what would be my term, simpler terms, about what is geofence evidence?
So geofence evidence is, it's not something that Google intended to even be used in this manner, but the point behind that is geofence allows you to take a location, put a radius around it, and submit a search warrant in order to gain information about devices that would have passed through that geofence or within a certain proximity of that geofence.
Okay. And Judge, before I go any further, I don't have a direct recollection. Did we admit 137, 138, and 139?
We did.
Okay, thank you, Judge, Your Honor. Now, you had an opportunity to also listen to the testimony of Officer Stubbs, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Officer Balance, is that correct?
Yeah, agent balance, yes.
Agent Balance,
Yes, that's correct.
and you had an opportunity to, examine what their testimony was in terms of what they presented to this jury, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you testify about some of the conclusions you drew from listening to their testimony?
So, well,
Let's
Objection, that's overly broad.
talk about their location data in terms of their geofence testimony about Alex Cox's phone on, let's say, September 9th.
okay.
Go ahead.
What would you like to know about it?
Well, I'd like to know what you took an opportunity to examine the geofence evidence from September 9th and listen to the testimony of Officer Stubbs. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything of interest in terms of his testimony that caused you to conduct further review?
Yes. So in listening to the testimony about how the geofence was done and what was returned as part of the search warrant from Google and the geofence, went back and looked at the return data that was given back by Google for the geofence. And I found that there were more devices than what were actually requested to be identified.
And we've previously marked Exhibit 138, and I can put up on the screen and tell me which of these screens we want you to examine. Judge, if I could use the HDMI,
Yes, if you're going to
I'll let
publish.
you know when I'm ready, Judge.
Which exhibit are you publishing?
138. And not yet, Judge. It's and Judge, if we could at this point. Now you recognize this document, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the document from Sergeant Stubbs, is that correct?
Yes, this was a search and a season search warrant that was submitted to Google to get the device IDs, or excuse me, to provide information about these individual device IDs that were returned from the first part of the Google geofence search warrant that produces anonymous device IDs that are assigned by Google.
Okay, and then if we look under the words, which are right in the middle of the screen, premises, that's addressed to the Google.
Yes, it is.
And then just below that, there's a line that starts with the word 11.
Yes.
And what does that involve?
So what's being requested are information about who those device IDs belong to.
Now, I need you to talk a little bit about that, okay? About the concept of device IDs. That ID doesn't necessarily mean it's a phone number, does it?
No, that ID is Google assigned anonymous numbers that only Google can trace that number back to an individual user.
Would this be properly characterized as a security issue with Google?
I can't say why they do that. But this is why they provide, when you submit the geofence, they provide you a list of these numbers. And then you have to submit a second search warrant like this one in order to get information about who the subscribers were that are linked to those numbers.
So if I understand correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong. At this point, there was a search warrant issued by Detective Stubbs, is that correct?
Yes,
And it was sent to Google. And he identified 11 IDs that he'd like some information on.
yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then, and the manner in which he would choose these 11 IDs would be what?
So I can't speak to his exact manner. Based on the testimony that I reviewed, it said that they took all the data and put it in a system and attempted to identify the ones that had commonality.
Okay, and when we talk about commonality, what does that mean?
So commonality would mean that based on the review of my understanding of what they did was they were trying to show devices that would have been in multiple places.
Okay. Okay, and the information that they're including is described in A, B, C, and D, is that right?
That is the information they're requesting.
The information, the name, the address, contact, that sort of stuff.
That's correct.
Okay. And then at some point, as we scroll down, there is information provided. And can you talk a little bit about this information?
Yes. So in the far left column where it says device ID, that is the device IDs that we were talking about just a few seconds ago, further up. And then from there, the time and date is the date and time of when that device ID would have been seen inside of the radius that they provided for their initial search warrant for the geofence. And then you'd have the latitude and longitude, which would be the location data. The source of that action, or the source of why this was recorded or where it was from, would be Wi-Fi, GPS, and then that map display radius is their margin of error.
Okay, and Judge, does he have a red? You do.
Laser pointer?
Yes.
I think there is one there.
Okay, and if you really slowly again, because just so making sure that we track us, could I have you go over that again and starting with the device ID with the laser pointer?
Yes. So the device ID right there explains that anonymous number that is assigned by Google, that only within their records where they store this information are they able to link this back to an individual device.
Okay.
The next column over with the time and date, that is the time and date of this information here, which is the location and the source of that information, and then the margin of error that was recorded for the information here by those devices to be associated with that initial geofence warrant that was submitted for the radius of what they were searching for on that particular day.
So if I understand, we have the device ID on the left, which is under the word location 1. The next would be the date. And in this particular screen that Officer Stubbs requested, looks like September 9th of 2019 and at 9:18, is that correct?
Not, I see 919 as the first entry.
9:19. Oh my goodness, I need my glasses. 9:19:38. It looks like. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then when we're talking about the longitude and latitude, do you recall what location Officer Stubbs was interested in?
That would be the Chad Daybell residence.
Okay, and you reviewed this data as part of your review of this case, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you reviewed this information that Officer Stubbs and one of the other officers, Balance, testified to regarding this information as well, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you find in terms of your investigation of note in your review?
So in my investigation of looking at this information and going to not just this paper copy of this record, but looking at the actual return that came back from Google that these records were contained in, there was a lot of other devices. And there was devices prior to 919 on September 9th, as well as devices within there's more records that were actually provided than what you would see here.
Okay, so to put this in plain English for me to understand and for everyone else to understand, what this data shows is that these are IDs of phones that are in the proximity of the Chad Daybell property or on the Chad Daybell property on 9/9/2019, correct?
Their devices, yes.
For devices. So this list of things that you have in front of you include all of the device IDs that somehow registered at or near the Chad Daybell property on September 9th.
This does not include all of them. This includes only the ones that they were asking to be identified.
Okay, and we're going to get to that in a minute, but I want to put this in context a little bit. So if depending on the radius, if a phone was either on the Chad Daybell property at any time or was near the Chad Daybell property, depending on the radius, you would get an ID of some sort. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the source of that ID? Where is that ID coming from? Where does how is that ID arriving? Is that through the Google app?
It is through all of the information that Google tracks from a device.
And when they're saying the ID, that could include someone who doesn't turn off their Facebook location. Is that fair?
It could be, yes.
That's someone who doesn't turn off their location on their Gmail. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's someone who could do something with their Twitter or any other app that they have on their phone and they just fail to disengage.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Would it be that if there's a failure to disengage any location data on any of the apps, that you would get an ID number?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What would be the process of obtaining IDs other than turning off the location device on a phone?
So this information that's being tracked across this, for instance, if you were to connect to a Wi-Fi signal from a device, you would also generate a field within this. And so it's not just the device itself, but what the device is doing and what information Google is populating within their records about what's going on that device.
Okay, so when we look at the numbers that are provided here, these are all a series of numbers.
Yes.
You testified that this wasn't an exhaustive list. What do you mean by that?
So the full list of devices, actually, it was returned in spreadsheet format. And when sorted, you would see one by the order of time and date, because you can see here a lot of these are out of time and date. Like it's not in time date sequence, it's in device ID sequence.
Okay. Did you engage in any attempt to format them in a certain way?
Yes, I did.
And what did that involve?
So I took the spreadsheet that was returned by Google and I filtered the information based on the time and date so that it went in chronological order. And I was able to then identify the device of Alex Cox based on the information that was provided within their reports. And then I was able to take the device IDs that are further up in the pages of this search warrant and identify those in those records as well, commingled with all of the other records that were provided by Google.
So you recall the testimony of Officer Stubbs, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And there was a representation regarding finding Alex Cox's ID among these searches as one of the pertinent phones located as part of this search warrant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As part of this search warrant, did you recall any comments or do you recall any testimony as to whether or not there was any ID or information to suggest on 9/9 Chad Daybell's phone was also part of the location data?
I do not recall hearing that it was. What I recall from the testimony was the results of the Google search.
Section non-responsive.
Overruled.
Go ahead, officer. Or
The
officer,
results
help
of the
that.
Google search showed that the only device that they were able to place with the association at the Chad Daybell residence was that of Alex Cox.
And that was at 9/9 of 2019.
That is correct.
So what we're saying is that on 9/9 of 2019, with all of this information from, and again, what was the starting time of this again?
On this
On
particular,
9/9, the earliest location information?
I
Do you
believe it was 9/19.
Okay.
It's at the top, but
And then this went well through 11:58 or 12 o'clock that day at the very bottom of the screen. Is that right?
yeah, well, this is not in chronological order. So I can't tell you the exact final time, but it was, yeah, sometime after 12 o'clock.
Third one from the bottom, it looks like I have a 12:10. Is that what that
Yes,
looks
I
like?
see that.
Okay. So if I understand your testimony, is that on 9/9 at approximately 9:19 through 12:10, there is no identification data showing that any device owned by Chad Daybell is on his property. Is that correct?
Yes, nothing in the evidence showed that.
Okay. And again, we talked a little bit about the ability to disengage that information and turn off your phone. That's possible, correct?
Yes,
He could have been there and he turned his phone off, right?
yes,
He could have been there and he turned his location off, correct?
yes,
He also could have taken the time to disengage each and every one of the apps to make sure there's no location data, correct?
yes.
Is this an easy task to do?
It's not easy to turn off all of it other than turning the device itself off.
Okay. 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 Did you have an occasion to do further review in terms of the scope of what you observed in terms of radius on this particular day?
Yes, I did.
And what did that involve?
So what I did was, as part of the filtering of the raw data that was returned by Google, not only did I put it in chronological order, but you'll see, if I can point, some of the radiuses that were returned or requested to be identified are showing 4,000 meters, 8,000 meters from the radius that was requested as part of the geofence. What I did instead of going that far out is I went and I filtered it down to 10 meters or less throughout this record and identified 19 devices from the Google record on 9/9 that would have been 10 meters or less in margin of error radius. And that's what the record showed, 19 total.
So 19 devices that appear to be within 10 meters or less of a range. Now we need to talk about the area that we're talking about. So when we're describing it, it would be like a box. Would that be correct?
So the way they did it was a single point of reference. They just provided a single latitude and longitude and asked for a 250-meter radius around that.
Okay. And when we're talking 250 meters, if my math is correct, that's 3 feet, approximately 3 feet per meter,
Approximately.
750 feet from a certain point.
Yes.
And where is that certain point on the Daybell property on September 9th? Do you
Uh,
recall?
I don't recall the exact point, but I believe it was in the backyard.
Okay. Okay. And you recall Officer Stubbs' testimony pointing to somewhere in the vicinity of a fire pit or a pet cemetery?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so when we're talking about 250 meters, we're talking about phones that could identify or be in the area within 750 feet on their initial search. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you took the liberty of narrowing that down. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And the process of narrowing that down, is that a complicated process or is it a matter of moving numbers?
Yes, so it's not complicated. They provide you the data in a spreadsheet format. And so you would turn on the filters and then select the column, and all of the numbers in this column here that show the radius would come up, and you would just deselect all and only select the ones that are less than 10 or less for the number. And then the spreadsheet would readjust and show you only those devices.
So when you're lowering the number, and explain that to me, I don't want to suggest anything to you, and I want to be educated on this. When you're lowering that number, you're drawing a location closer to that fire pit and that fire pit area. Would that be fair?
Yes, it's the margin of error. So that margin of error, the smaller the number, the closer to the radius it would be.
Okay, so when you narrowed the margin of error, and again, what did you narrow it down to?
10 meters or less.
And again, tell me what approximately in feet, what 10 meters is.
Approximately 30 feet.
Okay, so approximately 30 feet from the fire pit,
Well, it'd be 30 feet from the radius.
30 feet from the radius. And we don't know, and what would the radius again be?
250 meters.
So 750 feet,
That's correct.
and then within 15 feet beyond that, that would be where the margin of error,
30 feet.
30 feet beyond, 10 meters,
Yes, that's correct.
30 feet, excuse me. That's why I didn't excel in math or computers. So from the radius, we then have a margin of error of approximately 30 feet beyond the 250-meter radius around Chad Daybell's fire pit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then what did you find when you narrowed the radius down to include the 30 feet of margin of error?
19 unique devices during that time period.
Okay. And at that point, when you say 19 devices, do you know what the phone numbers of those devices are?
I do not.
Was there a further inquiry by Officer Stubbs regarding that?
Yes, there was.
And how many devices did he pursue of those 19 that were within the Daybell radius of his property?
So according to the testimony, he stated there were 12. The search warrant that is part of this record that you're seeing on the screen says 11. But then he says that he never got an answer from Google until he finally got a hold of someone from Google, and they made him shrink it. So he says they dropped off 2, making it 10 for the return.
Okay. And is that a common thing for Google to do?
So it is common for them to try and shrink your radius on the first search warrant of when they're providing these records, but I have not found it common for them to try to shrink the number of devices that you're asking for identification on that would be within your proximity.
So when Officer Stubbs did this warrant, your testimony is within that radius, correct?
Of 10 meters
Of
or
10
less.
meters. And then Officer Stubbs elected to pick 11 of those according to the warrant.
According to the warrant, it says 11, yes.
So he excluded 8 of those. Is that right?
No.
What did he do with the other 8?
Oh, you mean excluded from
From his,
the actual data?
the actual data.
Yes, I don't know. They were not submitted. Those device IDs were not submitted for identification information.
Okay. So at this point, we don't know what the identification though, but Officer Stubbs identified that they were not of interest. You recall that?
Well, he stated that.
Objection, misstates testimony.
Overruled.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
What I remember of it is that he stated that we're not based on the commonality, this is what they came to.
And when he's talking about the words commonality, what is he referring to?
The process that they chose to use to try to place the devices in multiple places that were associated with this return.
Okay, so and the multiple places, do you recall which of those multiple places were?
In this particular return, the data would have been the Chad Daybell residence and the Lori Vallow residence.
So in case there was some commonality in those 2 residences, the other 8 were excluded on that basis. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know why he chose to exclude them. I just know that they were not submitted as part of this warrant to Google.
So if an odd number of the device that wasn't at Lori Vallow's residence or whoever ticked off at Lori Vallow's residence, ticked isn't the right word, clicked or identified there, and it was just an odd vehicle that showed up at Chad Daybell's driveway, that would not have commonality. Would that be fair?
I don't know their method that they chose to do the commonality.
Okay. Would this be standard practice to do that?
Objection, calls for speculation. He doesn't even know the reasoning behind what they did.
It's sustained.
Would in your practice of evaluating evidence, would that be something, a practice that you would engage in?
No, it's not.
Why would that be?
I would have asked for the identifying information for all of them in order to identify the individuals that would have been within that proximity
And why would you do that?
as part of investigating the crime.
To determine exactly who was there?
Well, to determine who the information belonged to and what they may know, yes.
Okay, so it's part of expanding the scope of what you're trying to learn about the case. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
So in other words, by ultimately excluding one phone just because it didn't happen to identify at Lori Vallow's residence, but it identified at Chad Daybell's residence, it still could be relevant to this investigation and provide information.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Would the lack of contact with one of the common residences potentially still be useful?
It could be.
Okay. Now I want to go above the data that you have, and then if you get the pointer out again, if you would help me.
Sure.
At the very top number, I can't read the ID number under the blue, the very top one. You don't need to read it, but that's the first entry that you were provided. Is that correct?
That is not the first entry in the records.
Okay. Oh, the earliest entry would be what?
I would have to look at the record to remember, but it was before 9/19.
Okay. Would it have been helpful to have records earlier in the day for any purpose?
Yes.
And what would the purpose of having requested earlier records than at sometime at around 9 for purposes of evaluation?
You could also identify devices that would have been there prior to that time.
So if, for instance, if Mr. Daybell's device was there prior to 9 o'clock or was identified prior to 9 o'clock, that would have been one of the devices that you would have been able to locate or at least identify?
You would have the device ID and you'd have the ability to submit it to find out subscriber information, yes.
And to your knowledge, that wasn't done?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And to your knowledge, again, there was no, based on the testimony of Officer Belan, Agent Balance and Officer Stubbs, there was no identifying information that put Chad Daybell on the property at 9/9/2019. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to move down to, if we can. I may have the wrong, and Judge, could I just have a moment, please? And
Yes.
just turn the HDMI off? And the light on, maybe? Can I just have a moment, Judge? I'm having some issues. Can't get this out of the way, and I can't get this other one out. All right, thank you. This is a numbers file, so it's kind of like Excel. I see what that is. I've done a bunch of times. It's gonna open. I just need to be. But I'm ready. Sorry.
That's fine.
I apologize for the delay. Now we're looking at the date of 9/23. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, if you have the pointer, I can narrow this down again, hopefully. And again, if we can go through the analysis, we have the device ID, and if you would use the pointer and do that for me, if you're able to.
It's right there, that column.
Okay, and then the date would be again what?
9/23/2019.
And then we have the next would be the longitude, latitude,
The next would be the time.
the time, I'm sorry, and then the longitude or the latitude and then the longitude.
That's correct.
And then the last one would be the radius.
You have source, which is GPS or Wi-Fi, and then you have the radius.
Okay,
And then the last column is a column that I added.
okay. So what's the relevance of 9/23 in terms of this investigation? Do you recall?
The relevance?
Would that have been the day that the remains of JJ Vallow were found on Chad Daybell's property?
Yes, that's correct.
Objection misstates evidence. That wasn't the day that JJ Vallow was found there.
Yeah, sustain and strike that question.
In any event, the significance of the 9/23, did you again listen to the testimony of Dave Stubbs and Agent Balance?
Yes, I did.
And this chart represents what?
This chart represents the information that was returned by Google for the geofence warrant based on a location at the Daybell residence for 9/23 during that time period.
Okay. And again, what did you find of significance in this information?
So this is the filtered radius version. But in this information here, as with the color coded, the yellow information, and this is also not time sorted either. But what I did is it was time sorted to chronological order, thereby showing the exact process by which those IDs would have been near that radius.
Okay. And the source of that information on your yellow, it says something about Homer at the very right-hand side.
Yes, Homer J. Maximus,
And then in parentheses, you have a name.
Alex Cox.
Okay, and would it suggest then that the yellow highlighted is the source information of Alex Cox's phone on the Daybell property on 9/23/19?
That's the information that's associated with that Gmail. Yes.
And then in the green, what does that indicate?
The green indicates that is information, device IDs that were submitted to have requesting information, subscriber information provided back as a return based on this information.
Okay. And again, did you do your analysis in terms of trying to determine whether this is a complete list of all of the phones that had contact at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find?
So this chart should be the complete list.
Okay.
The charts that I placed and provided was the complete chart.
Okay. And what does that mean?
That it has all of the records that would have been provided by Google at that time.
Okay. And as a review of this, was there any further follow-up as to identify these ID numbers to your recollection?
Only the ones in green and also the one in yellow.
Were there other phone records that, for whatever reason, were not included in the search for identification of those ID numbers on that chart?
Not phone numbers, but device
Phone
IDs.
devices,
Device IDs.
device IDs.
Yes.
And how many of them were there?
On 9/23, I would have to look. If this is the entire chart that I provided, you would look at the white boxes for the unique numbers. You would
Okay.
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So there were to be 10 other devices that were not included for information to obtain. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
But there were how many, if you could count for me in the green, that they decided to do for further inquiry?
On this particular day, based on what I'm seeing on the screen, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So if I understand correctly, there were 16 devices that indicated phone location data at or near the Daybell property on the 23rd of September. Is that correct?
Adding in yes, that's correct.
That would include Alex Cox's phone data at that point, correct?
That's correct.
Did at any point you take the task of narrowing the radius to try to what, I'm not sure what the proper word is, narrowing the radius to maybe exclude others that were not as close?
Yes, and I correct that. Including Alex Cox, it would be 17.
Okay. So again, did you narrow the radius to maybe refine your results?
I did.
What did you find then?
So as you would see within this chart, if you were to remove the numbers that are more than 10, you would see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, so there'd be 4 devices that once you excluded, and again, the radius that you used to exclude would have been what?
10 meters.
So again, 30 feet from the location point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And of those 4, how many of those within the 10 meters were sent for further identification?
None to my knowledge.
So when you have 4 phones that are within the 30 feet of the area set by Officer Stubbs, of those 4, they chose not to try to identify those phones. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, that misstates Stubbs' testimony.
Sustained.
Was there any indication that they pursued the identification of the 4 phones within the 10-meter radius that you just identified?
No,
Is there any indication through the testimony of Officer Stubbs or Balance that any phone device of Chad Daybell was located on that property on 9/23 within the time range you set forth here?
nothing in the evidence I was provided or reviewed.
I'd like to, and Judge, I think I'm done with the HDMI, if that's okay.
Okay, we'll unpublish.
And I do need the Elmo on, Judge. You prepared a report in contemplation of testimony in this case, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was previously marked and accepted as an Exhibit 137. Judge, I took the liberty of providing the state with a paper copy. I'd ask permission that I think the state can acknowledge that the paper copy is directly identical to the 137 exhibit that I've submitted and has been accepted by the court.
All right, counsel, I need a sidebar before we get into publishing on that report, please. All right, the court had a sidebar and we discussed exhibit 137. There are some redactions already in that exhibit. However, there's going to need to be some additional redactions. And so in order to accomplish that before publishing, at this point, we are going to take a recess to allow for redactions on the exhibit. And then once we get those done and redacted, you can continue with your direct and publish the exhibit. It has been admitted, but we'll make those corrections before they're published to the jurors. So we'll take a morning recess at this time in order to accomplish that, and we'll come back on. We'll just let the jurors in the gallery know when we'll be ready to continue.
All right, please.
Wow.
Well, hey, what's up?
What do y'all think? I think he hypnotized us with all that shit.
I'm ready to deliberate. Right.
I am too.
Yeah.
God bless. I didn't drink enough moonshine to understand that.
I was doing other work, so I was just. I finally got in my Facebook account, so I mean, and that guy, you know, they were sitting there talking about apps, and I was like, "Yep, working on that now." Anyways, KJ says, "I'm assuming that Rob will cross this fella by asking a long list of things he left out of the equation."
Well, you know, we want to know who those other phones belong to too.
Please.
Did you
Anybody
see what
in
he
here
said?
to see a prophet, seer, or revelator? Just kidding.
Okay, I'm gonna say it again. Let's see. Where did it say that? I just read it. It said how many phones were on. Okay. How many phones were on the property the day that JJ was buried? Was like 8 phones. Well, yeah, I do want to know who they were. But of course, it could
That's
have
8
been
people.
Chad's family, you know. It could have been the neighbors' phones that were that nearby. I don't know. There's probably ways they have to filter it out. But
I mean,
if he thinks Melanie Gibb was there, she better be the next witness.
right.
I want to hear from her. Was you there, Mel?
I don't know. So, question of the day: how many phones were Gibbs? All of them. They were all hers. I'm just figuring. Because Chad and Lori were portaling, so they didn't need a phone. I'm sorry. I'm just in a smart ass mood. Don't listen to me.
Excuse me. Well,
Thank you, babe. Your hair looks beautiful. I was like, look, I got backstage and I saw you and I was like, wow, she is hot today.
well, yesterday I pretty much just combed my hair back and put my headset on.
Right.
So
Need a headset.
I thought I would comb it today. Well, I'm thinking about getting one of those little hair pieces that go here because I think all my hair's going to fall out.
You're going to be unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right. Oh, thank you, Jean Marie. Yeah, everybody, if you will, please hit the like button. It's the only way to satisfy the YouTube gods and break through their damn impossible algorithm. You got to be
Someone
like
said,
fancy and stuff.
we don't know the algorithm rules. Al keeps changing his rules, and it's really difficult
We need to hire that guy.
to keep
Yeah.
up with it.
She made the deal. Yes, fix text with the devil. I'll tell you that right now. That's who she made.
KJ says that thing would have picked up cars driving by that day. You know, that's what I figured, that they had a way of weeding out those extra phones. I mean, everybody talks about how busy the road is, so
Is it a phone? Because I wasn't paying that close of attention. Like, could it be like a Google phone number? Could it be, because Chad was hoeing around with other women, I guess women, allegedly. So, I mean,
well,
I'm just wondering,
we don't know.
right? So whose phones are those? I mean, plus they had kids. I mean, I've got a little phone graveyard, but I mean, they're not on, you know.
And I'm
I'll
just
go
going to go
look at-
back to this again about Emma.
Thank you.
When asked about her beliefs and her father's beliefs, she said that they weren't in the same faith. What?
She's
What?
lying. She's lying. Well,
And-
that's
and she-
because he's excommunicated.
Well, she called him a fundamentalist, and I mean, that's polygamy basically.
I know, but she's just doing that to satisfy so she don't get kicked out of her own church
Well, that's true.
in her own town where they hate
Can
everybody.
you imagine that she's more scared of the bishop and people
Yes.
down at the church than she
That's
is
what
getting
I've
thrown in
been-
jail for lying?
Yep, that's what I've been. I mean, that's part of this whole like what?
That's hard.
And all
That's
these people.
hardcore. That's hardcore.
It is. So yeah. Crazy.
Oh my
Ring
gosh.
around the radius of pocket full of pings. Boring, boring. We all fall asleep. Ring around the radius, a pocket. I don't even know. A
Yeah.
pocket full of bings. I'm gonna say bings. Boring, boring. We all fall asleep. You're welcome.
That's to the bridge,
Kelly.
London Bridge, all fall down.
Yeah. Oh, y'all know, and all those little songs that we chanted when we were growing up. Oh my God. They're so dark. Right? Everything's so damn dark. Y'all,
Gosh, I'm-
last night I watched the Nuance Ho on Cults to Consciousness.
yes.
And yeah, I got it's Paul Smith. And I watched Asia. Wait, it's called, I never can think of it. Sue's called me. Yeah, I talked to Sue Ellen for like about 3 hours. Great conversation. And so it's like Africa Rising something, and it's the Asia Rain lady who, oh my, she's been through this whole kind of thing, and as far as and I'm gonna say it, I'm gonna say it, it's ritual abuse. Okay, so got to get comfortable with it. If you're not comfortable with it, Google it. If not, call me. I'll help you. But she talks about it. I've listened to her before. I mean, but she talked about this case, and I was like, thank God, and everything. I was like, thank you. I mean, she was talking about Tim. She was talking about Ruby, Jody, the whole litany of people. So finally, I can breathe a little.
I kind of feel sorry for Nuance Ho because she's like, "Hey, y'all, come over here.
She's freaking
I'm
out.
trying to tell y'all something,"
I can-
and they're going, "Oh no, you figure it out and then tell us." I mean, even Culture Consciousness said that. She's like, "Oh my God," she's like, "That's too much stuff I have to learn. You figure it out and then come tell us." And Nuance Ho was going, "Oh, I can't do this all by myself. Y'all all got to help, and please don't kill me." Oh, by
Yeah.
the way.
I mean, how many times did I say that? Over the
Yeah.
years, I'm just like, oh, I'm scared. It's scary, and I mean, I recognized that in her. I was like, oh God, yeah.
Yeah, she does. She looks scared.
This is not just church people. It's like you messing with the whole secret society straight up. And actually, I always forget her name, how to say it. Shalise, is that it?
Yes, Shalise.
Well, and she was like, secret society, and I was like, that's it right there. You got it, nailed it. You get a sticker. You get a star. So but then again, I thought about emailing Nuance Ho, but I've reached out to way more Mormons and ex-Mormons. I'm tired of rejection, so I'm just gonna kind of drop it right there. I mean,
I was
I,
I was
I send
I
people
was
her
thinking
way.
about putting a tip cup in our thing to get a. I want to go to Nashville this weekend and talk to John Lynn. He's in Nashville this
Oh
weekend
yeah,
doing a meetup, and I would love to go up there and tell him my damn Mormon story.
right.
I really
Man,
would.
I mean, I've been working on these people's nerves for a long time. Really, I've been in their chats, but I mean, I pay to the
You're
calls.
supportive.
I've been
You're
super
supportive. I
glad.
seen you put super chats and give
Yeah.
them donations
Mhm.
and hit their like buttons and share it with other people.
And I
I mean,
get
we're
it's
not
like,
we're
who are you? Basically. And I'm just like, whatever. Okay.
and also we get that our presentation skills are off, and we're talking
Oh
about
yeah.
crazy shit. Yes, we're talking about crazy shit, but it ain't our crazy shit. We're just
Right.
trying to tell you about theirs.
Yeah.
And excuse
Welcome to
me if it
Charles.
sounds like excuse
You
me if it sounds
they
like
should
Pulp
know more than
Fiction.
anybody. They should
Yes,
know.
it does. It sounds like damn Pulp Fiction. We start over here, we learn something new, and nobody helped. Nobody said, "Hey, this is what that."
Nobody.
Well,
I
let me
learned
back
about
up.
the
There's
second
a one
anointing.
or
I
two
wouldn't.
people that do help and did call up and say, but for the most point, nobody wanted to help shine a light on it. Go ahead. Sorry. I'm pissed about yesterday's mean comments I saw.
Where? Here?
I'm not so no. Nobody in our chat with it. I was stupid and tipped off in somebody else's stuff.
I don't know what I did with my cigarette.
Anyways, so because of that, I'm gonna give a TED talk someday. I don't, I am. I'm gonna do it. I've been in Toastmasters before, and I had a talk that really hit, and my talk was at the time called I'm 50 going on 5. And that was 5 years of waking up, 50 years of being alive, but only a 5-year-old's worth of education about the world.
Oh, well, that's a celebration right there. Yeah.
Yes, it is. And I'm gonna that mean lady over there is gonna see that someday.
Right.
Yes,
Denise.
Chad.
Yeah.
Denise
Right.
Gray.
Everybody slap the like button just for that. Chad will be a convicted killer. I'll say serial killer in days. Hopefully, no. I don't. He won't qualify. Yeah, 3 would qualify. Just saying. I think that's how that works. I don't know. Never been one. Right.
And
But
I think they should go over there and dig the property up. I mean, they take some dogs and stuff, because I think it's weird that she doesn't want to leave there.
oh, okay.
That she still may be hiding something over there. KJ in the race says, when Crash's channel goes through the roof, I'm sure the ones who haven't been supportive will start asking favors for pretending to be supporters. In fact, probably
No,
so.
they'll just do what they've always been doing, and that's just like, lifting. I'm sure, somewhat. Whatever.
Well,
I don't really know. And again, I'm just like, look, I'm not. There was a time when I wanted to like hold all the information, because I mean, you're protected. I was protective over it, but then I'm like, well, what the hell is it gonna? What good is research if you don't share it? So it's just
yeah.
like I need, and I've been right here asking, talking about it, throwing things up. Nobody was talking about any kind of second anointing. No effing body. Nowhere. I had to go and go through Mormon Stories podcast. And I mean, not being a Mormon, I had just sat there and would just listen to what they were saying. And I'm like, that's what that is. That's what that is. And then, I mean, I even posted little videos on my channel. I don't even know if I was supposed to do that, but I was just like, come on, man, come on, guys. I can't do this by my damn self. I don't want to do it by myself. Y'all can have the damn credit. I don't care. I just need the help. I did
Mormon
need the help.
Stories podcast is excellent. He's John DeLynn is an excellent interviewer, but his interviews are 3 and 4 hours long. It is not no shorts. Learning this stuff, it's a commitment.
I think it's just more the acknowledgement, though. You know what I'm saying? Besides just a little clip, Tim Ballard clip that I found talking about Tom Harrison and the brain specialist. I heard my name. I was like, oh shit. When you're watching something
Right.
and you don't know, they never mentioned my name. So I'm just like crushing. And I'm like, uh-oh, what I do?
Not and give it a whole full-throated Cresha K. Easton, Kay Woodcock's daughter. Here's her channel. Y'all check her out. No, none of that. It's like Cresha called and said this.
Yeah. We got this from Crush's channel. I was still grateful though. About fell out.
Oh yes.
I was like, wow.
Yes.
I didn't know y'all knew I existed. Just saying. But
well, it's a rough world out there. It is cutthroat on who's going to cover it. I got the more likes and viewers and all that stuff. And, we don't have any sponsors. We don't have any, big people giving us
we
money.
just made 10,000. And so that's very organic. And I'm very proud of that. We should be proud of that because, that's fighting against algorithm. That's fighting against everything is uphill. There's no traction in this. Trust me. I have the opportunity. I'm in that spot where I could interview. I could, just like all the other ones. But it's cricket, because I'm just like, well, and I'm like, well, I can polish up a little bit, but damn, I'm not gonna do it on my channel. My channel, I'm gonna be me,
Right.
Well, that's up to them. Dateline, I'm sure, is not going to want me. We know now why, because we're going to protect the church, and I'm not going to do that. So, and then, that's East Idaho News. That's gone. And then I did do a little one with Justin Lum. I still haven't found it, though. It was like a lunch live, but I don't remember. I don't. It's kind of more difficult to find the stuff on Fox 10 News, But
they're like, oh, that's the one that tries to blame it on the church.
Right. And I'm like, oh, is that what somebody
He's
told
like-
you? Because you haven't come here and watched. You haven't listened to me, So, I wouldn't have to if people wouldn't be whitewashing it and distancing.
And if it didn't keep
Right.
happening over and over again,
Right.
there's a pattern of murders and deaths, the same stuff.
But they're the first people that want to exploit the next crime or, continue on.
Yeah,
with
there's
with-
money to be made off of this thing. There's
Yes,
money to
ma'am.
be made off of this.
Yes. There's a dime in crime.
Golly.
And I'm not hating. I really, I can respect. I do. I have to. I can respect, and doesn't mean I'm launching. I don't think black and white.
Yeah, I got it. My brain is going both ways at the same time on this too, because I understand. I'm grateful that it got attention. I'm grateful that these things happen. But y'all go on and push through and tell the story.
All right, tell it the right way. Do if you're not doing anything. It's not for. If it's because of me, then I'll resign. If just do it for the victims. It's for the victims. That's it. That's all.
You, Cresha. I swear, it's all about protecting the church, protecting the group, protecting this bunch, that bunch, and I'm just like, if somebody in your group is acting up, you should want to throw them out, throw them out.
Either way. Oh, no, ma'am. He is not. I think you had asked that before, but I don't remember. But no, he's not.
I've talked to my brother so much, like he's a speaker sometimes in the Baptist church and stuff. And he asked me, he said, would you be willing to come and give a talk at the church about Mormonism and Joseph Smith. And I was like, gosh, I don't know about all that. I'm just giving y'all the Mississippi version of it. Somebody's liable to strike me down over. I mean, there's a lot of facts. You can make errors pretty easy.
Will that help me, Jet Set? I was listening. I'm sorry. Will that help me, Jet Set Jay? I remember somebody, okay, when I think I was doing the jury selection, and I messed with a few little settings. And then I think Beach Bum is who told me that the ads were like all the time. And I'm like, oh my God, I pushed one button. So I went and pushed the button back, I think. And I don't know if I'm.
Can
I
you
don't
do
know.
that
It's
on the
not very
replay
user
ones
friendly.
and not on the live ones? Because I wondered about that.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, I do
because
monetize. I try to, because I don't have to, you know, it's easier. You don't have to answer all the questions, you know. So I try to do it ahead of
and
time.
nobody's offering
Usually I
us
don't.
nobody's offering us free mushrooms to advertise their products or nothing like that.
It is. And I feel weird, like, if somebody were to be like, you want to sponsor? And I would just be like, okay. It would just be weird. And it would need to be, I like supporting local small businesses, you know, like, well, you know, whenever Robbie, I remember he had one rocket something, and I was making some designs, and then I don't know, because I was going to surprise him and just try to, you know, push it, because I don't mind that. uh, that's how word of mouth
Sure.
is the best advertisement, right? And
Well,
we
I've been
do
talking
a lot of
about my
that here.
girlfriend that makes music, and anybody can go online and buy her music because I brag on it, you know. I
Yeah.
guess that's an ad.
But I mean, just word of mouth, and so, you know, I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see, what time is it? What are they doing over there in
They
down?
are freaking lollygagging.
They
I
are
am on the side.
lollygagging. He can't get his crap together. He can't get his exhibits together. And what are they deleting out of this thing that we got to see? Krisha, did they let Melanie Gibb and David Warwick go? Or are they still under subpoena?
Still under subpoena, maybe? Or did they? I don't know. I'm trying. I don't know.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't know. I'll Google it right after this break. I'm just kidding.
This is
Anyways.
crazy, isn't it?
Yes.
Brought to you by the Idaho. Oh, I did see one thing that was interesting. There was a new filing in Chad's case, and so I downloaded it to look at it. And all it is an order to pay John Pryor for the time that they wasted with that dude that came in.
Yes.
And it looks like he's been ordered to pay John Pryor $1,050. And he has to do it. Yeah.
And so John made that, or he will make that much money off this case.
There you go, John.
Plus
there
a house.
You go, John.
Plus, you know,
There
a
you
house
go.
I want to mow down and just mow it down. I just don't want that in there.
I swear there's no telling what you'd find if you did mow it down.
I'm good. I ain't trying to dig.
I swear.
I just want to mow it down and put some solar panels and lights into the heaven. You know?
Wonder, has anybody like made him an offer on it, or?
I don't know.
It's not a good location for making money.
I don't have that.
You know what I'm saying?
I'd like to buy my own house, much less freaking Chad's, just so I can knock it down.
Well, I meant
no.
Like maybe getting some money together in a group to buy it. I didn't mean me or you personally.
Oh yeah. And it turns out that Megan has the same idea as I do.
I saw
I was
that.
like, wow, that's pretty cool. So, I just need some backers. Because I'll help, but that's about all I can do.
I think cousins from another mother. That's Megan.
I'm just glad that there is someone on that side of the family that is being real, about the system, about the family system, and that way we can know. I mean, that's Alex, Melanie Pulowski, that's Lori, and then, so on and so forth. But I mean, that's a lot of people in one little family. Just saying. And I mean, I can throw Summer in there too a little bit.
So that whole Comic-Con thing is coming up in another week, I think. And I just can't imagine. I can't imagine that Summer would want to go do that.
That's another. I'm just like, it's bad on Nate, in my opinion. I just want an interview. Okay, obviously, it's not about it just I don't know. I don't like it. It stinks to me. And then on the other side of it is her, and I'm like, you got the gall to do that? And then watch, people are gonna be, oh, she's fine, and then they, and then here we are. It's just another damn shit show. Somebody who cannot, I'm sorry, but I'm just saying, she did not show up and represent her damn niece. She, however, the same day showed up on Nate Eaton's freaking channel. I've never interviewed her. Yeah, you did. I saw it. She got to, but you couldn't show up. You couldn't get, no, it just is bullshit. So, and maybe it's just a way to get to Lori because they network. It's what the hell they do. So
I started, I don't even, probably shouldn't talk about this, but I started to watch some of the Silver Lining thing. And damn it, they're starting something else where they're going to help people get jobs or something. I was like, that's another scam. And what's his face says, oh, I was a DJ and I instantly was able to become a pickleball expert. Well, you know what?
Get a freaking microphone out of the damn frame first, and then he can talk about
a
shit.
microphone. This only proves that a person who can talk well can talk themselves into anything. Because yes, if you can be a DJ and talk all day long, and your sister apparently talked some people into some shit too. Yeah, y'all got the gift of gab, and you probably could get a job. But lying and exaggerating to get one, or putting on some weird, I don't know, confidence of something I'm not sure about. And I'm sorry I said this, because can I get a job from y'all?
Right? Please, master. Please, master.
Dang.
What? I'm like, I don't really
I love you.
Like,
hey, Adam, I love you. I don't mean any harm, but damn, get a hold of yourself.
Damn, guys.
Get a hold of yourself.
You're in the real world, right?
I know some other DJs down here. You know what? DJs don't make the money they used to make, and they make them work a lot harder than they used to. Because I've heard that from other people who are in the radio industry, and so yeah, I'm sure.
My camera's blurry.
The guy that I worked with last, the art director, his wife was a morning DJ in Memphis, and it about killed her. She had to get out of it and wasn't making, the money she used to make. But she can talk and get another job. I love you. I'm not talking bad about you. I can't. I can talk, but I can't talk nobody into nothing.
Criticism, and I mean, but they avoid that shit with the plague.
I cannot make it. I can't talk nobody into nothing.
No. Oh yeah. I got your. Yeah. Let me read Robinette's text to me. She said, "Well, that was damn. You send me some more." Okay. She said, "I keep asking, where did Chad get all the fuel, wood or gas, to burn Tylee's body? It would take so much." Joe Murray testified under oath today. He was chopping wood behind his house the night Tammy was shot at. Oh my God, Crusher, they were all part of this. Co-conspirators, both known and unknown. Right? I know they're all part of it. And then, yeah, then I text her back and I was like, I start getting like, cause I'm start texting the connections and everything. And then I'm like, I got to finish this later. I got time to do it today. And she's like, why hasn't this come out about the co-conspirators? Or Garth. I mean, they had a whole grand jury for him, right? It's crazy. Okay, I won't read it all. Yeah, it sucks. So yeah, was Joe cutting wood, you know, for the to fuel the fire? We know he was according to that post where he's on the four-wheeler, Emma's on the four-wheeler, and their little boy. And it said teach them young. Okay. Then it had and so he's riding through the property on the four-wheeler. Whatever that means. And then he is looking. He just like Jason Mao did. But this was like April 12th, 2020. So it's before the children were found. But this is around the time that Chad Daybell was looking for a double wide ish. Okay. And so Joe Murray reaches out to Rexburg, whatever, show and sell, you know, just the local ads where you try and find stuff around your community. And he's looking for wall bricks, you know, for what? I'm just saying, and selling dirt. Selling dirt. So, you know, whatever. Hey, if they want to just be a little Satanist, that's fine. They can do what they do. They can just stay the hell over there, though. Yeah. Yeah. When you can support a murderer that killed your mother and has two children, two children buried on their backyard, you're capable of anything. And they're enabled and they're, you know, I would feel the way they talked, the way they testified, it was very small-minded, you know what I'm saying? And just the whole thing about the last thing I would do is be a law and you know, a policeman or work for the law. And it just real like just judgmental as all get out, you know? And I'm just like, why the hell don't y'all move? And if you don't like it, if you don't like people driving by, I don't like having, because this is what Joe Murray did to me whenever, I mean, and I'm not no damn law enforcement. And I mean, and I just go there every once in a while to the fence. I showed up and, you know, he pulls his damn camera out from way over there by the cozy cone. Okay. And he's pointing it at me. It made Jen kind of nervous. She was like, oh my God, let's go. And I was like, fuck him. Straight up. Fuck him. You know, like we're over here on this fence line. So back the hell up, you know, or whatever. I want to see my butt. Just saying. Uh, they can have all that. You know what I mean? Tyler and JJ aren't there. So the memorial has been done there. That's done. Okay. Over there. So it's time to, you know, blaze new trails like down to Arizona. Yeah, that's it, Sandy. Yeah. Hey, Sandy. How are you?
I have a little. I heard that that while this was all going on, that Joe Murray's parents were terrible to everybody. They were very loud and terrible to everybody.
Yeah.
But I heard recently that Joe Murray's mother thinks that Chad might be guilty.
Wow.
Mm. How
Alert
about
the
that,
press.
T?
Call Nate Eaton and tell him. You can line up a damn interview, okay? I'm just kidding. I'm just saying. You know, but you also have to think Joe Murray. I mean, he comes from his parents, and so, you know, it's learned behavior. You know, I'm just saying. Not saying that we're all our parents' fault, but I mean, you know, I'll just shut up about that. Next question. Yeah, a lot of anti-government. Yes. I looked it up. There's 21, 22 mentioned in Idaho alone. Let me go look and see if AVAL is still on the Southern Poverty Law Center website. Just for shits and giggles, you know. Another thing I found too, there's this lady she would go and talk on Latter-day Media preparing people, ran in the circuit, right? And so whenever I was looking into Best Friends Animal Society, I ran across Defending Utah. Okay. And I've learned quite a few things from them, but I learn things from people, but I don't have to adhere to all the things that I don't endorse them 100%. I just thank them. That's about it. But so Defending Utah, has exposed or is trying to expose like the Glenn Pace memo. So, I mean, I appreciate his advocacy work in that. But I mean, not everybody will line up with the values. You know what I'm saying? So, but he had this lady on named Shauna Cox, not related to them, I don't think, allegedly. And they were talking about the Best Friends Animal Society, which is that ties in with the Process Church of the Final Judgment, which ties into that's Scientology, which is Charles Manson. All this is like tied in like this underground, this whole underground scene. Okay, that's where like David Levitt and his wife are all into the Best Friend Society, and I'm new in this department, so I don't really. That's about all I know. And like Leah, what's her name? Leah Remini. Remember how I always said I'm gonna be the Rhea Lemony of the Mormon Church? Well, she's plugging the likes of the Best Friends Animal Society, and I can't endorse that. So, again, worldview shattered every day.
Well, I decided that to say Rhea Lemony is really kind of making fun of her, and it didn't matter. So I may become Rhea Lemony, just to be lemony of any kind.
Right. That was one of those jokes that I would tell, and then God's like, "Well, here you go, surprise," and I'm like, "Oh shit." Because I mean, used to I was like, "Well, I didn't mean it. I really don't want to go up against this damn system." Period.
All right,
I
thank
really
you. We've got our
don't want
jurors
to be
lined up, so
Hey.
please remain standing. We'll have them
Right in the
directed into the
courtroom.
courtroom, please.
Donna, don't take me.
All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell, continuing with direct examination of Mr. Eller. The exhibits been taken care of on 137 and admitted. So, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you may.
And Judge, could I have use of the Elmo? May I?
Yes.
And before we start with that, I just want to recap a little bit. You had mentioned that from your review of the devices and the data that was provided, that Chad Daybell's, there was no indication of a phone associated with Chad Daybell was indicated on September 23rd, 2019 and September 22nd, September 9th, 2019 on the Chad Daybell property. Is that correct?
That's correct. No device ID.
Did you happen to look as part of the, and I guess we'll start with this. There was a significant amount of data that was provided to you. Is that correct?
Yes, there was.
And in one instance, there was a sizable amount um, of data, terabytes on one particular indication, right?
Yes, I believe it was approximately 10 terabytes.
And 10 terabytes would fill a room about what size? Paper to paper.
The way that, you know, we've typically described that is if you were to take the Library of Congress, if it was all printed, just 1 terabyte would fill it.
Okay. So 10 times the Library of Congress is what you were reviewing. Okay. As part of your review, did you look at the status of any of the devices of Mr. Daybell in relation to the time of September 9th and September 23rd?
Yes, I looked at the return data for the chad.daybell@gmail.com, the information pertaining to that email account.
Would you be able, through that email account, to determine whether or not Mr. Daybell's account was enabled or not enabled?
I can say yes.
And when you say yes, does that mean that the account was enabled?
So the account itself was enabled and it lists the services that would have been part of that account.
Okay, and when we use the term that it's enabled, what does that mean?
That means it's active.
Does that mean it's receptive to gathering information?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to switch gears a little bit and go to the report that you prepared as part of your help in this case with me. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
Judge, if I could have the Elmo again, I'm sorry.
You may.
Now we're looking at information as it relates to, I'll refer first to September 6th of 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what does this information represent?
It represents information that was returned by Google for the Homer Maximus at gmail.com location data.
And whose phone would be assigned to the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com?
Alex Cox.
So I start with September 6th of 2019, and it looks like it says 12/42/54 on September 6th. And what does that information suggest?
That information suggests that there was a location point located in the records for a device associated with that account to be at or near the Chad Daybell residence at that time.
Now at 12:42, it says Chad Daybell residence with that longitude and latitude.
That's correct.
Would that suggest that that device was on the Chad Daybell residence on September 6th at that time?
Yes, it would suggest it was there on the property.
And then again at 12:44?
Yes, that's correct.
And then again at 12:51?
Yes, that's correct.
Then at 12:53?
That's correct.
Now, is there any way to determine between those times whether or not at any time between the minutes between those that that device left the residence?
No.
Okay. And then at 12:55, the device associated with Alex Cox placed him on the residence or south of the residence?
That's correct.
And you put it something called Salem Pines Lane, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Any information that, do you have any information to suggest that Chad Daybell was at that location on September 6th?
I do not.
Okay. We'll go to September 9th. And on September 9th, are we still talking about the device associated with Alex Cox?
Yes, that's correct.
And at that point, we have a 9:15:43. It looks like it says south of Chad Daybell residence. You see
Yes,
that?
that's correct.
And then at 9:21:36, Chad Daybell residence, correct?
Yes.
Now I want to go back to the geofence. And when you talked about the geofence and the identifiers, the indication is this 921 is consistent with what Officer Stubbs had indicated. And Officer Balance indicated about the locator ID on the Daybell property. Is that correct?
That is
I'm going to
correct.
object to that question. Nick, Balance did not testify about the geofence.
Sustained.
Officer Stubbs testify about the geofence?
Yes, that's correct.
And then again, we show the device at 9:22:50, again indicating the device is at the Chad Daybell residence.
That's correct.
And then at 9:26, there's a indication that the device is at the residence.
That's correct.
And then there's a gap between 9:26 and 10:39. Between 9:26 and 10:39, is there any indication that the device would still be at the Chad Daybell residence?
There's no data to show that it was there, but there's also no data to show it was not.
So it's undetermined as to whether or not the device was there or not.
That's correct.
Would it be unusual for there not to be some sort of a ping or indication that the device was there?
It depends on what's being used on the device or if the
Okay.
device is powered on.
Okay. And then we go to 10:41. So between 9:21 and 10:39, well, from 9:21 to 9:26, for that 5 minutes, we know the device was at or near the Chad Daybell residence, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
Between 9:21 and 9:26, we know that the device was at or near the Daybell residence. Is that correct?
Yes, there were 3 location points that showed that.
Okay. And then from 9:26 to 10:39, we can't say one way or the other where the device associated with Alex Cox was in terms of that property. Is that correct?
That's correct, not from this data.
Okay. And from 9:39 to 10:41, at that point, the device at 10:41 appears to be in the vicinity of the Daybell residence.
That's correct.
Do you recall what vicinity it was in?
I believe it was, without seeing the map that associated with this, but I believe it was near the front of it.
Okay. And then at 10:43 again,
Yes, that's correct.
and then at 10:57, we're back at the residence. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then from 10:57 to 11:39, you have some movement. Is that correct?
Yes,
So at 10:57, there's some movement. And then 11:39, you have it in the vicinity. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And then moving on, you have it north of the residence. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, I went back with you with the, in terms of Alex Cox's device showing that he's at least partially between 9:21 and 10:57. He was on the property and potentially off the property during that time, correct?
Could be.
Okay. And are you aware of any communications between, any communications in terms of text messages or emails that were sent from the Chad Daybell device?
Yes,
And would those emails or text messages that were sent, would those have indicated a identification number and a location through Google by the use of that device?
they could have.
And at no point did they indicate that by the sending of a text message through the Chad Daybell device, that he was in the vicinity of the Chad Daybell property. Is that correct?
No records that I was provided showed that.
And again, September at 2:30, we have west of the Chad Daybell residence, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then south of the Chad Daybell residence?
That's correct.
If you don't have a specific recollection, but if you do have a recollection, you know how far he was from the residence?
I don't remember.
Okay. And again, we discussed this through your geofence testimony about the device of the Alex Cox device, indicating that the device was on the Chad Daybell residence on September 23rd, correct?
That's correct.
And on September 23rd, you also testified that there is no geofence evidence or indication through Google or any electronic evidence suggesting that on the 23rd of September, Chad Daybell's device was there as well, correct?
No evidence I reviewed could place him at the residence.
Okay. And again, we place him at the residence from 10:55 to approximately 10:12. Is that correct?
That would be 9:55.
I'm sorry, I said 10. Not, thank you for correcting me. 9:55 to 10:12. Is that correct?
That is correct. Multiple time points in that time period.
We then go to the September 25, 2019. Do you see that?
Yes,
And again, we have the indication of Alex Cox's device on the Chad Daybell residence.
that's correct.
And that would have been from 10:05 on the 25th of September. Is that right?
That is correct.
To 10:24 on the 25th of September. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, we're referring to October 9 of 2019. And that would have been the date of the alleged paintball incident. The time that we have for Alex Cox, we didn't place him at any time on October 9th on the Daybell property. Is that correct?
The records did not.
But the records did show that he was south of the residence at 450, correct?
Yes, it did.
And then south again for someplace at 501, at a place called Salem Pines Lane.
That is correct.
So we have him there for 11 minutes south and east of the Daybell property, correct?
That is correct.
What is the radius for all of these?
I would have to look at it, but I believe it's 1.4 miles.
Okay. So 1.4 miles from the Daybell residence, that would be the marker for what you use to establish contact or lack of contact.
That's the radius we used around the Daybell residence to associate to whether there was a time point that would be associated with this data.
Now, previously you saw from I believe it was Officer Stubbs, they used a 2.6 or a 3-mile radius for theirs in terms of the location data for Mr. Daybell. Is that,
Objection misstates the evidence.
Sustain.
do you recall what the radius that was used by Officer Stubbs in his report?
250 meters.
250 meters. And the significance of going out to a larger radius would have been what?
It would just capture more location points of the device.
Does it affect the accuracy by just expanding the radius of how far you go out to determine this?
No,
So there's nothing in terms of accuracy that changes as a result of just going further out to try to gain more location points for, at least for Alex Cox's phone. Is that correct?
that's correct. The accuracy would be a separate reading. This was just putting points within a specific radius.
Okay. And then we didn't include this on the report, but you also reviewed information as it related to October 19th in regards to the the device of Alex Cox. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what were your findings in regards to October 19th?
There was no indication that it was at or near the property based on our findings, which is why it's not in our report.
Okay. And then when you say that there was no indication that the Alex Cox device was there on the 19th, that is within a 1.5 mile radius of his property,
1.4.
1.4 mile radius of his property?
That's correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the concept of drive testing.
Okay.
You heard some testimony previously about the drive testing that was conducted as part of this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in your review, did you come to some determinations as to what your understanding of what they did in terms of the drive testing?
Yes, I did.
What indications did you arrive at?
So the drive testing that was completed showed the coverage area for multiple towers surrounding that area. What that does is it shows you the coverage area that could be used by a device. It does not show you RF signal strength or signal strength from a device, but also what the coverage area does is from a drive test just allows you to see where you would be able to potentially reach a tower if you were to utilize your device across the cellular network.
Okay. So in other words, when you're talking about towers, if there's a certain angle, and let's say it's a 120-degree angle,
Yes,
that angle goes out for an extended period of time.
it does.
And wherever there may be overlap or otherwise, the distance that goes out determines a significantly large area for cell tower testing, right?
That is correct. And the difference in listening to the testimony about the drive test was when it was discussed about.
Objection, this is non-responsive to a question.
Stain.
So based on the testimony that you heard about the drive testing, what were your concerns?
My concerns were the 5 degrees beam width difference that was reported between 2019 and 2020.
Okay. And when you say 5 degrees difference, what would that affect?
Well, it wasn't explained which way it was 5 degrees. So when you look at that sector, it's 60 degrees counterclockwise and 60 degrees clockwise. And without knowing the 5 degrees that it was off, it could change dramatically that coverage area, depending on how far away a device would have been from the tower when it was made from that sector.
So for the use of drive testing, would that be, and given what you just stated, would that cause a concern about the reliability of drive testing?
It wouldn't cause a concern for reliability about drive testing itself. I would just wonder if the 5 degrees was taken into account for the mapping of the drive testing
Okay.
for presentation purposes.
Is drive testing considered a scientific test?
Drive testing is used by the mobile network carriers and providers to test tower coverage for signals.
It's not to be used to determine the location of a device to any extent of accuracy. Would that be fair?
The drive test itself can't locate the device. It only shows tower coverage.
Okay. There was some discussion about something called gladiator forensics. You recall that?
Yes.
And you recall that I believe it was Agent Balance talked about the availability of gladiator forensics to the public to test devices.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you look into the availability of Gladiator forensics for someone like your corporation or the public?
I did.
And what did you find?
They responded to me that it is law enforcement and government only.
So is there any way to you to challenge the reliability of Gladiator forensics or their testing without a law enforcement license to do so?
Not with their tool.
Okay, so in other words, when some of the testimony regarding data, regarding phone coverage, regarding all of those things, you wouldn't, given that they use the tool of Gladiator forensics, you would not be able to challenge and we would have to rely on solely what they claim to be the information. Would that be correct?
You can take that data and map it utilizing other tools, but that doesn't mean that the algorithms that their tool is using will be the same. So the results may or may not show based on what is being set up inside the tool by the manufacturer for the parsing of that data. So not testing it with the same tool does not necessarily give you a reliable accuracy based on the tool they used.
Okay. So if there was a representation that Gladiator forensics could be purchased by anyone for use, would that have been an inaccurate statement?
Objection, misstates the testimony. That was never said.
Sustained.
Do you recall Officer Belenz talking about the availability of Gladiator forensics?
I do.
And what do you recall him saying?
He said that their tools are not, but the tools that you use to do drive testing, meaning the antennas, the signals, and they talk about it, being calibrated by Rhodes and Schwartz for the drive test tools, which I also reached out through Rhodes and Schwartz and through their distributors and was told that I could not purchase those either.
So we have to rely on law enforcement's representations as to the total accuracy of anything they're suggesting. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Can I utilize the Elmo again?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is some reference here to based on records that you obtained about communications. Do you recall who these communications were?
You're talking on the screen, September 1st, October 31st?
Yes,
Like through those dates?
yes.
Yes.
Did you detail the communications that took place when Alex Cox was identified to be at the vicinity or in the vicinity of the Daybell residence?
I did.
Okay. And you identified those by date, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So on September 9th, there's one voice call, is that correct?
That is correct.
On September 22nd, there were 8 text messages, 1 voice call.
That is correct.
On September 23rd, there was 1 voice call.
That is correct.
And October 9th, there's 13 text messages, 0 voice calls.
That is correct.
You didn't identify, those could potentially be to a number of different people. Would that be fair? They aren't necessarily Alex Cox calling the same person, right?
They are not.
Okay. And that was based on the data that you had at the time, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Judge, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, Mr. Wood, cross-examination.
I can be handed fence exhibit 139.
Yes.
And Your Honor, because of the digital nature of that, it may take me a minute to set up.
Okay.
And if I could also be handed States Exhibit 156 and 229 and 186.
All right, we'll work on getting those located and getting them delivered to you, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. And if it's all right, I'm going to wait to start until I have the exhibits so I can do it in a succinct fashion.
That's fine. We'll go ahead and get things located and wait.
There we go. Good morning, Mr. Eller.
Morning, sir.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, sir.
You don't need to call me sir.
Just habit.
I get it. I want to talk to you about September 9th, 2019 and the work you did in this case for that date. Are you aware of the significance of the date of September 9th, 2019?
Yes,
Are you aware through your investigation of the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan?
I am.
And that was September 8th, 2019, correct?
That's correct.
In preparation for your testimony, we just went over a written report you did. You created visual representations of the data you mapped, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, which exhibit?
This would be States Exhibit 139. And in fact, maybe we need to have a sidebar about the labeling of this because there's subparts on this exhibit. There's 14 subparts.
Previously admitted.
Yes, of 139 defense exhibit.
Okay, feel free to just continue, Mr. Wood. If we have questions, we can do
Okay.
that sidebar, but
Perfect.
if you can, for the clarity of the record, reference any sub exhibits.
Okay, and I would list this as Defense Exhibit 139 sub 3. And Mr. Eller, does this look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
This is the report you created, correct?
This is a slideshow that represents data from the report, yes.
Thank you. That's the more accurate way to say it. What does this slide represent?
As far as,
What's the data being portrayed on that slide?
it's just showing locations.
And are these locations related to the Homer J. Maximus Google account?
Yes.
And I've clicked on is this video? There's a video embedded in this.
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what this video shows?
Yes, the video would show the time frame represented and the points on when they would show on the map during that time frame.
All right. And this slide, what time frame does this cover?
I would have to see the slider for the video.
If I start playing it, would that aid you?
Yes,
Okay, I'm going to play it.
that entry said 0915.
And is there indeed a label up here that says this is at Chad Daybell's residence?
That's correct.
I want to go back to earlier in the day. What does this video show? In fact, is it labeled?
It says video of all Google location data for September 9th.
So if we were to play this video, it would show all of the Homer J. Maximus location hits that you mapped out
For that date.
for that date. Correct, for September 9th.
Yes.
And did you put any limiting margin of error on these?
Yes,
Okay, and was that the 500 meters?
that's correct.
Thank you. So I'm going to start playing this video and I'm going to move it to about 2 minutes and 42 seconds. I'm going to start at 2:38. Can you make out what that data point is?
It is a Wi-Fi data point
Okay, and where is it located?
in the vicinity of Lori Vallow and Alex Cox's residence, I believe.
All right, and can you pinpoint at which residence it is at?
No. Not based on the visual representation on the screen.
Let me ask you this. Did you locate any data suggesting that the Homer J. Maximus account on the morning of September 9th, early morning of September 9th, went to apartment 175?
Did I map that out? No. I don't believe so.
Are you aware that a device associated with Homer J. Maximus at was it 107, apartment 107, Alex's apartment, in the early morning of September 9th,
Correct.
and then in the early morning hours went to apartment 175?
That's correct. Yes.
And it was there, do you know approximately how long it was there?
Not without looking at the records.
Okay.
It was several hours, I believe.
Okay, thank you. So he was there for some time in the early morning hours.
That's correct.
I want to talk about a little bit later in that day. You did some work detailing, Your Honor, if I could unpublish for a moment,
Yes.
phone calls that were made between Chad Daybell and Alex Cox, or numbers known to be associated with the Chad Daybell and Alex Cox, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, if I could republish.
Yes.
This chart, this shows a calling number, or this shows a phone call at 8:11 a.m., correct?
Yes, it does.
And the calling number is 208-690-9374, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that is a number associated with Chad Daybell, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And he calls 480-351-9120.
That's correct.
And that is a number associated with Alex Cox and the Homer J. Maximus account, correct?
That is correct.
And again, so that's at 8:11. Do you recall what time Alex Cox first shows up on Chad Daybell's property on September 9th?
I believe it is approximately 9:21.
So if we watched this video, you prepared it would tell us, correct?
I believe so.
And I'm going to pause when it first shows. So this data point that appears just south of Chad Daybell's residence.
That's correct.
And what is the time on that?
9:15.
All right. And what time was the phone call made from Chad to Alex?
I believe 8:11.
Yes, correct. Thank you. I'm going to play it again. And so what time
9:21.
does this show that Alex Cox's phone shows up on Chad Daybell's property?
9:21.
And this was also reflected in the cast report, correct, that you reviewed?
That's correct.
So just really quick, as we do this, the cast report used some different parameters than you did, correct?
That's correct.
So they used a 100-meter margin of error, and you used a 500-meter margin of error.
That's correct. There was 100 for that, 150, 250, 500 across all the different reports.
Right. And I'm just speaking about the cast.
Yes, that's correct.
And for different purposes, you might use a different margin of error, correct?
That's correct.
And at different points in an investigation, you might rely on different margins of error depending on what you're trying to do, correct?
Yes.
And so there's nothing invalid about using a 100-meter margin of error or a 500-meter margin of error, correct?
No, there's nothing invalid about either.
And Your Honor, I am going to now go to State's Exhibit 156, the cast report. And you reviewed this cast report, correct?
Could you clarify the exhibit number, Mr. Wood?
156.
156. Thank you.
It's not sure. You reviewed this cast report, correct, as part of your investigation?
Yes, once I received it.
So, and you recognize this slide?
Yes, I do.
And this slide shows in general some of the same data we were just looking at on the slide you presented.
That's correct.
And so just again, on September 9th, what you've established and what's also in the cast report is that Chad Daybell made a phone call to Alex Cox at 11 a.m.
At 8:11.
Thank you, at
AM.
8:11 a.m. And then just a little more than an hour later, Alex Cox or a phone associated with him or a device associated with him shows up at Chad Daybell's property.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the burial location of Tylee Ryan?
Based on the testimony and the evidence I reviewed, yes.
And in fact, did you map that out as well, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that some of these location points for the Homer J. Maximus account are in close proximity to both the burn pit on Chad Daybell's property and Tylee Ryan, and the final location spot for Tylee Ryan.
Yes.
As part of your investigation, you said you reviewed many devices
Devices and records, yes.
and records. Okay. In fact, real quick, I want to ask you about that. In your report, actually, I guess it's, can you tell us approximately which devices you reviewed?
Oh,
Is it too large of a number?
it's a large list. I mean, it was almost 10 terabytes of data that was turned over.
Okay. Yeah,
And
massive undertaking, correct?
yes, absolutely.
And it's difficult for any one person to get through all of that material, correct?
I spent a lot of late nights over Christmas going through data that was turned over. Yes.
Did you review a cell phone belonging to Tammy Daybell?
I don't remember at this time.
Okay, that's fine. You talked about not having any information, any geolocation data from Chad Daybell that placed him on the property, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware that he sent a text to his wife that placed him on the property?
Yes, but that doesn't place him on the property.
Are you aware that in his text, he talks about burning limbs in a fire pit?
Yes.
And are you aware that he talks about shooting a raccoon
Yes.
and that he talks about burying it in a pet cemetery?
Yes.
And are you aware that there was a pet cemetery on his property?
Yes.
And are you aware that that pet cemetery is the same location that Tylee Ryan was located?
Yes.
And are you aware, Mr. Eller, that upon finding that text message from Chad Daybell to his wife and combining that data with the data that you see right now and data that you've mapped as well, was how law enforcement
Judge,
found?
objection, speculation, and argumentative.
I'm asking if he's aware.
Mr. Wood, first, let me make a ruling, and before you make response, please. So the objection is overruled.
Okay, I'll ask the question again. Mr. Eller, are you aware that upon finding that email, or I'm sorry, that text from Chad Daybell to Tammy Daybell sent on September 9th, and looking at that data with the data that's placed on the screen right now, similar to data you've mapped, was how law enforcement found Tylee Ryan?
No.
Would it surprise you that that information was how law enforcement?
Judge,
found
I'm
Tylee
going to
Ryan?
object at this point. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Let's talk about September 23rd. And Your Honor, if I could unpublish for a minute.
You may
And I apologize for the pauses. There's just a lot of digital data to be working with.
understand.
I'm going to start with what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 139, Subpart 13. And if I could publish at this point.
You may.
Mr. Eller, do you recognize this chart?
Yes.
And at the bottom of that chart, there's a call record that's been, there's some details provided for.
Yes.
Who is the calling number? Or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. What is the calling number?
The calling number is 208-690-9374.
And is it correct that that number is associated with Chad Daybell?
Yes, that's correct.
And who is the call, or what is the called number?
480-351-9120.
And is it correct that that number is associated with Alex Cox?
Yes, that's correct.
And what time was that call?
0925.
And going back to your report, on September 23rd, the information you were provided placed the Homer J. Maximus or a device associated with Homer J. Maximus on Chad Daybell's property that morning, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it first showed up at 9:55 in the morning, correct?
I believe so.
So we have a situation here similar to.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. So there's a phone call made from Chad Daybell to Alex Cox at 9:25
Yes,
or numbers associated with them.
that's correct.
At 9:55, Alex Cox or a phone number or a device associated with them shows up on Chad Daybell's property.
That's correct.
Are you aware of the significance of September 23rd, 2019?
Yes,
What is that?
that is the day after the last sighting, I believe, of JJ.
Your Honor, if I could unpublish for a moment,
You may.
and I will be publishing from Defense Exhibit 139, subpart 5. And Your Honor, if I could publish.
You may.
Mr. Eller, do you recognize this slide?
Yes, I do.
Could you read the label of it?
Video of Google location data at Chad Daybell's residence on September 23rd, 2019.
And you prepared this video by mapping
Yes, that's correct.
of Homer J. Maximus, correct?
That's correct.
So I'm going to push play. And can you describe where I just paused, what the data being presented is?
Yes, that is a Wi-Fi location point with an accuracy of 50 meters on 923 at 0955.
And I'm going to push play again. And can you describe the data being represented here?
Yes, that is a GPS location point on 923 at 956 with an accuracy of 4 meters.
And would you agree that that location is close to the final or the spot where JJ Vallow's body was found?
Yes,
In fact, could you point with your marker? I believe you have it marked on that screen. Could you point to the location of JJ's body? Okay, thank you. I'm pushing play again and stopping. And what's the data here?
That is a location point from Wi-Fi source with 100-meter accuracy on 9/23 at 9:57.
And so at this point, is it fair to say that that device could have been located anywhere within that circle?
Yes,
I'm pushing play again. What is the data being represented here?
that is a location point that's GPS on 9/23 at 10:02 with 3-meter accuracy.
Thank you. And I'm pushing play again. And is this another spot you mapped? We don't need to list out all the details, but this was a
Yes.
spot you mapped, and this was at 10:05, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm pushing play again. This was a spot at 10:07 that you mapped.
That's correct.
Appears to be on the southwest corner of the property,
Yes.
but with it, that's a 92-meter
Radius.
radius.
Yes.
Thank you. Again, one more spot that you mapped at 10:12.
That is correct.
So you would agree with me that the Homer J. Maximus account that you mapped on September 9th shows spots close to the location of Tylee Ryan's body where it was located, correct?
You said September 9th? Yes.
Yeah, I'm going back to September 9th. I'm not trying to confuse you.
Okay.
Going back to September 9th.
Yes.
And on September 23rd, the Homer J. Maximus account is located, shows at least 2 points very close to the location of where JJ's body was located.
Yes.
And on both those days, within close to an hour of when the Homer J. Maximus account shows up on Chad Daybell's residence, Chad Daybell called Alex Cox.
That's correct.
And let me be correct, let me be specific. A phone number associated with Chad Daybell called a phone number associated with Alex Cox.
That's correct.
And just to be clear, you also, for this date, you also as well mapped out the whole day of geolocation data, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm not going to play it right now, but so that you could actually watch Chad Daybell's movements throughout the day.
Objection, Judge.
Overruled.
Judge, mischaracterization.
The question's not done yet, so at this stage, I'm overruling an objection. Go ahead, Mr. Wood.
Let me rephrase that either way. You can watch on these videos you prepared the location. I'm not going to say in real time because it's in shortened time, but of the location data of the Homer J. Maximus account.
That's correct.
And we talked about methodologies earlier, how sometimes in a different investigation, you might use one methodology, you might use something else for another investigation. And there's valid reasons to be using different methodologies, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, to determine when you would map out the Homer J. Maximus account as it relates to Chad Daybell's property, you drew a 1.4-mile circle around Chad Daybell's property.
That's correct.
And anytime the Homer J. Maximus account showed up in there, you would make note of that. Well, let me rephrase that. And I think you know what I'm trying to say, right? Once the Homer J. Maximus account showed up in there, if it had less than a 500-meter margin of error, you mapped it.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Defense Counsel spoke with you briefly about October 9th.
Yes.
And I would note in your report, and it's in there, that you disagree with the FBI about the number of text messages that were exchanged between Alex and Chad.
That's correct.
Even based on what you found.
That's correct.
Yeah, and based on what you found, you show that 13 text messages were exchanged between Chad Daybell and Alex Cox on October 9th.
That's correct.
And you're aware that that same day, Tammy Daybell reported being shot at by a paintball gun.
I didn't know that it was shot at. That's not what my understanding of it is.
Okay. But you're aware there was that incident.
That's correct.
Okay. And at the time of that incident, the Homer J. Maximus account, as far as you can tell, was located in Rexburg, correct?
That is, well, what I can tell is that it was not within that radius.
Okay. That's fair. So it wasn't in that 1.4 mile radius.
That's correct.
So you didn't map out where else it went.
I did, but
Okay.
it was not reported for the purpose of that report for that radius around the
Okay.
residence.
So you for the purposes of your investigation, you mapped it out. It's not on your report.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's fair. Are you aware through the Homer J. Maximus account where Alex Cox went earlier that day in Idaho Falls?
I believe so, yes.
Are you aware that he went to a Sportsman's Warehouse?
Yes.
Did you review any reports on what he purchased while he was there?
I believe it was in the discovery, yes.
Okay. Now, with your 1.4 mile radius, that excluded the Homer J. Maximus account for October 18th, correct?
That is correct.
But are you aware, or were you aware, that the Homer J. Maximus account was located 2.5 to 2.6 miles just south of Chad Daybell's residence that night?
At Salem Church, yes.
Okay, thank you. And you're aware that multiple text messages were shared between Chad Daybell and Alex Cox that night?
Yes.
And they were on phones that they had both activated on October 9th. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And is it because of the 1.4 mile radius that you did not include those text messages in your report?
That's correct.
Really quick on the geofence. Mr. Pryor talked with you about Detective Stubbs' testimony that Google informed him they would only return information on a specific number of Google IDs.
Yes, that's correct. I was a little confused at first because there's been a bunch of numbers and none of them were the same.
And it was your testimony that you're not familiar with Google doing that.
I'm not familiar with them limiting what we're asking them to describe or provide subscriber information for. That is correct.
But that doesn't mean that's not what they said to Mr. Stubbs.
That's correct. I seen no documentation from Google that said that they asked for that either, though.
Okay. That was based on his testimony.
Correct. I'm just saying from the Google responses, their returns and the emails that went back and forth through LERS, I didn't see anything where they said that they were limiting that.
Okay. And again, that information is just based on Detective Stubbs' testimony.
Correct.
And you do agree that in that geofence, the Homer J. Maximus account does show up on Chad Daybell's property.
Yes.
In fact, it's similar to these areas you've mapped.
Yes, I think identical.
Yes. And are you aware of, through your review of the discovery, Alex Cox's relationship with Chad Daybell?
I believe he's his brother-in-law.
Well, he was his brother-in-law, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that Alex Cox is deceased?
Yes, sorry.
No, that's okay. Did you review any iCloud accounts belonging to Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you listen to any audio of blessings being given by Chad Daybell?
Judge, I'm
to
going to
Alex
object at this
Cox?
point. It goes beyond the scope of direct examination.
Sustained.
May I briefly argue, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Wood.
I'm asking him about digital evidence he's reviewed, which was the substance of his testimony.
Judge, that's a broad sweep.
Yeah, I think it's outside the scope of anything brought up on direct, Mr. Wood, at this point.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. And you testified you were unable to find any geolocation data for Chad Daybell?
That's correct.
And you're aware through your review that Chad Daybell used multiple phones?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr.
I have multiple exhibits here to return to the court.
Very well.
Permission to approach the podium.
You may.
Mr. Eller, Prosecutor Wood indicated that there was a phone call at 8:11 from Chad Daybell to Alex Cox.
Yes.
Do you have any information that the warrants that they obtained from Google would have included data information from that phone call?
No.
In fact, there was no data information that they investigated regarding that phone call. Is that correct?
I believe that there would have been a record, a cell tower transmission record for the call.
But there would be no identifiable way to say the location of Mr. Daybell's phone. Is that right?
Not an exact location, no.
And then that applies to the 923 as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
On those phone calls, is there any indication, in fact, all of these phone calls that were referenced, is there any indication whatsoever of what was discussed on those phone calls?
No.
Okay. And again, on 9/9 and 9/23, during the time that Alex Cox's phone is showing he's on the Chad Daybell property, do you have any electronic information or data of any kind to suggest the Chad Daybell's device was on the property at the same exact time?
No.
Nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. All right, that'll conclude the testimony of Mr. Eller then. Are we going to have him remaining under subpoena from the defense?
No, Judge, he's excused. Thank you, Mr. Eller, for the defense.
State.
The state doesn't have him under subpoena, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That concludes your testimony. Thank you for appearing and testifying today. You can go ahead and step down.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, the defense may call its next witness, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I may need a minute to see if he's arrived.
Okay,
He's here. I've been told he's here. May I have again permission to approach the podium, Judge?
yes.
And if the court would allow me when I may proceed.
Yeah.
Judge, the defense would call Dr. Greg Hampikian.
Very well.
And Judge, while we're waiting for Dr. Hampikian, there was a stipulated exhibit that the court had delayed ruling on. The Atria, it was a 49A. It's in the possession of the clerk. I'm asking at this point, my understanding is that by stipulation of the parties that that exhibit would be admitted.
Which prosecutor's responding on this?
I am, Your Honor, and I'd ask for a sidebar real quick.
Very well.
So I guess we're waiting on his guy to show up to give testimony, his expert that I couldn't pronounce his name. Who is that big boy over there? Can you see my cursor? Who is that big boy over there in the corner standing up in the window crossing his arms right now? Does anybody know if he's a relative or a friend? I've tried to look at the other people. I see Larry stretching. And I just want to say, while we're waiting for them to come back, that we always want to be respectful about health situations. And, you know, if somebody wants to volunteer something, that's one thing. But we want to be careful. Send out prayers for those, but not get all up in their business. Okay, I'm going to step back and wait for them.
All right, thank you, counsel. After the sidebar, I'll suggest still we have the witness take the stand, and if there's a proposed offering of an exhibit, we'll take that up after the witness has been on the stand and under oath. So I know they were in the courtroom, Dr. Hampikian, as they go ahead and have him brought in, please.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
I'm Greg, Greg, Hampikian, Ham as in Mary, P as in Peter, Kian as in Nancy.
Okay. And it's Dr. Hampikian, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, in full disclosure, we do know each other, don't we?
from this case, yes.
Okay, and how would you prefer, for purposes of this hearing, that I address you as either your first name, or was Dr. Hampikian what you would prefer?
Probably given the formality, Dr. Hampikian's
Okay.
what I'm used to.
So, Dr. Hampikian, can you briefly explain to me your occupation?
I'm a professor at Boise State University. I have a laboratory there. We work on a lot of DNA projects, forensics, viruses, cancer, and I have a joint appointment. So I'm in the biology department, but I have a joint appointment in criminal justice so that I can take on some of their students for projects, occasionally lecture over there. And then I'm an adjunct lecturer at the University of Idaho College of Law. And then I also consult on cases like this, which are private cases. And I head up something called the Forensic Justice Project that deals with testing DNA in cases where people write in and say they're innocent, they've been convicted wrongfully.
And in that regard, with your forensics project, is that a nationally renowned project or organization?
It's funded nationally. We work right now in, I think, a dozen states, and we have a grant from the Department of Justice. They don't endorse anything I say. I always have to say that about my funding agencies. To work in 5 states in particular, doing DNA reviews of cases.
Okay, and there's no particular distinction. You will do work for defense work, and you will do work for prosecution work. Is that fair?
Sure, yes.
And have you testified previously in cases regarding DNA analysis?
Yes, dozens of times, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And can you briefly explain to me your educational background?
I have a PhD in genetics, a bachelor's in biology, a master's in genetics, all from the University of Connecticut in Storrs. I've had postdoctoral training after that on a National Science Foundation grant in Australia, working on the Y chromosome, the male chromosome, and then more postdoctoral training in Massachusetts in developmental biology, and a lot of professional development around forensics. And that's mostly done through the American Academy of Forensic Sciences or some of our annual meetings.
Is there any special accreditation or academic achievements that are recognized as part of your time doing DNA analysis?
I mean, the most important things are our publications. That's what we're judged by. So these are sent out for peer review. If 2 of the 3 editors think it's good, we might have to fix a few things and then it gets published. But I consider that the most important thing. And then we have certifications to put DNA in certain databases. There's a Y chromosome database. Of course, I have tenure at the university, which is another hoop. So there's lots of hoops we had to go through.
And this is not, this is Boise, Idaho that we're in, but you're an international, you're sought after in an international capacity. Would that be fair?
I don't know about
Objection
thought
argumented.
after.
It's bolstering the
Hold on.
witness.
All right, first of all, Ken, I'll be talking at the same time to keep clear record. When there's an objection made, please pause so the court can roll, and the court is going to sustain that objection.
Have you had an occasion to work with international police?
Yes, I've worked with the French police. My mother lived in France at the end of her life, and I had good relations with them. We actually published a case that we worked on. It was a big national case that had languished for many years. It was the first time that a type of DNA familial searching was used. So we published an article, and I've worked with the Taiwan Forensic Science Lab, and we also published a case, and that was a man who was wrongfully convicted with DNA analysis that we asked to review, and the lab did the laboratory wet work at our request, and then we wrote a report together and then published an article.
So not only is your organization do your own DNA analysis, you peer review others as well. Would that be fair?
Yeah, right now, most of the work is review. It comes in on computer disks, so it's run at independent accredited forensic labs, mostly in America, a few international cases.
You mentioned the French case. Would that have been the Amanda Knox case?
No, Amanda was in Italy, and
That's
that
right.
was, yeah, that was a different case. The French case was Elodie Kulik.
Did you have any involvement in the Amanda Knox case?
I did have some involvement in that case. I worked on it for several years with the defense side, starting during the original trial where she was convicted, and then staying with it through to her ultimate exoneration.
And when you say ultimate exoneration, eventually she was, through part of your efforts with DNA, she was exonerated of the charges. Is that right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, bolstering the witness.
Oh, hold on. There's an objection. I'm sustaining the objection, striking any answer that came after.
About how many cases, well, before we get to that, about how long have you been doing this forensic DNA work?
Since about 1989.
Okay. And about how many cases have you worked on?
Work is some of these cases take years and years of a lot of work, and some of them are just quick reviews, but I'm sure I'm in the hundreds by now.
Okay. And you already mentioned that you publish your work in peer-reviewed journals. Is that correct?
Yes, that's required really of the academic position.
And required if as part of being affiliated in some capacity with Boise State?
They generally don't let you stay if you're not publishing. Yeah.
Okay. And then I think I mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again. You do work with the police on these cases as well. Is that correct?
Yes, particularly in cases where the state labs don't have the technology, and we have the technology, or they haven't yet validated the technology, and we can help the police. And a lot of what I'd call difficult DNA cases where they're over 20 years old, say, and we're reopening them. So we have a lot of officers come to the lab.
You mentioned that, and that was where I was leading next, is there are instances where our own state lab doesn't have the facilities or the understanding to engage in certain testing that you have. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say they don't have the understanding, but they have a very difficult process. They have to validate, you may have heard from their experts, all of the techniques. I mean, it's a public lab. And so we're a research lab. We can kind of get to the newer technology more easily. And that's really the reason why I think people would come to us.
Okay. And you have testified in regards to helping the prosecution in cases as well. Is that correct?
I've been listed as a witness here in Idaho, didn't testify. I did testify in Atlanta, Georgia, and was paid by the Fulton County to testify.
As part of your, I'm sorry, I'll slow down. As part of your employment, is it part of your employment to train students who work in police forensic DNA laboratories?
Yes, I teach the forensic biology course. It's the only one at the university. And so several of my students have gone on and gotten jobs in forensic science in the laboratories. I have a graduate student who works in one of the with one of the police agencies right now. So a lot of people have come through the lab and end up in forensic science, some of them in state labs.
And as part of your occupation as well, have you had the occasion to instruct and train judges on DNA analysis?
So judges come a lot of times to the professional development that I offer for all lawyers. But specifically, I was invited twice to Montana to train the judges and then once to Israel to train judges.
Okay. And has it had the occasion where you have helped solve what are referred to as cold cases?
Yes, I'd say the one I referred to in France is a notable example. And then uh, Christopher Tapp, who was exonerated here in Idaho. We worked with the Idaho Falls Police Department to find a new DNA match, who eventually confessed to the crime that Mr. Tapp had served wrongfully for. And there's a case now that's going on in Idaho where we helped the police establish a new match in a murder that was many decades old. But that's not finished yet.
Okay, and so when when I talk about what is called a cold case, that means a case that occurred sometime previously?
It has several definitions. I like to think them as old cases that, are just not getting a lot of movement forward. And some agencies will refer to them as cold cases. And there's actually special funding you can get from the Department of Justice that are aimed at solving these cases. So there are cases where there's no active suspect, and methods like genealogy, one of the new methods, can be used.
Do you have a DNA lab at your location?
Yes.
And is that a fully functioning DNA lab?
On good days, it's it has the equipment that's similar to the forensic equipment that the Idaho State Police Lab has. We're not doing active casework, though. I send any evidence now to accredited independent labs, either the state lab or an independent lab. And that's mostly because I don't want everybody in the lab to get subpoenaed to come and work like something like this. And it's just easier. So for somebody writing a check, they can take all the responsibility for everything that happens handling wet lab items.
You mentioned the state lab. Has there been occasions when the state lab has reached out to you, the Idaho State Lab has reached out to you to consult you on issues?
I don't think the state labs reached out to me. We've talked, and I certainly know some of the analysts, but I can't remember them reaching out to me.
And you do teach forensic courses as well at Boise State?
I teach forensic biology at the law school. I teach a course called Wrongful Convictions that looks at how we reopen cases with DNA. So that's kind of a forensics class. And periodically, I'll teach seminars on forensics.
And how often would you say that you testify?
5-6 times a year, maybe, or less.
Okay. Is there a reason or an understanding as to why you don't testify more often?
I mean, most times if I review a case, I'm getting a bunch of data and I can run it through our software and check on things, and I go through all the records. And if I'm not contributing something new that someone has hired me to look at, they're not probably going to want to pay for more time for me to come and sit in a courtroom. So oftentimes, if I agree with what the lab has done and there's no questions, I'm not called to testify. And that's the vast majority of cases.
And would you describe your profession as a specialized scientific profession?
Yes.
And it takes specialized knowledge?
Yes.
And with your education and training, are there a number of people who obtain or have your specialized knowledge in this field?
I mean, I get to meet with my colleagues. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. There's a few thousand people there. And then I'm I'm going to another professional meeting in June, different one, and there'll be a few hundred people there, hopefully, when I get to speak as well.
And you're speaking there.
Yeah.
Are there any special certifications that are required to do what you do?
Certifications. I mean, I have to, anytime we do anything at the university, there's 2 oversight boards that we have to apply to. They have questions about our methodology in terms of humans, like are we compromising anybody's rights? Are we doing any experiments that would abuse somebody in some way or abuse their rights? And then I have to go through the biology safety committee, and they also review everything. And then every year we have to go through all of our training again to be certified to continue the research. So,
And in order to do what you do, it's important that you maintain those certifications and training. Is that correct?
me and everybody in my lab, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about a concept of transferring DNA. Can you, in general, give me a broad overview of what the concept of transfer of DNA means?
So transfer is really at the center of DNA. You've probably heard of latent print evidence. It's very hard to transfer somebody's thumbprint from your glass to, say, a weapon. But DNA can move very easily, and so we always have to be cautious about making conclusions about how DNA got somewhere. So I like to say DNA is really good at telling us something about who may have contributed, but the how it got there, that's really for the triers of fact, for the jury or the judge. And as a DNA analyst, I can't tell. And the reason I can't tell is because DNA does move. It's how we get it. We take a swab, it just is a Q-tip, you wet it, and you rub it on something. And then you take a dry swab and you rub it. And both of those, just like you might clean up a pudding stain or something from a kid on a cloth, you transfer some of that material to your swabs, a wet swab and a dry swab. And then you have to get that material off the swab, and it's as easy as putting it in water with a few chemicals, and the DNA comes off. So DNA moves around all the time. When we talk about touch DNA, a term I really don't like because it implies we know how it got somewhere, someone touched with their hand, but really the way we get DNA on our hands, what the research shows is you touch your face, you're washing your hands during the day, but you touch parts of your body, you might scratch your ear, whatever, and all of those loose cells are transferred to your hands. So even what we call touch DNA is mostly transferred from somewhere else. So that's why I'm very cautious about speculating how DNA got anywhere. I don't know any better than anyone with common sense how DNA got somewhere. It's who could have contributed it.
Okay. So it's an issue of who contributed as to how it actually got there.
For me, yes, that's what I think is the limits of my ability.
And the fluidity of DNA, there's a number of manners in which DNA can be transferred. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about touch and swabbing with a liquid. You could just sweat and some of those cells will roll down with the sweat. So all the ways you can imagine dust, say, moving, DNA can move.
So you just mentioned that the manner in which dust can move, would that be the same manner in which DNA can move?
If it's dry and flaky, but DNA can also be in liquids. So yeah, it has a variety of ways of transferring.
So my touching of this microphone,
Mhm.
potentially I could have placed my DNA on the speaker of this.
Likely you did, whether it will be detected with a single swab or not, I don't know. But yeah, we on contact, our cells are shedding all the time. So on contact, you're probably leaving a few.
So when you say something as likely as touching something, if you were to have any kind of contact with any particular item, is there a high likelihood or a good likelihood that DNA would be transferred to that item?
Several levels to that question. When did I wash my hands? How long did I touch it? How vigorously? Am I a shedder? Do I have psoriasis or dandruff? And so there's a lot of questions just about me and my contact with something or a person's contact. But then there's also the laboratory, what technique they're using. In my lab, we can detect down to a single cell, not 100% of the time, maybe 20% of the time or so, where we can get DNA from a single cell if we want to.
And I'm going to jump around a little bit before
Mhm.
I get back to the single cell
Yeah.
analysis. DNA and the transfer of DNA can be in relation to how much friction's involved with the surfaces. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And talk a little bit about that.
Just like when you want to rub something off your body or exfoliate, the more rubbing, obviously, the more raw you're going to make the skin. And the first thing that comes off is just an outer layer. That's all the dried keratinocytes. They kind of link together and they give you waterproofing. So that first layer goes. But if you keep scrubbing, you'll get down to tissue. You'll get tissue fluid, and then you'll get blood, and you'll get other bits of tissue. So it depends how vigorous in terms of how far down you go, how many layers, and then also just the amount of friction. Just like you'd imagine, if you're filing your nails, more friction, more removal of biological material.
For those of us that don't have your significant knowledge in this area, I would like to talk a little bit about this concept of what, and if you could put it into some context, what is a single cell?
Oh, it's very small. You can't see it unless it's a human egg cell. You can actually see they're big enough to see. But the type of cells we're talking about, the epithelial cell, you have to have a microscope to see. And so you can transfer hundreds, or I'm told we transfer pounds of these skin cells. So we're leaving a lot of them, and they're very small.
So and you're leading into my next question, because you can analyze down to a very minute cell that only can be detected with a microscope. Is that correct?
Yes.
But as humans, would it be fair to suggest that we are in a constant process of shedding skin and our DNA at all times of the day?
Yes. Yeah.
So in all likelihood, as I walk around, and if I'm shedding, my DNA is being placed all over this table, right?
Yes.
And even if I go to sit down in that chair, as a human, and the fact that we are human beings that are in a constant state of shedding, would my DNA also be transferred to that chair by sitting down on it?
It could, or if somebody else's DNA is on your pants because you sat somewhere where they, had their hand down, you could transfer someone else's as well.
And in addition, if you were to pick up or hold an object of any kind, there be a high likelihood, a good likelihood? Is there any way to determine what the likelihood is of how your DNA and what DNA would be on that item that you would pick up?
In a laboratory setting, there's studies that are done. We've done them in my lab where, you hold something quickly, you grab it and you rub it. We've tried a bunch of different things. And I think it's kind of common sense about the trends. The more friction, the more time, the more transfer. But there are shocking things. Sometimes somebody handles something a lot, you get no DNA. Sometimes somebody just taps it and you get tons of DNA. So I don't know how to ascribe a likelihood in a crime situation or a field situation. Just those general rules about time and friction are important.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, there are a number of ways to transfer DNA onto an object. Would that be fair?
Yes.
There would be ways in which you would touch an item and physically have contact with it. That's one way, correct?
Correct.
There would be a suggestion that if you were just around the object and you were, like many humans, shedding your cells would naturally fall on or be present on anything that you might be around.
They could.
Your hair can fall out and be on something if you were to do that as well, just being in the vicinity.
Yes, common sense would show
Or if you were doing something rigorous or doing something in the form of an exercise and some of your hair comes out and falls, that's another way to track DNA.
Yeah, the hair is shedding like the skin and just more obviously.
So if you're around something, there is a strong likelihood that your hair is shedding, and then you're putting your DNA, again, I could be putting my DNA on that chair by shedding, correct?
You could, and if we looked for what we call environmental DNA, I'm sure all of us who've been in this room, have a high likelihood of showing up if the room is sampled really well.
And aside from DNA that falls off of your hair and falls off of our shedding bodies and skin, is there possible that DNA could also be transferred through our breath?
There have been studies that show that, and now they're having like swabs outside of zoos, and they're detecting all the animals who live in the zoo. So there is a certain amount of DNA that is transferred in the air. And that's really an area that people are developing right now.
Okay, so in other words, the breathing on some object. I'm not talking about any other fluids. We'll get to that in a second. But the breathing on an object, or if you're involved in a situation where you're engaging in heavy exertion, and as part of that heavy exertion, you're breathing onto an object, potentially there would be DNA of you on that as well, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And then we'll go to fluids. We can get DNA by way of perspiration, by sweating.
Yes.
If you're doing some sort of physical activity,
Yes.
and a drop of your sweat were to fall on an object, perspiration, that would be another way that you would find DNA on an object as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then by way of spitting, as much as disgusting as it might be, all of us have been guilty of being involved in situations where fluid comes out of our mouth and places itself on DNA, correct?
Correct.
And then as far as sneezing or breathing out of our nose, if we have any kind of a cold or any sort of issue with that, again, that's another way that DNA could be placed on an object. Is that correct?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that there are a variety of ways and manners in which DNA can accumulate on any object that you're around?
Yes.
It could be by way of fluid, correct?
Correct.
It could be by way of air, through the air.
Yes.
It could be by way of hair.
Yes.
It could be by way of having a physical touch with the object, as much depending on the level of how often you touched it, correct?
Correct.
Are there any that I'm missing?
Oh. I've reviewed all kinds of cases. People leave DNA in a bite mark of a cheese sandwich and a gum wrapper. There's lots of ways you can think of trying to find. And I always tell people, if they say, "Hey, can I get DNA off this thing?" I'm like, "We won't know until we try." And so I've been surprised. We've gotten DNA from bodies that have been submerged in water for days. Foreign DNA, and that always surprises me. You just don't know until you try.
So would it be fair to say that there's no real way to take any precautions to prevent your DNA from being placed on anything in particular? Would that be fair?
Oh, I think there's
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. I'll rephrase. In other words, DNA has a lot of fluidity.
movement-wise.
Movement.
Yes. Mhm.
And there are a number of ways and manners in which your DNA, whether you mean it or not, inadvertently or intentionally, can be placed on items with even the most limited amount of contact. Would that be fair?
Yes, it's not always the case, but you test it and you see. Yes.
Okay. And Judge, at this,
Yeah, I apologize. We do have a request for a break at this
and
point.
Judge, I was going to do that. I'm going to be getting into an area that I think maybe we
All right.
could take our break. I would ask Dr. Hampikian to please show up again after lunch.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take the lunch recess at this time. We'll recess from 12 to 1, be back on for additional testimony at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, please.
Well, that was predictable, huh? I don't think this guy's helping him either. I mean, he's trying to, but I don't think he's helping him either. So, oh my gosh. I'm going to put a little background music on since my thoughts are disjointed. Better not do call me a god today. Have some. There you go. That my straw is making racket because it's gotten bent or something, and my hole in the top of it is not working right. Sorry. Yeah, I was kind of getting weirded out by that last little bit of like, I don't know where Pryor was going with that. Y'all think he's got some bombshell DNA evidence? If he does, I bet it doesn't help Chad. So, wow, we've had all these technical. I would like go back and listen to that again, but I'd rather go to the dentist and get my teeth pulled out. But I don't think that he made any headway with the jury, except for to think, oh my God, he's wasting our time. Please, let's go talk about this thing. What do y'all think? I'm going to read comments. I'm going to read y'all's diaries in the Dollar Tree. Let's see. Okay, so everybody's getting a lunch. I hear a lot of people said, I'll be back in a bit. Y'all, get y'all something to eat. Get you some food. Get you some libations. Get you something to drink. Get you something to smoke. If that's what you do what you do. And we'll be here to talk about it. Oh my God. This day has just been so, it's hard to listen to John Pryor anytime, but John Pryor talking about Excel sheets and math is about as boring a thing as you can get. Kim Stern says, I kind of like a witness, but not where Pryor is starting to go with this. I know it's weird. Just Ken says, have to go and do some power washing. Oh, I wish you were over here, just kidding, because I got some power. I got a beautiful brick patio that's got moss all over it. Shannabelle says, this is painful. Ravina Denver says, I want a rebuttal. I want to hear the jailhouse calls and tapes between Chad and them. I do too. And I think he's like saying he could have gotten DNA results from all those tiny pieces of blood and stuff that they said was it would use up all the evidence, so they didn't want to do it. Hey y'all, in case I just suddenly go away, I will be back. What is happening in the Memphis area is there's a storm, and it's not storming here yet, although it is getting dark, but I can see from the weather report like it is headed this way. It's kind of like, I don't know what to say. It's coming southeast direction. It's headed east anyways. And so I noticed that in Memphis, there's already people who are reporting hail and all kind of stuff. So in case my power goes down, we will not go away now. Do not run off. We will just have to re-up it because Crush and I are both pulling this stream. And so if one or the other of us gets bumped off by the storm, the other one will keep it going. So y'all don't go anywhere. Just get you a sandwich, pop some popcorn, make some peanut butter crackers. I had some more of my mama's salad a little while ago before we did this because I suspected this was like, we're fixing to have lunch. You better eat something. Because then you have to, wait. So my mother makes a salad that has cauliflower and broccoli and raisins and white wine vinegar. Is that right? Anyways, it's delicious. And so that's the kind of salad I had for lunch, and it was very delicious and yummy. Okay.
Hey, I'm helping Jason unload some groceries, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Officially, Krisha scared me. She says I scare her when I come in. She scared me because I know what I was.
No, I'm just kidding. About damn time. No, I'm joking. No, I'm joking. All right, I'll be.
Okay. That was pretty weird and funny. Because, but I have, like my daughter and my granddaughter went on a little vacation, and we went to hear live music, and we were sitting right by the band. And whenever the drummer hit the cymbals, you know how they do. I lost it. I like somebody had been shooting at me or something. PTSD, y'all. Well, for God's sakes, Nate Eaton. It is just crazy. This is I'm going to share this tab instead. So that's what's going on. KJ, that's headed your direction too. All that mess of a storm. And it's headed my direction too. So ain't that crazy? I know y'all could care less about that, but in full disclosure, share this tab. It said, there we go. I'm back to where I need to be. But that's crazy, isn't it? There's a big old huge storm headed across. Oh my gosh. So we're down to it. I don't know. I kind of just thought he was going to call Melanie Gibb and David Warwick back, because for a long time he was like, everybody's, I'm keeping him, I'm keeping them, I'm keeping them. And then now he's just had the 2 kids. I wonder where the other 3 kids are. Well, Mark wasn't there, so he probably don't have a say. Somebody said, this is no more to you, I heard that the other 2 kids, that 2 of the kids are talking to some other people that they don't want Emma to know. So y'all don't tell Emma. They're having to sneak around to talk to their relatives, or Emma will be mad at them. Can you imagine thinking that all of the law enforcement were against you? I'm not going to say there's some law enforcement because that might be corrupt. I'm sure there is. But all of them are out for me. One time I was driving in my son's truck, and it had real loud pipes on it. And I got pulled over, and I told the policeman that he was profiling me because he thought I was some kind of rowdy teenager driving that truck when he pulled me over, and here it was somebody's grandma. It happens that way sometimes. Oh my gosh. I just really feel like that Chad will be found guilty on all the counts. I don't know what'll happen about the death penalty or what difference it'll make. But I'm guessing that John Pryor does have to put on a good defense for him, or at least act like he's putting on a good defense for him. And I can say that he's duly aggravated all of us. So, John Pryor. Oh my gosh. Someone said, I heard one creator say that John Pryor, nobody likes him. Who would want to hire him? He's going to have a terrible reputation. Someone said he'd probably get jobs on these shows, on like as a talking head on these one of these crime shows. May get his own show just for us to tune in to hate on him. Tuning in. Likes and views are the same, whether you're watching to hate somebody or watching because you love them. Oh, Mike. I'll read some more comments. Let's see here. Again, Ravina says, I want to hear rebuttal. I want to hear them jailhouse call tapes between Chad and Emma. Cindy Book says, KJ, enjoy. Yeah, KJ, go get one of them barbecues you talk about. I want one with coleslaw and extra sauce. So all this prior wasn't even getting into the main. TC says, so all of this from prior, and he wasn't even getting into the main point. Prior was just trying to build up this guy's small town reputation to make it look bigger. Yeah, I guess so. And I don't know this for a fact, but if he was a government contractor, he probably would have, he probably could get things, look up things. I don't know, but I would think that he would be able to. Guess you would have to pass some security things. Soul Size Jules says, I think Pryor's just ticking off the jurors with redundancy. Yep. Karen Lee Holland says 0. It was too long, unfortunately. Kim Stern says, Pryor, are you missing your brain? KJ is, I'll be back soon, Bo Pete. Shauna James says, I think he witnessed it in, let's see. Shauna James says, I think he witnessed it. Great. Pryor's line of question was always brain damage. Honey's Mind said, I have battled OCD around shedding of skin, vapors, gems, facial matter, etc. in the air, and have had a major therapy around that. Thank goodness, because that would have resulted in a comment scrub. I know that's right. I was thinking the same thing, that it was making me kind of get all freaky. Make your skin crawl. TC says, I think Amanda Knox was from the area and he maybe taught one of her friends and they asked him to go to Italy. So that's his big international case. Well, did he get somebody off? I don't know about that case. Candy Mercado says, no. Tracy on the case said no. Bo Peep says no. So no. This is what y'all think. No, I don't think he has anything. He's just grasping at straws the whole time. I do too, little brands. Just misses around the raspberry. Uh-oh. Lost it, damn it. KJ says, Donna, this expert has already said on the stand that he sends most of his DNA samples to the state lab. It was the state lab that did the reports on the kids, so Pryor's witness relayed on the state lab. Look at that. Look at that. And also, yesterday, that reminds me, yesterday when that, what was her name? It was this, I want to say her name was it Raven? Whatever. The lady that was on the stand yesterday, who was the, talking about the autopsy, and she gave a different cause of death. Well, she works for coroner's lab. She does not work for medical examiner's lab. Now, I want you to remember the difference between coroners and medical examiners. Coroners put band-aids on people and take them to the hospital and say if you're dead or not. And medical examiners can do autopsies. They're doctors. Now, she was a doctor, but she's not working for doctors. She's working for the coroners. So that was, I don't know whether the jury caught that, but Lindsay did make that point about her. She was like, so which office do you work for, the coroner's office or the medical examiner? So the medical examiner, I think, would be more impressive. Back to the comments. Lost my place. New book, Families Divided. I think that is one. Kim Top says, Desert Rain. I just watched the Dawsons outside court, and he's in video saying he doesn't support Emma or his brother Joseph. I guess Dawson must be Joe Murray's brother. Okay, well, we'll have to check that out later. Man, can you imagine they're getting along fine in that family over there? Divided over being in favor of a murder or not being in favor of murder. Oh. Carolina Hurtago says, Mohawk Mom, just like his lawyer drinking buddy who filed the motion. You're exactly right. Oh gosh, did I do that? My computer and mouse must be very very easy to push the wrong buttons. Good heavens. I've got twitterpated by looking at this chat and confused, but okay, Dawson is Joe Murray's brother, says Clancy. TC says Chatter better hope he is convicted. I can't imagine anyone wanting to be near him, or if he's not convicted, everybody that he didn't like might get killed. He gets another year to walk around and see what he can do. Beach Bum wants to know how many of these neighbors have their houses on the market now. I guess, I don't know. Is Emma keeping that piece of land and staying in that house because she thinks that's helping somebody? Is there something else on the land they need to dig up? Is Emma saving that place so they can put white tents and charge the end timers to park their RVs over there? Okay. TC said this witness is a teacher. Nothing wrong with that, but yeah. Well, Pryor thinks it's going to be impressive because they got Amanda Knox off, and I don't know whether the jury knows anything about Amanda Knox or not. But if there's any murderers in the jury, they might be interested in a forensic guy that can help a murderer get by with something. But other than that, that is only going to freak them out more. He made the point, Philly says, what DNA do they have of Chaz? Anyone know? I don't think they have any. But, and sort of kind of, Pryor was trying to make the point that there should be some. It was like, if he was there all day, wouldn't there be a great likelihood that his DNA would be found there? And Doofus, my Doofus teacher, DNA specialist said, no, sometimes you drop a lot of DNA and sometimes you don't. So, I mean, what'd I say? I don't see how that impressed anybody. He was trying to make some points about, I mean, I wish they would find his DNA, and maybe they got a secret DNA vault they're going to pull out at the last minute, but I don't know. TC says, I don't think they found any of Chad's DNA, so I don't know what this can do for him. Prove he is translated beggars and doesn't have DNA. Hey, TC, I hadn't even went that direction. Maybe that is it. Charlotte Bassett says, I need to have a psych examination. I think I'm listed to this, and maybe all made fun of all these people here in this chat. I'm listening to Donna and watching and looking for late on my phone and headphones. I know it's driving us all crazy, Charlotte Bassett. I know you want to get out there and dig in your yard and mow some grass and not have to put up with this. Beach Pump says, Carolina Hurtago should have had the cold way. Rachel Omphis, welcome, Rachel. Feeling none of Chad's DNA that we know of. Candy Mercado says TC 100%. TC says, do translating beings have DNA? Laugh out loud. Gina says, I think at this point the jury sees what we see. I do too, Gina. I know it's, I mean, 5 years of this. They've had, 8 weeks of it? 6? How long has it been? I don't even know anymore. Ravina Denver says, does Emma have daughters? I don't know. They didn't say. Desert Rain says law enforcement should never have allowed anyone to stay on that property. They should have cordoned the whole property off as a crime scene. I think so too, Desert Rain. Like they did the Idaho thing. Once those kids were found there. And I've seen other places where serial killers have have buried people, and they dig up the whole dang lot. I don't want other people to be there, but I think they should check. Liza Joe says, be serious. This trial is strange. Emma needs an intervention too. Yes, she does. Emma needs a 72-hour lockdown and not be able to talk to her daddy. Karen Lee Holland says, I think Emma has one son. Oh, she has daughters and just one son. See, I didn't know that. Heidi's mom says, this guy is highly qualified, an intelligent person, but all he is doing is to say that Tylee's DNA could have gotten on the tools by working in the yard. Okay. Desert Rain, the Murray's parents supported Chad. I've heard that, Desert Rain, but I also heard that that Joe Murray's mother thinks maybe Chad did it. Tracy Artman says they didn't find Chad, lawyer Alex DNA because they had 9 months to clean everything up and sell it or throw it out. Exactly. TC says, I think Emma had a son and a daughter just born. New child, I think I see. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk about nobody's mama. Shauna Jane says, so apparently Lauren from Hidden True Crime is interviewing the loser's brother later tonight. I don't know how I feel about that, but I'll probably watch. Yep. Not just you. I mean, we all want to know who could turn away from this train wreck at this point. Beach Bum says, my mother has kept up vivaciously and perfectly through me, and she agrees with you, Crasher, and this Chad. She said he has an aura of evil. He does. My mother has not even come out of her room today. She's watched so much true crime. I told her, I was like, we're going to have to get you up and walk you around. You can't keep watching this. Yeah. Took her lunch to her. I said, this afternoon, you're going to have to walk around. Ravina Denver says, poor girl, Joe Murray is sus. I have a bad feeling about what he's about. He ain't about much. And why is Chad his patriarch? If somebody was going to be Joe Murray's patriarch, it ought to be his own daddy and not Emma's daddy. That don't even, to me, that don't seem right. I thought when the woman left, I don't know. What do I know? I was just reading the Bible. I don't know about this other stuff. Mohawk Mom said, so did anyone find out how old Joseph is? I don't know how old Joseph is. Does anybody else know? He works in the cafeteria at the hospital. Not that there's anything wrong with that. My mother-in-law worked at the cafeteria at the hospital. If there was a hospital nearby and they had a cafeteria, I would take a job. Nothing wrong with it. But I've not got 3 kids, and maybe he gets good insurance from the hospital. I don't know.
Hey.
Yeah. Let me just shut up talking about hospital.
No, I just popped in because of that. That freaks me out because whenever I was looking on that Rexburg, what's it called? Oh my God, it's a tongue twister. It's like, when I say it, it's like Rexburg Rescue Race, cheese and rice. Say it 5 times fast. It's hard. Hold on, let me turn my ear off. Well, I saw that
it's weird he'd be in charge of anything with the cafeteria guy. Sorry.
Okay, I gotta get it back. There's 2 big sponsors that were on the page or whatever, and one of them was the pediatric place. And hold on, I'm gonna find it. That way I'm not sitting here just stuttering. Okay. Let me go. And I mean, really, if you listen to this interview one more time from BYU Idaho Radio, if you listen to it, it's the weekend coming. They're prepping for September 7th, 8th, and 9th. You know, there's weather and everything. The hostess right here, she's like, yeah, it's gonna be a nice weekend. You know, I'm just saying it kind of smashes Emma's, you know, her perjuring herself on the stand about Googling SSW wind. Just saying. Okay. There's some things that, you know, he kind of says in here that I'm like, well, you know, that's the weekend that Tylee was murdered. And Southwest wind came out, and Emma even left a comment under SoundCloud. She was like, great interview, Joseph. Anyways, all right, so hold on. Let me go. Oh, shit. Okay, I've been in my other computer. Let's see. Right, there it is. Go. Sorry, excuse me, pardon me, I'm sorry. Okay. So when I go to, let me just, all right, let me go over here. I have too many damn windows open. I'm gonna do this. Uh-oh. Okay. I wonder how I can change you out. Well, how do you come back? Okay. Are you in? Okay. Oh Lord. Okay. President, Chair, Rexburg races. I haven't even seen this one yet. But here we are, racing, right? Race, race, race. This is so big. This is so big. I don't know if people are getting how big this is. Not the race. I don't give two craps about the race. It's the guys. not the guys. Like it's the GUISE. It's the cover story. Just like the Book of Mormon evidence, just like the Firm Foundation, just like the Firm Expo, just like Preparing People, just like Liberty Lineup, Latter-day Media. I mean, just all the things. That's what they do. They put on these things, I'm telling you, and they go to town. Some kids probably come up missing a lot. Okay. So, okay, let's see what this says. Not to mention, y'all, I'm just finding a lot of stuff out, and it's not cool. I mean, people who just want to follow the case, you know, and I'm probably not the person to follow because I dig. I'm a digger, and this is my family, and their blood was spilled, meaning that's my blood. And so over my dead body. Okay. And we know that there's some sketchy ass things going on. Evidence just isn't really making sense. There's a lot of evidential, you know, but I mean, I'm not shading the police. I have to love them and respect them on one hand, and on the other, they put on pants just like everybody else. Okay. So, and I mean, I know that they kind of are saturated in that corrupt area. And I mean, it's corrupt. This whole case is corrupted. You know, oh, I Googled Salem Pines to see what the hell he was talking about earlier. Let's see that real quick. What's that? Okay, so Chad's house is 1900, and where the hell's 200 right here? Anyways, let's just say that. All right. But okay, I'm sorry. I mean, I thought maybe I'd have it pulled up, but I didn't. It's on my other one, so just give me a sec, please. Talk amongst yourselves. No. Okay. Switch account. Oh, it says 10,000 subscribers. That's so cool to see, for real. I've gone up 638 subscribers in the last 28 days. That's pretty awesome. It says interested in channel promotion with YouTube ads. It's either listening to me or it's like, all right, she finally has 10,000 subscribers. Okay, let me get out of here. All right. Elmo song. Every time they say Elmo, I hit Jason with that. La 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 la. And then we get it stuck in our head and then we're mad at each other. for doing so. Yes, we are immature. But we have to find something to to laugh about. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I have so many windows open, so I probably stuck y'all looking at some weird window or something. All right, let me close this. Let me share this tab so y'all can at least just be watching what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, and I found this too. Do want to share this. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, gosh. What the hell did I just do? I just showed you on my damn emails. Oh, my gosh. Okay. I think I just closed that one out and accidentally opened that tab. All right. Finally got it open. Jeez. Man, you shouldn't let me out of my damn playpen or something. Right? Holy hell. Okay. Yeah. So finally found this one. So that's my thing right now is just finding things. It's not even there. Watch. It's right here. And this is right here. Oh. Let me fix it. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay. Oh, that's the bad one. Damn it. Okay, where's the good one? That's the same. This is staying outside of the box, but I thought I moved that image, but look, whenever I made it better, look, he looks all goofy. Well, I say he looks all goofy, but see how AI does? Look, he's like, maybe it's their demons coming out. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. Let's see what these look like. Oh, yeah. Look at Rod Meldrum. Oh, my God. I'd taken it off. There's Pamela Openshaw, their store. There's John Miller right here at the bottom right. Chad, he wishes. Okay. All right. I won't do that anymore. But it's like, okay, but I need that damn picture and I don't need a freaking AI one either, you know? That's regular. This is my problem. But yeah, that's Melanie Gibb, although it's not the right one. I mean, I messed it up, I guess, and it didn't switch back like I thought it did. But, you know, she commented on this conference right here. Let me get rid of these so you'll kind of know. But the standing outside of the box, it ties back to the Val Brinkerhoff stuff, which was, you know, you go to his website. That's where we get the vibrations and all the things. At one ment instead of at atonement is, you know what they call it. Damn it! Oh my God! It's like I'm left-handed today. But she's like staying outside the box. I'll be there, and then you know, okay. She tries too hard. I don't like her. I don't. Are you serious? It's right here. Yeah, it's right here. Y'all, if you have tomatoes, throw them at me. Straight up. Okay. Yeah. It says it right here. This is just a regular one. I didn't mess it up yet. So I know that has nothing to do, but Joseph Murray works at a hospital. I'm pretty sure it's the, damn it. That's why I needed to find it. Whatever hospital is right there. Maybe Madison something. I forget what it said, but I just find that interesting because, you know, he's working for the hospital, slinging food, whatever. Hey, at least he works, unlike his father-in-law. But on top of that, that's who's sponsoring this race for Tim Ballard. You know, that's one of the big donors. There's two big donors on there, and one of them is the pediatric place. The other is this hospital that I'm Intermountain is what it is, I think, without looking. But yeah. So, oh wait, what date was that? Friday the 13th. Oh Lord. Can you imagine? I wonder if this was that July one. I would love to line these up, you know, like in a timeline. March 9th, 7 to 9. Okay. This was 20. Oh, this was this. Okay. This was. Okay, I don't know when that was. They do their flyers. See how busy these are, you know? Like they're full. But then some of them, which I'm telling you, the one for Jason Mao for the weekend that JJ was murdered, okay? That one, it looks so plain. And I'm just like, alibi. Just like KK Walker, you know? Given alibis for being in the same place at the same time or something. Let me take that out. OJ Mal, huh? It would be nice. But yeah, so the weekend that JJ was murdered, Jason Mao is over in Billings, Montana, allegedly at a singles ward. He's going to speak for a singles ward. And like the flyer is so it's got a lot of mistakes. It's very boring. They're like, yeah, show up, then you get, you know, go to your pick out your room, whatever the hell it says. And then it's like it's just basic. And then it skips the date. It skips a date even, you know. It goes from like September 21st to 22nd, or it skips the 22nd, it goes to the 23rd, and you wake up in the morning on the 23rd and all you do is grab a sack lunch at 9:30 and then leave. I'm just like, well, there's nothing about like, oh, Moroni and, you know, his regular jazz. It's nothing like that. So I just find it highly sus. Okay. I mean, what was the point of getting his DNA? First off, yeah. Let's see. Okay. Let me use my brain for a second. Allegedly. Y'all, today's so boring. Testimony? I'm just like, oh my God. JJ's birthday is the 25th. And I'm struggling. Let's see. Which one? Let me go home. There's no place like home. Okay, just gotta figure it out. Here it is. All right. So Joseph Murray's interview on BYUI radio to promote Rexburg rescue run on September 7th, 2019. Joseph Murray, the son-in-law of Chad Daybell and husband of Emma Daybell Murray, was interviewed by BYUI, yes, owned by the church, to promote an upcoming race. An upcoming race scheduled for the weekend Tylee Ryan was murdered, which was September 7th, 2019, September 8th, September 9th, you know. September 8th is whenever Tammy's life insurance was raised. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff going on right here. This interview, oh my God. This interview was on September 4th, 2019. And I have screen recorded in case this repost is 404'd, right? The importance of this is to show that OUR Tim Ballard was in the Rexburg area, allegedly, for this event. And I'm sure some more higher ups, right? Joseph Murray was the director for this event and was raising money and promoting the cause. Oh my God. I'm going to go get a throat and chest transplant or something. All right. prior to the event. This is a bombshell. It entered into Daybell trial record via Joseph Murray's testimony on May 20th, 2024. I think it's a bombshell. Well, what good is this, Crush Okay? Damn. Let me go to the other one. I'm so sorry, y'all. All right. Let me go back home. Not only is it like not my day, I feel like it's not my week. Have you ever had one of those where it's just like, oh my God, just want a do-over? Okay. Oh yeah, I was supposed to post this video, but I haven't yet. It's about her stuff. About her records, about the jailhouse calls for her. She's not had that many calls. It sure has dropped significantly since since her and Chatty Daddy don't talk, you know. So I will post it. It's ready to roll. It just I forgot. All right. Of course, I could do this though. I will. Oh, I'll do this and. Okay. Let me make sure I have this right. Do this and I'll copy the link. I'll put this in the chat if you want to go look at the slides yourself instead of a video. You can do that too. So there it. God, that's a long link. I wish I knew how to shorten it or, you know. There is. Yes, Beach Bum. And you know what? We're not the only ones saying this for once. You know, I'm hearing it everywhere. So it's like, okay, what are we going to do about it? And actually, and so I don't know when, and maybe y'all can help me figure out when, but I want to do a video starting basically with, okay, we know about the Dateline, Melanie Gibb, Dateline, Rob Wood. There's some text there. We don't know what they say, but for the most part, from, right there in court, we heard that go down, where John Pryor was saying that Rob Wood had talked to Melanie, this one right here, this thing right here, and was like, and there's like 300 something text or whatever, and she is texting Rob, and then there's text between, maybe conversation between her and Keith Morrison, I don't care how good he says loin fire. He's on my shit list now, for real. I mean, because that's nasty. That's gross, Again, if these people would take 10% of their ego and just maybe care about others with that 10%, I mean, this whole world would be a whole lot better, at least by 10%. But we don't get that. And it pisses me off because it's my family. It's my family. And they're okay with making bank. They're okay with viewership. They're okay with, having all these interviews. And again, it's growth, show business, right? It becomes a genre. It becomes a true crime genre. And no, I know. I know. Y'all probably think I'm being way too unrealistic. Whew, but it sucks. I tell you. It sucks. Quite a bit. There's some, it's stanky. So with that, and then just how the church, how Chad was serving a calling. Okay. He wasn't that fringe. He wasn't that, whatever you call it, fundamental. I mean, couldn't we all say that Brigham Young is fundamental? And so here we are. Brigham Young is who took over the mainstream LDS church. So, I mean, they cannot double speak. I mean, they do. They double speak, but we don't have to buy it, is what I'm saying. I just want people to know different. I want you to know better that you're being lied to. And they're okay with that, long as, they can book their interviews, make their careers, move up in the world, they're okay with it. There were sacrifices made here, and it wasn't from their family. So anyways, maybe that was a little too harsh, but it really isn't, we need to do this one again too. I'm sorry, I'm finding it. I'm looking for it. It was supposed to be easier than this. What is it? Okay. I usually don't even, I'm starting to label things more now. I'm like, okay, silly, you got to label stuff. It should, I don't know why it doesn't show me the latest thing, like the one, let me see if I have it right. It should give me a layout or something. Yeah, here we go. Real tiny over here. I know what to do. Folders. Okay, the Daybells and OUR. There we go. Now she's thinking. Let me just open it in a new tab and do that and make sure first. Okay, I think so. I mean, I was just kind of, this is a running kind of thing. And I was thinking about, I'm like, I should have been doing this all along. I was going to do this and then publish, because I'd always copy and paste things into here anyways, because of how everything usually gets scrubbed or whatever, just call me the Wayback Machine sometimes, because I mean, that was my experience. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, well, let's private all these videos. Let's scrub it. And then all these affiliates of these people, they're okay with that too. They're okay with that. They're being persecuted. But what do you get when you combine the Daybells, Tim Ballard, OUR, and the LDS Church? A catastrophe of immense scale. The Rexburg races, as Chad Daybell's son-in-law, Joseph Murray, married to Chad and Tammy's eldest daughter, Emma Daybell Murray, on May 20th, 2024, when he testified in the state of Idaho's case against Chad Daybell. Lori's trial adjudicated in May 2023. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to try and make it as informative as I can, but about just the findings, like what happened. This is huge. This huge development came full circle for me when Joseph testified that he was the director for this Operation Underground Railroad Tim Ballard Rexburg fundraising event that just so happens to be on the same weekend when Lori Vallow Daybell's 16-year-old daughter, Tylee Ryan, lost her life. I was aware that Joseph Murray and Emma Daybell posed for a picture with their baby at the race on September 7, 2019. I had been advised earlier on in the case of the missing children that Tammy's the one who snapped this photo. That's not vetted, so it's just hearsay until further notice. This very fact was a bombshell in my research into this case. The following information I copied and pasted from several websites. Let's just go ahead and fix that. From several websites, source links included throughout, with information pertaining to this particular event. Since the beginning of the case, a lot of the sites, i.e. Preparing a People, Time to Worry Up with Jason Mal, Feel the Fire Podcast with Melanie Gibb, Lori Vallow, Thor Fierseth, Jason Mal, and Chad Daybell, and a glimpse, I think I did that wrong too, Beyond the Veil, with Chad Daybell and Mike James, were scrubbed, deleted, privated, and protected behind paywalls, like AVAL. So I made it a habit to screen record, screenshot, written notes, copy. I sound like freaking Mark Mean, y'all. Oh my God. Okay, I'll fix that. And paste it into here, for example, in order to have some sort of paper trail for future reference. And so I just kind of left these in here, put the links in here, but also like you can click on them. But if whenever I post this, I'm leaving these kind of links too. So not just the ones you can click on. Smith Park. Smith Park is in Idaho. This is where this Rexburg race was held. Okay. And remember hearing David Warwick testify about a lot that was next to a church? The church. A church. Some church. And then it became a park. Okay. Interesting. All right. Smith Park features 2 baseball diamonds, 2 veterans memorial, 2 shelters, gazebos, kid playground, tennis courts, basketball court, walking path. The east shelter and the south shelter are the same size with 8 tables. During summer months, concerts are in the park every Thursday night. Then it was named Smith Park in honor of Mayor J. Fred Smith. In 1962, an antique steam engine, see Chad Daybell's Train's Dream for different steam engines. Okay. Because this is KJ read it. It's very similar to the same storyline, I guess you could say, as Visions of Glory, as Julie Rowe, as even President Hinckley. I mean, it's never ending. Okay. This is how they talk, I do believe. I know it sounds so conspiratorial, but I mean, look what we're dealing with. Okay. So anyway, so that, and just think about this. Chad started Googling malachite in 2018. Or was it 2019? May of 2019. Either way, I'm just saying he kind of became a little more radicalized ever since he moved to, or it seems like he became more radicalized whenever he moved to Rexburg. Okay. Was placed in the park adjacent to Main Street. This engine was owned by James W. Webster and was used on the Webster Woodmansey farm in the early days of dry farming on the Rexburg bench. And then there's another tag for it. Link for it. Chad's Strange Dream. All right. So this is just their information. Location, address is 3rd East Main Street, Rexburg. The coordinates are right there, right here at the bottom. And that's just an overview. A couple pictures. Okay. Oop. She looks very cold. Okay. We're just going to kind of move because it took me forever to find it. Okay. I mean, it's got its own logo, Rexburg Rescue Run. Details. Join us. And so this is the new one, okay? The new one says join us 9/19/2024. But they use this one. Okay, this is in the background. Oh, it's not. Okay. Oh shit. Y'all, if it wasn't for bad luck, I'd have none at all. What the hell? Okay. I mean, just check this out. If I can do it right, oh my God, it makes such a big difference. I mean, about to throw a tantrum. All right. They used an old promo flyer, September 7, 2019. The one, the weekend that Tylee was murdered. Okay. They used it for an upcoming 2024 race, which is September 19th, 2024. So hide your children, hide your wife, hide your husbands. We will be featuring a 5K, 10K, and half marathon. This is a fundraiser for Operation Underground Railroad. So why? I mean, look at how confusing this is. 100% of our proceeds will be donated to them. And I can guarantee you, allegedly, that 100% of those will funnel into, Tim Ballard's other whiteboard prophecies, his whiteboard meeting, his sizzle, his, right back into the pocket. If M. Russell Ballard was still here, it'd be going to him. But I'm sure it's going to his posterity. And there's 2 other general authorities that threw in on this too, and that are on the slave stealer side, the slave stealer side, that is for profit. So it's like a big money laundering thing. and it just funnels through all these noble causes, these good causes, and then it goes right into their pockets. Okay. Allegedly, according to the models. Our race will be held on September 7, 2019. Okay. You see what I'm saying? I didn't write that. I copied and pasted. We will be holding a potato bar dinner on September 6, 2019. Well, then what the hell you got 2024 up here for? You know? At 6 p.m., where we will have our packet pickups. Get ready for the Rexburg Rescue Run. Why is this saying? Oh, I did that again. I'm sorry. Saturday, September 7, 2019, 6 a.m., Smith Park in Rexburg, Idaho. Okay. All proceeds. Okay. Yeah. You seen it? You see, anyways, now there actually was a race. Again, I think just like there's these speakers, they do speak, when they go to the speaking circuits. Okay. But what are they doing after that? I don't know. Why it gives them a reason to come into town, to gather, to be appearing to be some Jesus followers, some Orthodox, what do you call that? Traditional? I don't even know what to call it. You know, pretend like they're worshiping Jesus and really be doing some really dark shit. I'm not playing. Okay, and look, it says Rexburg Rescue Run, where and when. Location, Rexburg, Idaho. Race date. And this one says 9/19/2020, a Saturday. Categories, 5K, 10K, half marathon, 1 mile kid runs, half marathon relay, corporate, half relay. Oh shit, it didn't transfer the sponsors. Damn it. I'll go get them. But yeah, I made this because this is what it is. It just, all these people, really, I don't know. That's them. You know what I mean? Like, I can't help their shitty people. I really can't. But I'll be damned if I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I actually have for a long time. And a lot of people have, and still will, because they think that they're godly people, and they're not, in my opinion. Anyway, so I just kind of wrote these, or, copied and pasted these down, just because there are other races, alleged races, I'm sure there's races, but, let's see. I'm going to share this link too, if anybody wants to come up in here. But, okay, this was also included. Rexburg, Idaho weather. Rexburg Rescue Run weather history. Based on a 5-year average and a race date of September 19th, Idaho can expect temperatures between 80 degrees and 88, with humidity around 69% and precipitation of 0.12. Last year, the weather condition was missed. Rexburg, Idaho, current weather 58 with clouds. And I highlighted in red to point out that the website contained weather details. Oh, and I spelled that wrong. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Whether Emma Daybell lied on the stand in her father's triple homicide trial, May 20th, 2024, is between her and her God. I am beyond convinced Emma took one for the team, so to speak, by testifying that she had looked up wind direction south-southwest on the day Tylee's remains, or the day before. I might have had that wrong. Tylee's remains were burned on the Daybell property. Note, listen closely to the hostess from the BYUI LDS-owned radio station that interviewed Joe Murray prior to the race. It was September 4th. She mentions the forecast for the upcoming rescue race on September 7, 2019. Same weekend Tylee Ryan was murdered, dismembered, and then burned. It says, quote, join us at the Rexburg Rescue Run in September for a great race. I'm not saying that because it's a tongue twister. The Rescue Run works hard to deliver you a memorable race experience. We would love to hear from you, so consider writing us a review. We'll look at this in just a second. So this Rexburg Races Run Club, Nature's Park, Smith Park. There's just some visuals. Oh, crap. Everybody running. Run for your lives. No, I'm picking. Oh, you know who else was running and doing stuff like this? The Boudreaux, the Brennan Boudreaux and Melanie Pulaski Boudreaux. Yep, I had actually heard, and so I still really, I can't believe I hadn't shared that with you. But like, not only am I like looking for the time whenever Melanie Pulaski, Lori Daybell, and Audrey Baratero were in Hawaii, the weekend of October 19th, whenever Tammy was murdered. It's alleged that that Melanie Pulaski had donated $6,000 to the OUR fund, and I mean that's great, you know. But I mean, it's just one of those things. I'm like, why were they there? What's going on? You know, and who's all behind these things? And just, I want to know. So, yeah. So this guy right here in the middle. Okay. That's where I got my jacket from. My Rexburg. This is the mayor. Okay. Of Rexburg. Mayor Jerry Merrill faces 2 challengers in Rexburg race. Rexburg residents will have 3 options when they vote for mayor in November. So you got Jerry Merrill seeking his 3rd term, running against Mike Glasscock. Uh-oh. Luke Evans, EastIdahoNews.com sent the same, whatever, October 14, 2023. So there's that. But I say that because this mayor right here, I found him on a flyer the other day. I just have to put it in here with Jason Mao speaking in Rexburg in 2018 together. They didn't share the stage. Well, I mean, maybe they did. I don't know. But when you have the mayor speaking at the same speaking engagements as Chad, as, Jason, as David Warwick, as Tim Ballard, I find it, okay, I can't even freaking talk. And there was a reporter who caught up with the mayor on the day the children's remains were unearthed from Chad Daybell's property. And maybe it's innocent. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. I'm going to pull it up real quick. Rexburg. What's his name? Jerry Merrill. Everybody okay? Everybody okay? Y'all are talking about damn yeast infection cream? Damn. I'm up here talking about corruption. Y'all making me feel bad. No, I'm kidding. Y'all aren't. Okay. Jerry Merrill. Jerry Merrill. Okay, let's see if I find it. I'm sure it's scrubbed. I mean, I can find it. It just won't be right now. Let's see. It's a video. There's a reporter. Oh, Lord. I got into the dream fucker land. Okay, look at that. Okay. The hell. Okay. Well, that didn't work out. So let's just get out of there. That's Iowa. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, let me go look somewhere. I got one more place to look. Hey, we should be coming back from lunch soon, huh? Y'all think we'll be doing closings? I don't even know what's next. Don't they have to do rebuttal, maybe? Or something? Let's see. All right, Let's look here. um, Jerry Merrill. But I might be spelling it wrong. I know. Planning foodstuffs for a celebration of life this weekend. Oh, so sorry. Oh, they're back.
Please remain.
All right. Here's Officer Counter for you, Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Pryor, you may continue. We are back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We took the lunch recess. We're back on the record with additional testimony. Dr. Hampikian is on the stand. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony. And Mr. Pryor, you may continue with your direct if you wish. You may.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hampikian.
Good afternoon.
I think where we left off, is I was going to start talking up the testing procedures that were conducted in this particular group of evidence that you were provided. And before we do that, can you then identify, if to the best of your recollection, what evidence you looked at and what did it did encompass?
I was supplied with a number of documents and electronic files. The things that are most important to me are the electronic files with the DNA data, because we have our own software that we can review that through and do probabilities and interpretations from. But I also receive things like, CVs and laboratory records that we review, and then a list of evidence, a lot of which wasn't tested. So I have, there are dozens of items on these lists of evidence. And what's most important is the things that were tested. And so for those, I have reports from 3 laboratories, Bodie Laboratories, Estrella, and the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab. And along with those, we have electronic records that allow us to reanalyze if we need to, if there's any problems. And I can't remember what other documents. There's a large packet of things that come through, but really it's the biological evidence that I pay most attention to.
And in regard to the state lab, you read a report which described a number of hairs on a piece of adhesive. Do you recall that tape?
Yeah, there were a lot, more than a dozen hairs, as I recall, but a lot of hairs.
And do you recall the different colors of those hairs on that adhesive?
Brown. There was very short, dark hair, a blonde hair. Those are the ones I remember. And obviously there were a number of the dark hairs, and I think several of blonde hairs.
And at some point, as a result of on that tape and those hairs, and you said over a dozen hairs on that tape?
I don't know if they were all from that tape, but there are a bunch of hairs listed and only a few went on to testing. So
Okay, and when you talk about that, the state lab is not the agency that's going to test that. Is that correct?
the state lab tests hairs generally when there's a root on them, but some of these other tests where there's no root, it's just the hair shaft. There are labs like Bodie and Estrella, both of the other two labs, that will process those and get really good results from hairs without roots.
And is it possible to obtain DNA from hairs without roots?
Yeah, just about, just a few years ago, 3-4 years ago, they started advertising this at some of the private labs that police agencies use, like Bodie. And then Estrella is one of the newer companies that specializes in particularly in hairs that don't have roots.
Okay, so as far as Estrella is concerned, the only thing that you have in terms of Estrella is that of the brown hairs, the blonde hairs, and the short hair, the brown hairs were sent over for testing to Estrella. Is that what you recall?
Not all of them, but for some reason, certain ones were selected. And as I recall, 4 test hairs went to Estrella. And their first test is to do what's called a low depth sequencing. So they're basically just going to sequence parts of the 3 billion bases, not the whole thing. And that's because it's cheaper and it takes less computer time. And they can then tell you if the hairs are sufficient to go on further. So from that first shallow sequencing that they do, they get what they call a mitochondrial haplotype. They get some information about DNA we get from our mothers. And in that short sequencing, and the first thing they can do, they can tell if hairs are different from each other. And so they did that with the 4 hairs.
Did they compare those hairs on the ones that they sent to Estrella against any, and I'm not sure what the proper term is, people or
References, perhaps?
references, I'm sorry, I struggled for the word.
So there are 3 references that were sent to Estrella: Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and JJ. And so those were the only 3 references that went through the type of testing that Estrella does. So this is a very particular type of testing, a sequence testing, different than what the state lab does currently. And so they could only compare it to those 3 samples, the 4 hairs that they had. They determined from the 4 hairs, that shallow sequencing, that 2 of the hairs came from possibly the same person. So they had 3 different people out of 4 hairs, and then they compared it to the 3 references they had, and all of the reference samples were excluded from each of those 4 hairs that represent 3 people. So neither Chad Daybell nor Lori Vallow nor JJ contributed those hairs. And then there's further analysis than they did, but that's the first main conclusion: is there's 3 different people who don't match the 3 reference samples, who left hairs that were sent to Estrella.
So at this point, what was basically sent to Estrella, the conclusion is that Chad Daybell was excluded as providing any of the hairs that were provided to Estrella as a positive. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence of anything that you provided, that were provided to you through these DNA reports, indicating that Chad Daybell's DNA was present on anything?
No.
I want to talk to you about conclusions and what type of conclusions someone in your field of DNA forensics can arrive at. And if you would talk a little bit about that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. In these common types of tests, there's basically 3 conclusions. I can say someone is excluded, and in other words, there's too many mismatches, and I can just say it's clearly not this reference sample that donated DNA to this evidence sample. So that's exclusion. And sometimes a statistic is provided, but it's not required. You can just say they're excluded and show the data. The other option that's informational is that they cannot be excluded. So that means they could have contributed that DNA on the evidence. And then we have to supply a statistic. Is it 1 out of 2 people would match it? What's the coincidental match? Is it 1 out of 100 trillion? And the third option is you can say it's inconclusive. So you can have exclusion, cannot be excluded with a statistic, inconclusive. When is it inconclusive? I drop a tube in lab. There's nothing in the tube. The test doesn't work. There's not, I doubt the results somehow. And that's an inconclusive. So those are the three options that we have.
And then when you get a conclusion that it's a negative result, what does that mean?
That's a really bad term because it means that what's negated is the hypothesis that was being tested. So, for example,
Explain that to me when you say what's negated is the hypothesis being tested.
let's say someone is accused of a crime and I swab a handle of a knife, let's say. I have a reference sample from the accused. And really what I'm doing is hypothesizing that the reference sample matches the evidence sample. And I test that hypothesis. And a negative result means, in some ways, the way a lot of analysts use it, means that I've negated that hypothesis. It is not this person. It is an exclusion. So the unfortunate thing is negative result is used when we exclude someone, which is a perfectly valid result. And it's also used when it's inconclusive. Sometimes people say it was a negative result. You can think of it like a COVID test or a pregnancy test. You can be negative for the pregnancy or the disease, or the test could not work. And some people will sometimes refer to that as negative. There was no evidence. There's no test. But in the case of the labs, what they're really doing when they have a reference sample, as they had in this case, they had 3 reference samples, for example, at Estrella, they're testing the hypothesis.
So what hypothesis in this case are they testing?
Did Lori Vallow contribute the hair? Did Chad Daybell contribute the hair? Did JJ contribute the hair? So they tested 3 hypotheses. And in each case got a negative, a valid, very sensitive and correct answer that none of those people contributed those hairs. So that's how negative is used in that setting.
Is it used in other settings as well?
Yeah, and like I said, it's a tricky term the way people use it. So I sometimes there's a phrase in our field, if I can say it, it's that the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. So you can't prove you weren't somewhere just because they didn't find you there. That sounds like it's true. And I've heard experts like myself say it on the stand. And years ago, I was asked on the stand, isn't it true? The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. And then I realized, no, it is the evidence of absence. Of course, it's the evidence. And I know that because in cases where we've done exonerations, there's evidence that other people did the crime. And to say that, just because there's no evidence from an innocent person that's meaningless. It is meaningful. Things are tested. You test the
Objection, narrative.
hypothesis. Yeah.
Sustained.
Sorry.
So again, if I could ask a question,
Yeah.
the hypothesis you were talking about is in regards to the absence of evidence and how it relates to the testing procedures. Is that correct?
Sometimes negative results are referred to as the absence of evidence, and that's incorrect. These are well done, carefully done tests that negate a hypothesis. Did this person contribute? And that's important evidence.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, it's not just showing that his DNA or her DNA is not on anything. It's the fact that the hypothesis suggesting that that person in some way contributed to whatever is being tested has been negated, and that the hypothesis that that person has been involved in that is negated as well.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Is the hypothesis that the person is present is negated by an absence of evidence?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I would state it this way, that every piece of evidence can be weighed in terms of, does it favor one explanation or another? And so when we have a test where someone is excluded, that some people will refer to as negative, when we have a test where someone is excluded, it's up to the triers of fact to decide what hypotheses that favors, but it's evidence when someone is excluded. It's evidence when someone is included. The only thing that's not evidence is the inconclusive. Just forget about that one. But
in
both
this-
positive and negative are important conclusions.
But would it be fair to say that in this particular case, there's an absence of Mr. Daybell's DNA on any of the items that you reviewed?
Yes, there's an absence of his evidence, of his sample, of his DNA.
And before we finish up, I would just like to touch on the fact that were the results that you reviewed in this case, were they valid?
Yeah, we check all their controls, and so they, anytime the lab's running a bunch of tests, they have some blank tubes with just the chemicals to make sure nobody's skin cells from the lab or the police got in there or whatever. And so the controls that we use in this case were standard controls at all three labs, and they all were okay. They were fine controls. So
They followed
that's trustworthy.
They followed the proper testing procedures.
They follow the proper procedures, and they got good results with their controls.
They searched for the smallest or tiniest amount of DNA,
Very small amounts of DNA they searched.
significantly small.
I mean, as small as they can go. So generally, we're looking at just a few cells now. So,
Okay.
20, 40 cells is
Is
enough.
there any indication that anything went wrong with their testing procedures?
No.
And they had all the proper controls?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about with your familiarity with these testing labs. Do you have some sort of familiarity with Astria?
Yes. Yeah. I know Dr. Ed Green, who's helped me on a particular case. His technology, I believe, helped found that company.
Okay.
So I helped him with I gave him his first case. Really.
You gave him his first case?
I believe it was. Yeah.
Okay.
It's here in Idaho too.
And you know Bode Laboratory?
I've been to Bodie many times or several times, and I was just on a panel or on a DNA panel with people from Bodie, so I know some of those folks who work there.
And the state police as well.
I know the state police folks pretty well. I see them at professional meetings. I visited the lab on occasion. Yeah.
So if I understand correctly, then you don't have any question about the procedures that they followed. Is that correct?
Not in this case, no.
What you question is maybe the range of what they decided to test.
I don't know who makes those decisions about what's being tested. I just know what ultimately gets tested. And in this case, 4 hairs were sent to Estrella. The very short, dark hair, it was called. And then the rest of them were brown hairs, 3 other brown hairs.
And then the hairs that weren't sent included blonde hairs.
That's correct.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Wood, when you're ready, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hampikian.
Good afternoon.
So you testified, you do run a lab at VSU.
I do.
Is that an accredited forensic laboratory?
Not for the type of evidence the state police run, no.
Okay.
Mr. Wood, I apologize for the interruption. Could I have a quick sidebar with counsel, please? the court wanted to clarify the matter, and I am allowing a brief reopening of the direct in order to address that exhibit, and then we'll go back to cross. So, Mr. Pryor, you may approach. Yes. And this relates to the proposed exhibit 49A.
And Judge, at this time, I'd move, and my understanding is by stipulation, to the admission of Exhibit 49A.
Okay, and that's the Astria report. Does the state have any objection to the admission of exhibit 49A defense?
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 49A is admitted. Thank you, Mr.
And
Pryor.
I'm done, Judge. Thank you.
All right, and sorry on this exhibit again, do we have a separate 49 and 49A?
I believe there's a 49 and there's a 49A, Judge.
Okay, well, 49A is now admitted, which is paper copy of an Astria report. Thank you while we sort that out. Apologies for the interruption, Mr. Wood. You can commence and begin again or continue where you left off on your cross.
Thank you. Dr. Hampikian?
Yes.
Hello again.
Hi.
So you testified you do run a lab,
Yes.
but for actual testing in a criminal case, you would send that off to someone else.
We do now. Yeah.
Was there a time when you tested it?
Yes, there was.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you testified this lab you run that was not a forensically or an accredited forensic lab anymore, or it is not a
We
forensic.
never applied for the type of accreditation that Bodie and Estrella and the ISP lab have. We use the same procedure, same equipment, but we're an academic lab, and so we're not required to do that unless we wanted to take in, paid testing, which I don't want to do.
And you have a lot of students in your lab.
Yeah, I think 6 right now that are
Okay.
this summer.
Mr. Pryor spoke with you about the ISP testing.
Yes.
And did you review all of the lab reports for that testing?
I reviewed all I was given. I think I had all the reports. Yeah.
Did you review the test identifying the remains of Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
And you had no issues with that testing?
No.
Okay. Did you review the results of the test identifying JJ Vallow?
Yes.
And to be fair, it identified him to his biological father, Dennis Trahan, correct?
I believe, I can't remember, but it was a correct identification.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you, okay, so you didn't have any problem with that testing?
None at all. Mhm.
Did you review the testing of what appeared to be genetic material in the eye of a pickaxe?
Yes.
And did that testing, was it valid to you?
Yes.
On that same pickaxe, there was some testing done on what appeared to be a blood spot. Did you review that testing?
I believe they referred to it as the handle or.
Yes.
Yeah, the handle. Yep.
And that testing was fine with you?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And finally, there was some genetic material on the blade of a shovel. Did you review that testing?
Yes.
And that testing met criteria for you?
Yes.
And you're aware, you spoke about the Estrella lab testing. You were aware of the hair that got sent to Bodie Labs?
Yes.
And do you remember who that hair was tested against?
I don't know who it was tested against. I remember it matched Lori Vallow, as I recall.
Okay. You wrote a report for this case, correct?
I wrote I wouldn't call it a report.
We
I
call
wrote
it a
what I was
summary.
going to testify to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may have one moment.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood.
Again, permission, Judge?
Yes, redirect, Mr. Pryor.
And just very briefly, Dr. Hampikian, in regards to the axe and the shovel, your testimony is that you acknowledge that there was valid samples on those for Tylee or for Tylee on those samples. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But isn't it true, Dr. Hampikian? There is no accurate way to determine actually how those samples got on those tools, is there?
Not by anything that I can do with DNA.
Oh, okay, Doctor.
Yep.
Judge, I have nothing else.
Okay. That will conclude the testimony of the witness then. Is he going to remain under subpoena by either the state or the defense, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, he's,
Yes,
me
Judge.
first. Judge, he's going to be excused.
We don't have him under subpoena.
Okay, that'll conclude your testimony. Thank you for appearing and testifying today. You can step down.
And Judge, could we take a brief sidebar again? I apologize.
Yes.
All by myself. Him's looking so sad, right? It was a big waste of money. It's like you show up, with it's like it was a intimidation tactic, I really do believe. Like, oh, I got the big bad Hampikian, watch out. And that was pretty lame. I mean, just the whole thing. It's just nothing to see. Nothing to see here, Chud. Oh, Helms is so sad. All day, he's looked like he is just not in a good mood. Trigger warning for what? What the hell? Oh, John Pryor, maybe? Pryor isn't going to find a real scientist that will dispute science. He doesn't have that much money. He could just ask Garth. He's a science teacher. That was a joke. All right. He laughed. He shrieked. Oh, tell him I said hi. Right? Yeah, just rest, Pryor. He's tired. He's tired. But I got to say, comparing the two God and Goddess here, Chad and Lori, I mean, at least this one put up a damn fight. She was like, here you go, run the bus over me, And then here comes the big old bus and it runs over all of them. If only, right? If only. So you think MG? I wish, please, if there's any, oh, please. It'd be a happy birthday, JJ. Right. Just kidding. Is this lunch? Because I got to power wash my bro's house. Girl, get it. Oh, I miss doing stuff like that. If they called crazy sadist, Emma, why not Julie Bro? Oh, wow. I would fall down if it was Julie Damrow. I would fall the hell down. Whoop-dee-day-do testimony. I'm tired too. That was a big nothing. He said he did not want to be certified and to be paid. Sir, you're being paid by the students. Tell him, Mohawk Mom. You always bring truth. It ain't, and it's not always easy to hear, but we need to hear it. So, right? Look, I'm telling you, he's sad. He's thinking about Bubba. I love it when you call me Big Bubba. Y'all, this is what happens when I get bored and Chad gets sad. Uh-huh. There's actually, I remember like just rumblings, I can't prove it. It's not fact, but that there were runs to the dump. There's so many things that um, I really thought there would be some more. I mean, I'm not saying it's pretty damning, Chad. I mean, come on, just the text alone, uh, and all that nasty shit alone. I convicted him a long time ago, but here we are doing the formality, right? I'm suggesting evidence somewhat, I really do. I think it's more of a concerted effort and, how, and I mean, I'm not trying to be all, look, so, I mean, I just am looking at it different ways. This doesn't mean this is how I'm going, but would it surprise you if, no, I'm joking. I mean, but let's just think about these things because there's a lot of quiet. There's a lot of hush. There's a lot of church hush, right? There's a lot of distancing. If I'm a church and you were part of my church, but then you railed off and murdered a bunch of people, and I didn't excommunicate you. I disfellowshipped you, which means you can come back. And I'm gonna go ham at you, like I'm gonna throw the whole holy book at you because I'm gonna set a freaking example. But this is not what has happened. Instead, it's been inverted like everything else. And the church has sent out statements. Actually, Chad Daybell was publicly disfellowshipped or excommunicated before Tim. Okay. Because Chad's was so-called leaked. It was allegedly leaked to Court TV. Okay. And then that was the second day into his preliminary hearing. Thank you, KJ. Chad was serving a calling. That means he sat in the same little office space as a bishop. Okay. John, get off our ass, bro. Oh, that's not John. Okay. I'm like, damn, he's moving
All right,
fast.
at this time, after sidebar with council, we were talking about scheduling again. How we're going to proceed at this point is I am going to have the public excused from the courtroom. We are going to discuss some scheduling matters in the presence of the jury, but outside of the presence of the public. And so we'll take that up next. Ladies and gentlemen that are here from the public observing, thank you for complying with the courtroom conduct order today. I will note there won't be any additional testimony provided today. I am going to discuss the scheduling matter though with the jurors and council presence, with them allowed to make comments as well. So that will conclude the matter as it relates to the public proceedings in court today. The jury can remain seated. If we could have the courtroom cleared of the public, please. And case agent and the defense agent also are permitted to stay for these proceedings. On this side of the bar, please rise. Yeah. All of your belongings.
As soon as I did that, it moved. Okay. Okay. Bye. Like what? Whatever. We used to play court longer than this. Okay. Back when I was a kid, we played teacher, we played court, and we played court longer than this. I didn't hear anything about them resting. They were just like, okay, well, we got to go. You ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here. That kind of thing. Yeah, it was going to be the jury and the public in the court, I guess. Or the people in the court can stay there, right? I've already started doubting myself because of that. Hold on,
Well,
I'm reading something.
they haven't taken down the coming back shortly thing though.
That's
usually when at the end of the day they usually end it. So they may end it any time. I'm not saying they won't. But this is crazy, isn't it? I mean,
I don't know. I've never done this before. So, well, I did with Lori, but
145 there. I feel like he's going to let the jury vote on whether to take off Friday.
Yeah, maybe. Lawyers.
this is-
okay. Mohawk Mom says lawyers, court staff, and jury only present. I just found something that I wrote. I don't know if y'all want to hear it, but yeah, for the
Go ahead.
holiday. Yeah. Yeah, everybody please like before you bounce. Totally yesterday when we were done, I was like, I thought it was a freaking weekend. Like it was weird. And then I was like, oh crap, I got a schedule for tomorrow. And it was not a weekend. But yet here we are, and it feels like a damn weekend. Talk about drag it out, right? Who else has he to call? Now, KJ said something about they can still recall witnesses, but I don't know if they let them go. You would think prior, with his vendetta he has there against Gibb, just like me, he'd just keep her on the hook. I would have kept her on the damn hook if they hadn't. I didn't get to go look. Let me go type that in. Okay. Is Melanie Phibb released from her? Let's look. Okay. Oh. Okay. There. Oh. Add to stage. Let's see. Let's see. That was 4/20/24. I mean, I'm just going to kind of look. Shows result with least. Okay. Let's see. Emotional testimony. I'm probably just going to have to go jump into it and read it. The witness is excused and released from her subpoena. Let's go look in to see and confirm this or not. Oh, geez. That might be Ballard right there. Let's see. Oh my God, I hate pop-ups, y'all. They freak me out. I'm ADD, so it didn't work well. Damn. So, I mean, oh yeah. Let's see. I don't even know if Melanie Gibb testified this day. Alice. Dr. Christensen. Whoa. Going too fast. Yeah, it's not on this day. That was a fake psych out. Okay. Oh. What the hell? I want to see her get served. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's that one. Yeah. I'm like, what? They're talking about whenever they served. It said Melanie Pulaski getting served her subpoena, but that was in the Chad Daybell case? I don't think so. I've never seen this. Have y'all? I mean, where is it? I don't see it. I don't even go on to TikTok ever. Let's see. Let me get out of here. Get back on track. Gotta go here. Come on. Melanie Gibb done broke the link. I mean, what seems to be the problem? They done blocked me. Now I'm picking. Okay. Let's go here then. Oh my God. I hate ads. Okay. Boise, Idaho. Testimony from Melanie Gibb, Lori Bellow's friend. Defense lawyer John Pryor has cross-examined about casting or removing. Okay, whatever. It's all lies. Okay, wait. Well, I mean, that's nothing. He goes straight from Gibb to Concitus. Oh, maybe down here. Okay. Close. Oh my God. You can't even click on the X. What the hell is that? You know? Oh my God. Gibb is under. Ooh. Oh my God. Damn ads. Gibb is under subpoena with defense, and Pryor asked that she not look up the case at all. You know, she is. I don't follow me. Okay. She does. She follows herself. Pryor would like the possibility of calling her again. She is admonished until the end of the trial. She cannot discuss her testimony with anyone. That means she is yapping it up with everybody. The court has taken a mid-morning recess as a jury exit. Counsel will stay behind and discuss how much he hates Melanie Gibb. I'm joking. It doesn't say that. Okay. And then Pryor asked for recross. Blake asked, okay. Scope of Pryor immediately discussing castings or ridding the body of evil spirits, adding to Pryor after a casting is done, the human body dies. Redirect takes place. Gibb testifies that it was Daybell who assigned people light and dark. But I mean, didn't we hear yesterday that she was doing this shit too? I'm so confused because those witnesses went way too fast yesterday. And I was like, what just happened? And, you know, with the attorney general fella. Okay, we know that. I mean, according to that, but I don't know if they did, you know, in between here and there. So, you know, I wish I had answers. She don't care. She does not care about no damn subpoenas. She's like, oh no, hey Rob, you know, that's what she does. Which is freaking weird. Oh my God. Melanie Gibb, the former friend of Lori Vallow, was served with a subpoena during a break in Chad Daybell's triple murder trial in Boise, Idaho on Thursday. Daybell's defense attorney, John Pryor, told her she had to accept to the papers. Ms. Gibb was called by the prosecution to testify in the case a year after she testified at Vallow's trial about the couple's extreme religious beliefs. Daybell, 55, is on trial for the murders of Vallow's children, Tylee Ryan, 16, and JJ, 7. I wonder why they numbered hers but spelled his. Anyways, as well as his then wife, Tammy Daybell, who died suddenly in her sleep in October 2019. Weeks later, Daybell married Vallow, this hooker right here. 9 months after the children were last seen, they were found on Daybell's property in Rexburg, Idaho. Prosecutors say that his desire for sex, power, and money led to their murders. Mr. Pryor, however, said his client was manipulated by Lori. Last year, Vallow was convicted in the 3 murders and sentenced to life in prison. Jurors heard how she, Mr. Daybell, and her late brother, Alex Cox, were fueled. It doesn't seem like it's spelled right. Fueled in part by their bizarre cult beliefs. Ugh, can't stand her. Is Chad Daybell, is he a mastermind? I don't think so. I mean, yeah, in this, I guess, but I mean, really, y'all. Okay, so whenever the Chad Daybell's family testified, basically, okay, what was your general consensus? Like, as far as like, well, I guess I have to kind of say, I was trying not to, but it just seems like to me, without having Alex and Lori, I mean, it just really seemed like everybody was just setting Tammy up, you know, and if not, they're damn sure doing it now. That's crazy. Oh, another early out. Oh, okay. I started cleaning back here. I started pulling files, right? My hair's damn fluffy today. Oh, let's see. So I found this until we find out, right? It was some emails, but I want to just read them. Ah, crap. Let's see where to start. Oh, I think it was between me and a subscriber that always sends me stuff. And I was like, I was talking about when Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt kind of came on the scene. And I know extreme beliefs when they're actually fundamental. I mean, but then are they? You know, it seems like they're mainstream, in my opinion. You know, they're everywhere. What the heck? I didn't have my shampoo. My bonus son came and got it yesterday, so I had to use some other stuff, and I washed it. I shampooed it like 4 times, and then I was like, okay, it's okay, but it turns out it's not. So anyways, I'm gonna just start right here. It says, you know who this therapist reminds me of? Thomas Harrison. This was back in September of 23, I think. Yeah. Spencer from Visions of Glory. I'm so repulsed that he is a child therapist who, get this, helps Timmy Ballard with all those fake children he claims to have rescued. I shit you not. And you know how these people, Ballard, Jim Caviezel, Julie Rowe, and others who are big on this whole, I'll just say QAnon thing. They say that when a child is being trafficked or R-worded, or I don't know, it makes me think of the last moments that Tylee and JJ experienced just before they were murdered, or all the times we heard in the text exchanged between those murderous assholes who were all about turning up the pain and other weird shit. It makes me believe that Tim Ballard, Tom Harrison, this therapist, Jody, Zalema was a life coach who, remember, she would hug people. Okay. It's basically the same line of business that Jason Mao is doing. The therapist, David Hamblin, who is a therapist and accused of countless SA, including the use of religious symbols and peyote usage in his Native American religious ceremonies. I bought the Gramafoya docs from this case, and I can only read them in smaller chunks because of the outlandish nature and nightmarish detail that his victims have reported. It's absolutely disturbing. David Hamblin is connected to none other than David Levitt, that former Utah County prosecuting attorney. Levitt ran against Sean Reyes, which kind of confuses me because they're both evil a-holes. Okay. Thank you, little brands. Hugs back to you, girl. Really do appreciate it. Thank you. Look, all my papers everywhere. Okay. So I just assumed they played on the same team or played for the same team. Sean Reyes is BFFs with Tim Ballard. Tim Ballard is friends with Tom Harrison. Tom Harrison is Spencer from Visions of Glory. Tom talks about all the feel-good things one experiences when they serve others. Oxytocin, serotonin, etc. As per Tim Ballard in a presentation he was speaking at. Okay. Tom Harrison, Tim Ballard, they're buds with Jason Mao. Jason Mao and Tim Ballard posed for pictures at a firm expo. I have the pics. Jason Mao is who, through Melanie Gibbs, set Chad and Lori up and sealed them in the temple. Chad Daybell was a regular speaker at these Mormon conferences who featured other infamous LDS members such as Eric Mutzos, Rod Meldrum, Sean Littlebear, Dean Sessions, David Warwick, who has been working with Tom Harrison, Avraham Giuliani. That's one of the September 6th Mormons who were excommunicated in the early 90s for various degrees of apostasy, but Avraham was invited back into the good graces of the church and enjoys his temple membership to this very day. Thor Fierseth, Mike and Nancy James, Utah Senator Mike Lee, who has recently been endorsing none other than Glenn Beck to run for president. But then he's meeting with Tim Ballard in the airport, coming up with a game plan to get Tim to run for Senate. That's before, the hit piece came out and just crippled his whole political career. I thought he was out to save children. Why is he going to run for Senate? That just tells me that right there, right? Okay. Anyways. But many are whoa. Let me back up. Glenn Beck created the Nazarene Fund to fund Tim Ballard's entire Operation Underground Railroad, OUR, but many are unaware that Tim stepped down from OUR before the release of his movie about child sex trafficking. Many are unaware that Glenn Beck, who has the support of Mike Lee and the support of Sean Reyes, the support of Donald Trump, and served in his administration as a leader for whatever that department is called, that would try to prevent human and sex trafficking in the U.S., not the way Ballard is portraying here in this movie, The Sound of Freedom. He travels to third world countries and puts on these high-profile events. Thank you, Jean. Thank you. And thank you, Donna. Thank you. Okay. Appreciate it. Okay. I gotta find my spot. Okay. Third world countries. Oh my God. I had it and then I lost it again. Okay. He travels to third world countries and puts on these high profile events or ride-alongs where rich donors. Uh-oh. Is it back? I didn't do it. Thank you, Detective's daughter. I'm always late too. You're not late. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay. I'm like, okay, let me try this. I mean, it's not long. I just make it longer. He travels to third world countries and puts on these high profile events or ride-alongs where rich donors and I said rich Mormons and other elite people pay to experience Ballard's operation to save these millions of sex traffic victims and raises money for those children, which is where, thank you, Deborah. Thank y'all. Thank you. Let's see. up here and raises money for those children, which is where Tom Harrison supposedly steps in as the righteous therapist that they say he is, and he helps heal the brain of the child who just went through this fearful trauma. I highly doubt any of this is even true. They say that fear produces these hormones that can be extracted from the blood of these children, Tylee and JJ. And this is that whole achrome thing that they talk about. Just as the church claims to be the only true church in the world, salvation, Ballard claims to be saving children from being trafficked. But I allege that he and his elitist buddies are preying upon them instead. They project everything. Whatever they are warning you about is exactly what they are doing. Think of Lori accusing Charles of infidelity. She was doing what she was accusing him of doing. Melanie Boudreaux was trying so hard to get her hands on her children, to sacrifice them too. Lori and Chad sacrificed Tylee and JJ, perhaps to the leaders of their church, and I think they were exalted for doing so. Melanie Boudreaux wanted to be exalted too. Anyways, I could go on and on about this for hours, but I need to get back to work. I hope this didn't make your mind explode. Welcome to my life. Okay, P.S. Remember when we learned that Ballard and Renlund were zombies? Ballard equals M. Russell Ballard, one of the 12 apostles in the Mormon church. This is before he died. And Renlund is a douche canoe. Oh my God. Sorry. Also, who talks about violence and Mormonism. After Chad and Lori's story broke, Renlund gave a talk about sacrificing one to save the rest or something like that. And he likened it to Nephi and Laban. All that garbage that spews from their evil mouths is appalling to say the least. But Renlund is also one of the 12 apostles. Also, Ballard is Timmy's grandfather. That was, but hasn't recently been referred to. I'm sorry, but has recently been referred to as his eternal friend. Sound familiar? I know, right? He's distancing himself from his own grandson, allegedly. I should have read anything else but this. Who is self-proclaimed hero and has fooled millions of people who pay and endorse his movie about his alleged sex crime heroism. And if anyone speaks against Ballard, is going to be confronted by a mob of angry people who elevate and defend Tim as some sort of savior. We aren't condoning traffic or anything like that, but we are against fake wannabe people who have a God complex like Tim Ballard, who has been heard saying that he is Joseph Smith reincarnated. You just can't make this shit up, right? But then you add in the whole, we were married in a previous life. That's the whole couple's ruse. That's Chad and Lori. That's Julie Rowe. That's Tom Harrison. That's what's going on here. Yeah. You were. I don't get acknowledged, so it's okay. Whatever. I mean, I've gotten used to it all, I mean, it's just, I don't know why. I'm like, okay, I don't know why. With anybody. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I got a resting bitch face or something. Just saying. I don't know. I'm like, hey, hit me up, Anyway, so I try, but I don't really get it back. But that's okay. It's okay. I'm okay with it. 5 years down. I'm good. I just like to complain sometimes. I like to vent sometimes, and maybe I shouldn't do that. But I mean, I just try to tell y'all it bothers me. Like you do. Well, good. The pot stirrers unite with the resting bitch faces, right? I remember Fruit Loop, Gigi and Fruit Loop, whenever I did my interview with them a couple years ago, she was like, oh my God, she was like, you and your mom, like, if anybody was fighting, she was like, I would, I would be like, I'm like, really? Oh my God. Yeah. I'm not trying to be scary or nothing. Mm. Also I'm sorry, Alex was in, oh shit, a rental car behind the truck. I think he really thinks he's some religious superstar, right? Thank you, detective's daughter. Appreciate ya. Also, this is really bothering me here. Let's see, let's get rid of that off the stage. I need to take it off. Let me close the window so it'll stop flipping backstage. I kept thinking that the court was coming back up, and it's still up, y'all. It's still up. So we don't know. Y'all want to riot? Now, and so Robinette had came up with something so sweet. I mean, it would have been perfect had I gotten it or read it in time. Whenever it was Tammy's birthday, she was, or was it Mother's? No, it was her birthday. And she was like, you need to get all the people that are at the courthouse to sing happy birthday, like kind of like a flash mob. You can't really stop people from doing that. Even if you're outside, you can happy birthday to Tammy, And I was like, oh my God, that would have been awesome. But I didn't have that good idea. Today, a thought popped in my brain that Alex was supposed to cause an accident when Tammy went to Springfield. And again, he didn't do anything right. I mean, was he? Because they were also saying kind of the same crap around my brother. Around my uncle. Him and JJ were supposed to get in a car wreck, or remember the storm is teeny tiny. You heard it here first. Let's see. I got some tweezers. Let's see. I got a little hair clip. That's why Loco was pissed. Oh my gosh. Wogger, you are more than welcome here. Yeah. We're just down to earth, real, and obviously we have resting bitch faces. My daughter told me that the other day. She was like, Mom, I really do have a resting bitch face. And I was like, yeah. What if Alex messed up so much Loco had to grab the gun and shoot him herself? I mean, I don't know why they didn't do. Are you talking about Charles? Because I wish they would have swabbed their hands, They're still up, but we don't know what that means. He said that they were going to take it up with the jurors and the attorneys and the no public. But then this is still up. So we're like, what? We don't rest. We just have bitch faces. I get it. Oh my God. You want to know who owns it? I don't even like to say it, but this is another thing. But here I go. See, I can't help it. It's like, I'm like, okay. Just think about it. 2015, East Idaho News comes to be. All right. In doing so, in doing all this, I'm thinking, as Donna, I'm like, what else? What other case was happening in 2015? And so she Googled while I was live, and she said, Baby Dior. And I was like, that makes sense. So another thing I'm going to tell you is that in the text messages exchanged between Lori and Alex the day that JJ was murdered, it seemed like there was a time, okay, whenever they had a weird text exchange, a couple of them, quite a few, all day, that Melanie Gibb, David Warwick were there, and Alex texts Lori, you have eggs, or whatever. It was about eggs, and everybody was like, oh my God, but okay, so then she's like, something I want to say he asked something about where Melanie and David are, and she says they're sleeping on the floor in the bedroom or something. I don't know. It was something like that. I'm paraphrasing. But so then she's like, can you meet me and Chad at the terrestrial church? Terrestrial is just the next plane, y'all. It's not a real place. It's a title. It's Satanist time. Okay. That's what it means. It means kill kids. Okay. I'm sorry. I can't sugarcoat it for you. It is what it is. And then, okay. So then it seems to appear to me, at least by the text between Lori and Alex for, kind of the remainder of the day, that she's like, "Where are you?" And I'm like, "Well, didn't you just say meet me and Chad at the terrestrial church? Then why are you asking him where he's at?" So I'm just trying to read into that. Who knows what it means? And finally, he answers her back. Alex answers Lori back, and he says, um, "I'm waiting for a fresh sealing. I'm waiting for a fresh sealing from it's either Clarissa or Charissa. I don't remember. It's one or the other. I don't remember because there's another Charissa or Clarissa at the Valley of the Sun. I'm pointing like I'm showing y'all. Frank Vandersloot has a stepdaughter whose name is Charissa. Frank Vandersloot owns East Idaho News. Frank Vandersloot, Secret Santa. Frank Vandersloot also spoke out against whistleblower Adam Steed, who was receiving an award, basically, him and his brother, for being whistleblowers for the Boy Scouts of America. Vandersloot was allegedly, and he's a multi-billionaire, and he lives in Southeast Idaho. And I mean, dead woman walking right here. Okay, so he owns the Melaleuca wellness company. He's rolling in the dough, okay? Um, you know, and so whenever you have okay, and so East Idaho News, they don't cover like regular, they don't have like 5 o'clock news, 10 o'clock news, it's nothing like that. It's just kind of a small media company. And one has to ask, why? Why? So Adam Steed is receiving this award for being a whistleblower against the Boy Scouts of America, which we found out it was ginormous. It is ginormous. It's huge. It's disgusting. So Adam Steed lived in Pocatello, Idaho, where his dad was a seminary teacher. And even there were like 10 students in his dad's uh, class that came forward with SA claims. Okay. And so basically Adam Steed's parents, along with Adam, their whole family, right? I mean, high five. I salute you about, pot stirs, right? As he's the king. Well, um, in his interview with John Dehlin, I have the little soundbite if you want to listen. He's going to say what happens around this time.
Like the amount of things, like you get a story inside of a story, and a story.
Thank you. Please be
Huge
seated.
influencers like the billionaire.
Okay, we are going on the record now, and we are live streaming these proceedings, so they are open to public access in that manner. However, just given the way the day worked out at the conclusion here, we've already had the general public exit the courtroom, and for efficiency to take these matters up and also for security where the defendant is remaining present here, we are going to conduct these hearings on the live stream, but not permit public access, as this will conclude the day as well. So what the court has before it is a motion to reconsider state's motion in limine related to UPT insurance, quote, end quote, filed May 22nd by the state. And at issue is a previous ruling on a motion in limine. I should note the jury is not present for this proceeding. They've been excused for the day. And so on this motion in limine, the court previously determined that a statement made by a proposed state's witness, Janice Olson, about changing the defendant's life insurance or the defendant's wife's, Tammy's life insurance policy, I found it was not admissible in a previous ruling. And based on additional testimony now, the state is requesting that I revisit the ruling as it concerns the state's potential rebuttal. And so I will hear argument on the motion. Mr. Wixom, I understand, will argue it. And I have allowed the defense an opportunity to review the motion, and we'll hear argument in opposition if there is any. So Mr. Wixom, please submit your argument as it relates to this motion to reconsider the motion in limine.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I remain seated?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I again will attempt to be brief. I think the court is very familiar with the arguments made in the prior brief. I do point back to those points of law and authorities.
Could you pull the mic up a little closer?
Certainly, Judge.
Much better, thank you.
Yeah, you betcha. Your Honor, we're in a situation now where the court has denied our original request to call Janice Olson as a witness, who we anticipate will testify that approximately the 5 or 6 weeks or month, I don't have it in front of me, prior to Tammy's death, that she had lunch at school with Tammy, and that Tammy, in a passing conversation at one of those lunches, had stated to her to the effect of, "My husband wants me to up my insurance. He thinks I should up my insurance." And then, of course, we have an admitted exhibit as to a life insurance policy that did bear the signature of Tammy and Chad Daybell. As I recall, the date of that application was the 8th of September of 2019. It increased coverage for Tammy from $50,000 up to $130,000. It added $80,000 of coverage. There also, as I recall, may have been some request in it to add Mr. Daybell to the policy.
All right, Mr. Wixom, though, before going back, there's a quote in your motion, and that was in the previous motion. You read the first of that, and I'd like you to go back again with the entire quote in context there, because I think the rest of the context does matter in the court's decision here.
Certainly. You bet, Judge.
So please review again on the record the comment you're requesting from the beginning to the end of those quotes on the middle of page 2.
Will do. Sorry, I just have to call it back up here quickly. So, Judge, the proposed statement that we would intend to admit would come from Ms. Olson testifying, and we believe she would testify to the effect of, quote, she'd just say, I think she's referencing Tammy, she'd just say, my husband thinks I should up my insurance here at the end of my career. You know, before I retire, he's thinking I should up my insurance.
Okay, thank you.
You betcha, Your Honor. So back to that, Judge. We know that there's an admitted exhibit now where, in fact, an application was submitted, insurance was upped, and approximately 5 to 6 weeks after that, Tammy was dead. So the court had originally denied our request to have that admitted through Ms. Olson. What's changed from the state's perspective, Your Honor, now is that yesterday, I think is Monday, when Emma Daybell was called. She was questioned by the defense, specifically asked a couple of questions that have been included on the transcript that we have attached to our motion. And in that transcript, it demonstrates for the court that defense counsel asked Emma, about the meeting that both Emma and Tammy had had with, I believe it was Taylor Ballard from the insurance company that year, about the benefits. And he asked her a couple of times, very specifically, whether or not amount of insurance that you could purchase at that point. Emma answered, I did not, because I could not afford it. I later did. Next question, okay, at the next period. Answer, yes. Last question from Mr. Pryor on this issue. But it's your understanding that without discussing it with your father, your mother elected to up her insurance to the maximum amount. Her answer was, I saw her check that box on the paper. So, Your Honor, the state believes that the defense has effectively opened the door to the relevancy of whether or not Tammy did in fact talk to her husband about the need to up the insurance. We believe that it's now relevant. We believe, like we had noted in our motion before, her statements would come in over any hearsay objection under Rule 803(3) as a state of mind exception. And certainly they've already been allowed to be testified to. That this issue has been testified to now by the defense. So there won't be any prejudice against the defense in trying to match the evidence because they've already introduced evidence on the issue and called a witness and questioned her about it. So without belaboring it further, Judge, unless you have questions, we do believe that it's now, the door's been opened and the state should be allowed to offer the evidence.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. I don't have any further questions. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to offer any argument if there's an opposition.
Judge, there is opposition, Judge, and the context of that is simply the words at the very end, before I retire. And if we're going to engage in this situation where we're going to be able to recall witnesses so they can start muddying the waters and creating a confusion that at some point, Chad Daybell talked to Tammy about upping her insurance before she retires. There was no indication of when she was going to retire, how she was going to retire. And quite frankly, Judge, I don't think this falls under the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. And the fact is that it wasn't at the present state of mind, and there is no indication from that statement that the insurance was going to be upped on that particular cycle. There is no indication when she was going to do it. And even, I question whether that comment or that discussion ever took place, but that's for cross-examination. Should the court even consider allowing this? But Judge, if we're going to start engaging in a policy where we're going to start saying the state, because now there's one minute statement that seems to suggest something other than what they're saying, and that's going to allow them to reopen, you're going to open the door to the state coming back and basically relitigating their case for another, 2 or 3, 4 days, going every little statement that they think they can gain some mileage by doing this. And it is not a definitive statement. And I think the court properly noted that when it said, listen, read the entire statement in its context. Before I retire.
All right, Mr. Wixom, I get there's of course the initial hurdle of relevancy under Rule 401, and understanding your argument about opening a door and letting this in, I guess one extra question I would have is the source of this proposed statement, because there can be a proffer of here's what we think a witness is going to say, and this is a very specific statement as if it's quoted from somewhere. And so I don't know if that's taken from an interview. I don't know where the statement came from. And in determining relevancy, and I may have to have an offer well, before I get there, what is the source of this proposed statement that's so specific in the quotes?
Certainly, Judge. The source is one, the written report of Detective Bruce Mattingly, who did an interview, and there's also a recording of that interview. In my prior motion, I had referenced an offer to the court, should the court want to review that, just to avoid any question about what exactly was said by our prospective witness. And I'm happy to provide that if the court would wish to review that.
Okay, well, I appreciate you clarifying or clearing that up, clarifying it. That was a long time ago. This has been a long trial, but I do recall the issue. And again, I wanted to determine where that statement was coming from. So the court's noted the objections as indicated both for hearsay or for relevancy. The court would note that under Idaho Rule of Evidence 401, the standard is pretty broad there. Evidence is relevant if A, it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and B, the fact is of consequence in determining the action. When I look at this statement, while I still question the weight of that with the comment saying before the end of the career in a place where she had not worked long and there wasn't, I agree with the defense, there was no testimony about when or if she was planning on retiring. I still think this gets past the 401 relevancy test, that there may be some tendency to make a fact more or less probable. And so with that any tendency language, we get past 401 in the court's view. The court also, looking at the balancing under 403, would determine that there would be some relevancy here if the state believes this is worth bringing the witness in on that statement. Of course, the statement can be cross-examined and the jury would have to determine what weight to give it. In terms of the hearsay, I have looked at that, and so it's essentially a hearsay within hearsay statement where the proffered testimony would be a person overhearing what Tammy Daybell said Chad was saying, and Chad being Mr. Daybell, the defendant. So his hearsay gets around the hearsay issue because he is the defendant in this case, and it's charged as part of a conspiracy, and a statement in furtherance of is what the rationale would be of the state. So then the question is there another exception for Tammy's proposed statement of what she told Janice Olson? And looking at Rule of Evidence 803, whether or not that is a then existing state of mind, I do think it fits within that 803.3. And in addition, there's the catch-all under 803.24 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence that a statement not specifically covered by those others, if it has equivalent circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness, is offered as evidence of a material fact, and is more probative on the point for which it is offered than any other evidence the proponent can obtain through reasonable efforts, and for admitting will best serve the purposes of these rules and interests of justice. The notice provision of 24 has been complied with here. And so with those two bases under 803, the court is going to allow the statement if the witness is called by the state in its case in rebuttal. So the previous ruling then, and this is specifically not because anything changed other than what has changed again, is the opening of the door through the testimony of Emma Murray, who specifically did testify right on point with the issue, talking about signing the life insurance and that, quote, we did not consult with our husbands. So I think the state's allowed an opportunity to rebut that now that the issue's been brought up in the defense case in chief. And so looking at the rules of evidence under both 400s and 800s with hearsay and relevance, the court is going to grant the motion and will permit the witness to testify as to that fact.
Judge, as an instruction, am I to understand that because this is rebuttal, the state is limited to the question of what this statement encompasses? Is that the scope of what they're going to be allowed to delve into?
Well, on rebuttal on the scope, I don't know right now what they intend to get from the witness. She'll have to follow the procedure of any other rebuttal witness and be limited in scope to what rebuttal would normally allow. But this expansion would be overturning the previous ruling on the motion in limine to permit that specific statement. So I think it may well be limited to just that. Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, that's all the state intends to do. Given, unless some other issue comes up with opening the door, but we don't anticipate that.
Okay.
We did want to comment on one further thing, Judge, and I apologize as I sit here. I don't remember, I believe that we've left Ms. Olson under subpoena and she wasn't released, but I don't know for certain. I did want to address that so we don't have a problem with this. Even assuming for argument's sake, she has been released and has watched the trial. I would just argue to Your Honor on this very narrow issue. We'd raised this before with the court. It's documented. The defense has had this. The purpose of the exclusionary order is to prevent influence of testimony. But in this situation, we all knew a long time ago what she would testify to. And so we wouldn't be surprising the defense with it. It's not going to be susceptible to influence. So
Well,
I'd raise that with the court.
And Judge, that's where I would disagree. If Ms. Olson has had an opportunity to discuss this, and it sounds like at least she's been approached by counsel with the possibility of testifying, that would qualify as tainting the witness. And the fact that she has been excused and we're going to allow her to come back is problematic for me.
I may have to consider that as she gets here in an in-camera interview, if she has watched, in particular, if she watched that testimony of Emma Murray, which opened the door, and in particular, if she's listening now to this hearing, which is being live streamed. I might tend to agree that she may not be permitted to return because of she wouldn't violate the exclusionary order because she's released from the order. However, I might find it impermissible that it could be seen to have influenced potential testimony. So I would just have to take that matter up when she's called. But that's probably the first things I'd be wondering and asking is whether or not she's listened in on the hearing we're having right now and whether or not she listened in on Emma's testimony, which could potentially raise the issue Mr. Pryor's raised. So I won't make any ruling on that at this time. So that'll be the court's ruling as it relates to the filed motion. All right, moving on then, two other potential witness issues the state wanted to raise as it related to Deputy Cannon, I believe, and Detective Hermosillo.
Your Honor, Detective Hermosillo might be the quicker issue to deal with. The state had released Detective Hermosillo. I believe the defense did as well. We would let the court know that Detective Hermosillo has been hyper-vigilant about not watching any portion of this trial. We feel it necessary now to call him in rebuttal as to some testimony that has now come in. But he's going to come voluntarily, of course, and his representations to us, and we absolutely believe he has not watched any portion of this trial. So we wanted to seek leave of the court, given his release from the subpoenas and the exclusionary order, to be allowed to call him as a rebuttal witness.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the parties bringing this up. It's not necessarily any type of a motion. I guess it's just alerting the court and defense that there may be a return of a released witness and whether or not they're permitted to testify or not. Again, witnesses who are released from subpoenas and advised they're no longer under the exclusionary order are not going to be held in violation of the order. Whether or not there's some kind of motion to exclude based on potential tainting of their testimony, I think is just an issue we would have to take up. But I appreciate the proffer. Mr. Wixom, is there any comment on that from the defense, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, my concern is that the very witness they're talking about happens to be a law enforcement officer who's involved heavily in this case. And despite counsel's assurances that there's been no discussion, I'm extremely skeptical of the fact that Officer Hermosillo did not discuss the case in any regard with any of the law enforcement officers that he works with. In addition, this officer has been excluded and excused for a reason. The contemplation is at the time when we do this, Judge, is that both parties are not going to be permitted to call the witness back and rehash through the testimony of this witness. Now what we're having now is putting me in the position where I have a case that I've put in chief
I'm prepared to rest. The state had every opportunity with Officer Hermosillo to come forward and testify. And suddenly now, after I'm preparing to close my case, they're now bringing this witness back who has now been released, and they're going to open the door to a number of issues that, quite frankly, cannot be adequately addressed through cross-examination with Officer Hermosillo. The advantage is clearly in the possession of the prosecuting attorney, in that I'm putting him in a very, very unbalanced position by allowing the court to bend the rule a little bit and say, well, at this point, we'll let this witness in. They want Coulter Cannon in. They want Hermosillo in. I don't know who else they're going to try to get in, Judge, who's been excused. But at the minute you open this door, you're opening the door for them to rehash their entire case in chief. And at that point, Judge, I don't get the liberty of bringing witnesses back and saying, were they telling the truth? Unless this court's going to give me a surrebuttal, which I don't think that's going to be the court's ruling, allowing this to open up creates a number of procedural problems. And just the representation of Officer Hermosillo saying, oh no, I didn't listen to anything, when he's one of the chief officers in this case, I'm not buying it.
Okay, well, I will note that as with any witnesses are placed under oath, and it's up to them to tell the truth if they're under oath or not. So the court's certainly not going to draw any kind of inference or conclusion that already I'm determining that the detective would not tell the truth if placed under oath. I understand the concern raised, but that does not rise to the level, to me, that would disallow a witness to return to the stand. I guess just procedurally, in terms of who gets called back in rebuttal, generally, there are some parameters there. And Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to address the argument of the defense as it relates to Detective Hermosillo, you may.
Certainly, Judge, just a couple of quick points. First of all, we would just remind the court and counsel that Detective Hermosillo was the case agent in the prior case and sat through all of that trial. So he's already heard from the bulk of the witnesses in this case and their very specific testimony, although he has and continues to represent, and the state believes him when he says he has not watched any portion of this trial. Judge, the argument about just calling back witnesses, first of all, we've only brought these few witnesses to your attention that we're requesting. We anticipate our rebuttal case will take a day and a half, perhaps 2 days. It's a very small number of witnesses. Any defense in any case has to understand, and does understand, that the prosecution has a rebuttal right. We do understand that with that rebuttal right and recalling of witnesses, we have to keep it narrow and focused to things that were brought up in the defense's case in chief, which is exactly what we intend to do. We have no intention of going outside the scope of what was raised in the defense's case in chief. So those are our understood parameters. If the court allows this, we do believe that Detective Hermosillo will testify under oath truthfully. He hasn't been influenced. And we do intend to keep all of our rebuttal witnesses isolated to responding to evidence brought up in the case in chief, and keep it under that scope.
Judge, that hasn't been responsive to the court's inquiry as to the direction he was going to go in on cross-examination.
Well, yeah, I really think I don't have a ripe issue before me to decide at this point. If you call somebody and there's a reason to move to exclude or not permit their testimony, I'll rule on that. I mean, motions in limine are helpful in alerting the court to matters that may come up to think about or rule upon, to not waste your time. But I don't think I have that here. If he's recalled and there's some reason the defense thinks he shouldn't testify, I can hear argument on that outside the jury's presence, of course, and I will if a motion's made. Otherwise, I'm not prepared to sit here and make a ruling and say he can or cannot testify. So that's the court's final comment on the issue on that witness. As it relates to Deputy Cannon, are we just wandering into the same type of what I think is sort of requesting a provisional ruling without a motion here?
Yes, Judge. He might be a more difficult situation for the state. And so.
Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind. And the best I could say is if there is a specific matter, discuss it with the defense. And if there's a motion with some specifics or particulars that the defense thinks should disallow recall of that witness or any other, bring it up, and I will try to take that up outside the presence of the jurors so they're not waiting. But I am not inclined to make any other rulings at this point without motions pending before me. So we'll go ahead and leave off for today. Be back on the record with the proposed schedule we have tomorrow. And if there's nothing further, then we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
Judge.
Did y'all catch all that?
Well, they didn't tell us what's going to go on Friday. I thought they would at least tell us about Friday.
I know. Yeah. I already made I'm over here making thumbnails. I don't know if you can see it, can you?
Yep. Looks
Okay.
good.
Oh, wait. Anyway, so I'm like, I was going to town. So what I don't even know what happened again, you know.
They asked if they could call back two witnesses, Hermosillo and the secretary at the school where Tammy said that her husband wanted her to up her insurance. They didn't allow that in, but since Emma said, I for sure said,
Check the box.
check the box, and we did not ask her husband's, then she opened the door.
I wrote that timestamp down yesterday. I was watching Lawyer, and he was going over her testimony, and he talked in between. And so I was like, wait, it took me a little bit, but I was like, she said she watched her mom tick the box. I mean, that's so deliberate. It's so extra, right? I'm just like, you have an answer for everything, don't you? But
Exactly.
yeah. So then she went and said, because she made it sound like she purchased it too at the same time. And I had seen where Chad, well, no, I can't say that, but she, in the next sentence, actually, she says that she opted out. She had to wait, to buy in. And I was just like, oh, okay. She was so adamant about her seeing her check. I'm gonna mute you. She was so adamant. Yeah, they got money. They got money, He does have good insight. I think so too. She also lied about her phone calls to Chad back in November of last year. Yes. Lindsay, whenever Lindsay was asking her those questions, prosecution already knows the answer. It's just like when you're parents. You're like, no, ma'am, no, sir. And they're like, come on, giving you a chance here. And nope. That girl's a hard head right there. We won't, hippie gypsy. The mattress and cozy cone too was weird. Yeah. And that's something that Chad said to Emma from, in the police car. She's not like Comey. I'm sorry. Gloves came off whenever I saw what they did. I understand she's still a victim in all this. But if she's not held accountable for what she is putting out there, okay, it hurts sometimes. It's called tough love. And you have to be accountable for the shit you put out. That's just life. And that seems to be what a lot of these people in this crowd aren't ever held accountable. They think that they're fine. Look at Lori. She straight up, no one was murdered here. No one in this case. And you're just like, oh my God. It's nuts. So, if not, it'll teach her a little lesson. So you're welcome. Nobody made her lie. Nobody made her say anything. No, there was no weapons pointed at her head. Dad's in jail, so she can't fear him, So what's really going on there? So you just do the right thing. If your dad's, on trial for murder, lots of murders, and your stepmom was already convicted, and there was 2 children found on your property. then you know, you hold your parents accountable. You hold people accountable. Anyway, so I saw that, Robbie. We need Dr. G to discuss Emma. Yes. Like that's the body, yeah, body language, right? I wish they would do freaking Melanie Pulaski and Melanie damn Gibb. I was watching her earlier. I know. But I was watching Melanie Gibb. The one, it's like I hardly go back to this interview because I always watch the other one. With Chandler Police Department, right? And at the very end, Melanie says something. I mean, I just had never caught it before. So I'm going to share it with you because it's right here. Just at the very end of it. And I'm just like, oh, pompous, right? Oh, no wonder. I'm signed in under my other. Okay. I don't even know how to. All right, hold on. Switch account. I never sign in under my other one. Yeah. Okay. History. Right, y'all. It's like hit wrong button day. Y'all know? Okay, let me get to the spot. Let me share. Oh, not that one. I'm sorry. Just kidding. I got to get to it somewhere. I do have a lot of tabs open for what it's worth. Okay, so I just want to share with y'all, and just you can hear it. It's not really even that shocking, you know, because it's Melanie damn Gibb. All right.
I'd have been in that back one.
The pink room?
I know it had some crazy stuff on
The
the wall.
mattress on the floor?
Yep, mattress on the floor, just a big queen size.
Okay.
And it seemed like she might have had another one at one point, but anyway, it was a queen one, and
Was that food storage in that room? Do you remember if it was?
yeah, a little, in the closet, there was a little bit, but yeah, there wasn't, other than the bed.
Okay.
I think it was, yeah, that's the room I spent the night. I think I only spent the night, I want to say it felt like about 3 times.
Okay. But next morning, the 10th, she says you need to go. And Alex was not there on the 9th when you were there.
No, I'm trying to see when he was, if I ever, I know I've seen him over there before, but I don't remember when it was.
I went a
I
little
don't remember him.
extra.
I think I was gone before, if he came over. I think I
You
was
gone, girl.
I didn't see him. I'm just trying to remember when I did see him. Oh, my brain hurts.
I know.
I'm trying, so my memory is not the sharpest always,
That's the true statement.
so I'm
Pretty
trying
good.
to, so.
Don't sell yourself short.
Yeah, I know, I try, and some things leave an imprint because it's so bad.
Right.
You know, it's like, I don't want to remember that.
You gotta remember, we're asking you questions, what might have been just like mundane stuff.
I know.
That would have like traumatized me, and I'm sure a lot of you. Trauma, right? You remember everything.
And we're asking you to remember because now it might be important.
Maybe she's
I
getting
am here to
confused
help
with all the other
wherever I
ones,
can.
you know.
Awesome. Well, I got your number, and if I think of anything else, I'll probably just call you and as best you know the phone.
Yeah.
And make you come back in here.
Yeah, I'm just.
Likewise, if you think of something else that,
You know, one thing that I did think that was important,
Right.
that recording that I did.
Oh.
I said, why would Alex say this? You know, I don't know where the,
Why would Alex say this, right? I can just hold that.
how did I say it?
She's talking about on a recording to Lori.
I don't want to know where the kids are,
Mhm.
and then they won't be able to be found. That won't be able, I just got to combine it, but that was from Sulema, that information was.
That was from Zulema, not Alex. Alex didn't say they won't be found, the kids, you know, when she allegedly asked them.
That particular strip, I just threw into one when I was speaking to her, because they both came from either me or her, but anyway, I don't know why Alex.
They
would
both
say
either
that.
came
I
from me or her, but not Alex, right?
didn't even want him to know. Remember, that's what she said. I didn't even want him to know.
Alex.
And he doesn't even know where the kids are. I think she said something like, well, however I said it.
Yeah.
So to me, that says we can't blame Alex. If you're an attorney,
What about you?
she can't put that on Alex when she says we didn't even want Alex to know. So if they're going to try to put the blame on him,
Yeah.
That, I think that part of the recording is helpful.
Okay.
Would you agree?
And in regards to the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it could be helpful to be used against her, personally.
Yeah, there's a
Did.
lot.
I know there's a lot of evidence. I know that we have not rolled out the rug yet because you guys know so much more than I do, even though I know the weirder kind of the definitions to what you're reading about.
Because you-
Help us to
you-
corroborate. You have the Rosetta Stone for us.
Yeah, well, someday, the police and I are all gonna get together and have a powwow.
We already do.
It's been a hellish year, but it's been great learning for me. And I'll just say that I'm grateful that if anybody had to go through it, I'm glad it was me and not somebody else.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
kind of that, the reason why I was involved, I would say, is because I am very trusting.
Mhm.
That's my weakness.
No.
Well, I've come across a couple people like that.
Yeah, just so
That
trusting.
they're just trusting, and I hate to use the word naive.
But there's some gullibility there with trusting
Yeah,
too much.
absolutely. And,
You
know,
don't have a tough skin in that area
it was,
yet.
one lady that I've spoken with was like,
All
I
right.
trust everybody. I'm a huggy person. I trust everybody. There's good
And I
in
trust
everybody.
him saying that.
And there
I
is
don't
good
trust
in
him.
everybody.
Well, especially when you're dealing with religion.
Yeah.
If you're talking at a level of religion and Christianity, you do have that trust.
Nope.
And to me, there's really
She
no
ain't Christian.
difference in,
She's
I
not
mean, look at some of the scandals involving,
the church.
you know, priests,
Oh,
bishops,
yeah.
anybody in that high level of authority.
Can be manipulated.
Absolutely.
One of the definitions that I read in the Bible dictionary, I thought was fascinating. It was under the title devil. And it said, because I'm researching a lot of stuff right now. It's been
I
very
bet.
interesting.
Story together.
My own little research going on. And it says, one of Satan's greatest tricks is to convince, I don't know if that's the right word, people that they are following God when they're not. And you think
Boom.
about all the other religions, and I'll just say in general, people, how many people have killed people in the name of religion? Gone in and
Right.
raped people, villages, right, in the name of God.
I
That is
know.
one,
Over religion.
you know what, yeah, wars are part of religion, so this is just a version of thinking they're these great people, and they still do, because they're not remorseful yet at all. They're still in this cloud, and I'm hoping
Correct.
that bubble is going to pop one day, and I never want to speak to them until that bubble pops and go, "Look,
Counts for
you know
you.
how much you deceived you? You killed your kids, girl. Or he killed them, or Alex killed them, or something, but she's involved." I feel like all three of them were involved. And I'm just, you need to say some serious prayers, girl. You need some help. Like,
How bullshit.
it's gonna be a rude awakening
You
that
hope.
day. You hope she gets that before she dies one day. You
Yes,
hope that she
you
gets to
hope.
that point. I'm hoping that she will have that before she passes on. You're really
Before she
tall.
passes
Your
on.
sister's pretty tall.
Yeah.
Your sister's
Yeah.
pretty tall. What? She just said your sister's pretty tall.
To convince, I don't know if that's the right word. You need to say some serious prayers, girl.
Girl, you need to look in the
help.
mirror.
Like, it's gonna be a rude awakening
You
that
hope.
day.
You
You
hope.
hope she gets that before she dies one day. You
Yes,
hope that she
you
gets to
hope.
that point. I'm hoping
Yeah.
that she will have that before she passes on. You're really tall, but your sister's pretty tall.
Yeah. Just take a quick-
Well, alrighty then. Okay. So there's that. Yeah, okay. I caught that and I was like, well, I mean, she's like, yeah, that's how Satan works, right? And yeah, she is a saint. Technically, right? She is just like her mother, the chief snake witch. You want to guess, Mom? Who's Mom? I'm gonna go look on like a resale something and I'm gonna read her damn book. Oh my God. I'm sure it's like 5 pages, plus Chad, he wrote a forward in it, and it was published right at the end of 2019, right as the kids were, missing, dead. Yeah. So again, there's so much to do, but 6 hours, 30 minutes. So we're good. We're going to end here. And I know I want to visit. I could just visit and talk and chit chat, but, I could be doing stuff too. Now you know how you can get kicked out of an interrogation room. Oh, right, Rombo. That's awesome. I can see why KE kisses NG butt at beginning to get info, but later on, LW should have ripped her for lying. Huh. Okay, hold on. I gotta do the who's NG? I'm KE, Crushies. Am I NG? I'm so lost. Was she actually flirting? Always, she thinks. Bye, Candy. Thanks for being here. Thank all y'all for being here. Thank y'all for the super chats. That was very sweet. Oh, not everybody's gonna want to hear this, but you see that bag right there? I finally got that bra today. So thank you. No more wires poking me, okay? Anyways, thank you for the bra fun, right? Bra gate. Just kidding. It really, there's a bag. Anyways, yeah. Yeah. I might do the what do you call it? Oh my gosh. I've got look, I am not ashamed to say that my brain sucks. My memory is horrible. Short term is the worst. You know, Melanie Gibb needs to hold a mirror up and just tell all her and like talk to herself about all the things that she's projecting. And then it'll make sense, you know? Anyways, all right, guys, love you. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, mods. Love always wins. And are we gonna be here tomorrow? Right? Yeah. Okay, we'll be here tomorrow. I messed up. So I love you guys. Love always wins, and you are the proof. I hope to see Emma on the damn stand.